to play out as a major political issue in the days to come. And the Chief Minister once again has hit out at the West Bengal Governor.
For joining us with those details. Just a few more details here. The Bengal Governor in a social media post has said the truth shall prevail, shall triumph. I refuse to be cowed down by engineered narratives. If anybody wants some election benefits by maligning me, God bless them, but they cannot stop my fight against corruption and violence in Bengal. In other news, India has said Pakistan harbours a most dubious track record on all aspects as it has slammed destructive remarks made by Islamabad's envoy in the UN General Assembly. India's permanent representative to the UN, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj's stern response came after Pakistan's UN envoy Munir Akram made lengthy remarks against India during his address to the UN General Assembly meeting on culture of peace. Ms. Kamboj said, "We choose to set aside the remarks from a certain delegation which is not only lacks decorum but also detracts from our collective efforts due to their destructive nature."
In this assembly, as we endeavour to cultivate a culture of peace amid these challenging times, our focus remains steadfast on constructive dialogue. We thus choose to set aside the remarks from a certain delegation which not only lack decorum but also detract from our collective efforts due to their destructive and pernicious nature. We would strongly encourage that delegation to align with the essential principles of respect and diplomacy that must always guide our discussions. Or is that too much to ask of a country that harbours a most dubious track record on all aspects?
My colleague Ghazali joins us now for the very latest on this. Ghazali, we just saw Ruchira Kamboj speaking. In what context was this war of words, as it were, between India and Pakistan at the United Nations?
So this was a meeting on culture of peace, and that is when the Pakistani envoy to the United Nations, Mr. Akram Munir, raised the issue of Ayodhya, CAA and internal political issues of India, and it started targeting India over its internal law and order issues. And that is when Indian envoy, Ms. Kamboj, retorted to her in her address while saying that this is the basic principle of diplomacy and decency, that these issues, while it is being discussed about the culture of peace, Pakistan should respect that and should not take to personal attacks on India on such a global event. And also, while addressing the issue of terrorism and cultural pluralism in India, Ms. Kamboj also spoke about that how India has been a safe land for all the followers of all the religion, and also spoke about that how terrorism is a challenge for every country in the world.
Right, thanks very much, Ghazali, for sharing those details. More international news. In the US, President Joe Biden has called India and Japan xenophobic, grouping them together with Russia and China as countries that don't want immigrants. Mr. Biden's criticism of Japan comes just weeks after he called the US-Japan alliance unbreakable during a state visit from Prime Minister Fumio Kishida in Washington 3 weeks back. India is also a key US partner despite US concerns about human rights and religious freedoms. The White House says that Mr. Biden meant no offense to either country and further denied that the comments were meant in a derogatory sense, with National Security spokesperson John Kirby saying he was making a wider point on US immigration policy.
Look, I think the broader point the president was making, and I think people all around the world recognize this, that the United States is a nation of immigrants, and it's in our DNA. We're better for it, we're stronger for it, and we're not going to walk away from it.
Well, it's World Press Freedom Day, which was established to celebrate the value of truth and to protect the people who work courageously to uncover it. We are marking it this year in an era of acute global turmoil and the profound fragmentation and polarization of humanity. Conflict is boiling over in many places, from Myanmar to Ukraine, Gaza, several other parts of the world, causing intolerable human suffering. This year has seen 99 killings of reporters, up 44% on 2022 and the highest since 2015. Disinformation is a constant problem. Apple's approval of its biggest ever $110 billion stock buyback has investors very excited. The world's largest company by market capital intends to repurchase shares worth $110 billion, surpassing its own previous record of $100 billion that it announced in 2018. Well, it's time now for a short break. More coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united
सुनो 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 आपके शहर में आ गया है एनडीटीवी इलेक्शन कार्निवल कलाकारों का होगा धमाल एनडीटीवी पूछेगा सवाल देखिए क्या होता है नेताजी का हाल आपके शहर में आ गया है एनडीटीवी इलेक्शन कार्निवल
A very good evening to everyone. We are in Baramati. This constituency in Maharashtra is known as a Pawar bastion because for the last 50 years Sharad Pawar has nurtured it. But today this constituency is witnessing a unique battle. It is Pawar versus Pawar. Supriya Sule, who's represented this constituency for 3 terms, is facing a fierce fight from her cousin's wife, Sunetra Pawar. How is this battle playing out on ground zero? Let me bring in my guests now. हमेशा से बारामती शरद पवार से जुटा रहा है और उनकी फैमिली से जुड़ा रहा. अब फैमिली बढ़ गई तो जनता का क्या कहना? तो ये आपको नहीं लगता कि जो इश्यूज हैं, बारामती के जो जनता के मुद्दे हैं, वो अब पीछे हो जाएंगे और इमोशंस पर वोट पड़ेगा?
देखिए, ये देश का चुनाव है. देश की लगभग 140 करोड़ जनता को चुनना है कि अगले 5 साल तक देश में सुशासन, प्रशासन अच्छी तरह से हर एक क्षेत्र में विकास कैसे हो, हमारे देश की सीमाएं सुरक्षित कैसी हो, हमारा देश का नाम विश्व में एक महाशक्ति के रूप में कैसे उभरे, ये सब चीजें के लिए ये लोकसभा का इलेक्शन हुआ।
तो वही उन्होंने बोला कि ये जनता वर्सेस मोदी है। जनता का मुद्दा है महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, और आपका मुद्दा क्या है फिर?
ये सब मुद्दे जो जनता का कहना है कि बेरोजगारी, अभी अगर आप डेटा देखेंगे कि 2014 के पहले कांग्रेस के शासन में युवाओं को मुद्रा लोन नाम की कोई भी योजना नहीं थी। आपने पिछले 10 साल में देखा कि मुद्रा लोन के रूप में लगभग देश के 70 लाख युवकों को रोजगार के नाम पे कर्जा दिया गया, और वो भी बिना कोई मॉर्गेज लिए ये कर्जा दिया गया, जिसके चलते वो कुछ ना कुछ अपने दम पे रोजगार।
बारामती में क्या क्या हुआ?
बारामती में भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हुई जिससे रोजगार बढ़ा है। अभी आप देखते हो कि कोई भी डेवलपमेंट का काम चलता है कोई भी शहर में, तो 30% रेवेन्यू तो उसके लेबर पे ही खर्चा होता है, तो वो लोकल मार्केट में ही आता है। और हमने देखा है कि हमारे ही खुद के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आगे आ चुके हैं, जिसके चलते हमारे यहाँ के बहुत सारे युवक हैं जो अलग अलग रोजगार निर्मित के।
विकास जी, सुप्रिया किस मुद्दे पर चुनाव लड़ रही हैं?
देखिए, अभी वो बोले विश्व गुरु, विश्व पार्टी। अगर नरेंद्र मोदी और उनकी पार्टी इतनी बड़ी है तो छोटे छोटे पार्टियों को 40 पार्टियों के काय को एनडीए में लाया है। हमारे इधर मनसे की पार्टी है, राज ठाकरे की, कोई खासदार नहीं, उनका कोई एमपी नहीं है, उनको भी लाया है। शिवसेना को तोड़ा, राष्ट्रवादी को तोड़ा, ये काय की जरूरत है अगर बीजेपी इतनी बड़ी है तो? बीजेपी का अभी कोई भी इधर कैंडिडेट नहीं है पुणे जिले में। बीजेपी का कोई कैंडिडेट पुणे जिले में नहीं है, बारामती कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो या शिरूर हो, कोई कैंडिडेट नहीं है इधर। तो इतने बड़े आदमी को काय को ये घर तोड़ना पड़ता है? ये छोटे छोटे पार्टियों को साथ में लेने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? ये जो महाराष्ट्र है, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का ये महाराष्ट्र है। छत्रपति शिवाजी ने महाराज ने ये सिखाया है कि दिल्ली के सामने कभी झुकने का नहीं और झुकेगा नहीं। तो वैसे हमारे शरद पवार दिल्ली के सामने कभी झुके नहीं, ना झुकेंगे। वैसे सुप्रियाताई भी कभी दिल्ली के सामने झुकिया नहीं और झुकेगी नहीं। तो अभी जो पार्टी है बीजेपी, वो अभी हार रही है, क्योंकि जो बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, इन्होंने झूठ बोला। 83% अभी बेरोजगार है महाराष्ट्र में और पूरे देश में 83%। अगर बेरोजगारी नहीं है तो इन्होंने पिछले महीने में क्यों नमो रोजगार मेला लिया इधर और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेसिस पर लोगों को रोजगार दिया, जो कि वो परमानेंट रोजगार नहीं है?
तो ये टेम्पररी रोजगार देने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी?
देखिए मैम, कोई भी,
क्योंकि चुनाव आ रहा है।
नहीं, चुनाव नहीं आया। देखिए, चुनाव तो हर 5 साल आते रहेंगे। विकास एक निरंतर प्रक्रिया है और हर एक को हर जिंदगी के एक पड़ाव में से आगे जाना पड़ता है। अभी हमने जो नमो रोजगार मेला लिया था वो सिर्फ बारामती में नहीं लिया था, पूरे महाराष्ट्र के 5 कमिश्नरेट थे। उसमें
रोजगार नहीं है,
रोजगार निर्माण किए जाते।
रोजगार होता तो मेला लेने की जरूरत नहीं।
अगर मेला ना ले और हम लोगों को
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बेसिस पे हो, अभी जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की इलेक्शन होने के बाद वो लोग घर पे जाएंगे।
आपने तो कुछ लोगों को जो आपके संस्था में काम करते हैं उन्होंने प्रचार किया, इसलिए उनको घर पे भेज दिया। पवार नाम की
83% बेरोजगार है।
आज हम बोलते हैं कि पवार वर्सेस पवार का इलेक्शन है। एक पवार नाम की लेडी,
ये मनुस्मृति के खिलाफ संविधान की लड़ाई है, हुकुमशाही के खिलाफ लोकशाही की लड़ाई है।
That's all from me. The election carnival will be heading to a new city to get you voices of people from that city, and also we'll get answers from the netas of that city. Thanks so much for watching.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची। असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही। पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी। आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल। हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय।
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
Did you know, जब रवि किशन फुल ऑन मूड में होते हैं तो अपने हाथों से बाटी बना के खिलाते हैं. Did you know Bansuri Swaraj knows the backstory behind चूर चूर नान के चूर चूर हो जाने के. But how do I know all of this? And when can I tell you more? टेस्ट कीजिए इन दोनों सवालों के आंसर्स in my freshly brewed and baked show Poll Curry with Kunal Vijayakar only on the NDTV network.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Rape charge against Devegowda's grandson Prajal Rana. Fresh FIR has been filed. Rape and kidnapping charges have been included in the latest Karnataka sex tapes FIR. Meanwhile, Prajal Rana still out of the country in Germany despite the ultimatum. This as his father pushes for bail amid mounting charges. And the suspense is over. Rahul Gandhi is the Congress's Raebareli candidate. A Congress show of strength in the family citadel. Sonia, Kharge and Priyanka Gandhi accompany Rahul in Raebareli. The Gandhis skipped the Amethi contest. The Congress fields Gandhi loyalist KL Sharma from Amethi. The Prime Minister takes a jibe, says a scared Rahul Gandhi is running away. Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose faces harassment charges. Mamata Banerjee ups the ante, says, why is the Prime Minister silent? Meanwhile, the Governor calls the charges an engineered narrative. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Karwal. Our lead story, well, the Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has denied allegations of sexual harassment made by a Raj Bhavan employee, calling it an engineered narrative. But remember, the police say that an investigation into this will be launched. In fact, now a political war of words also surfacing with Mamata Banerjee upping the ante, saying, why is the Prime Minister silent? She also talks about the Sandesh Khali allegations and how the BJP raked those up, and this time how the BJP is silent. Remember, this also right on the eve of the Prime Minister's visit to West Bengal. Remember, the Prime Minister has been campaigning extensively in the state. Meanwhile, the Bengal Governor in his social media post says, the truth shall triumph. I refuse to be cowed down by engineered narratives.
আপনাদের কি এখতিয়ারের মধ্যে পড়ে গভর্নরের বিরুদ্ধে ইনকোয়ারি করেন?
দেখুন, আমরা ইনকোয়ারিটা যেটা আমরা কমপ্লেন একটা এসেছে, যেহেতু শ্লীলতাহানি, ইট ইজ অফ আ সেন্সিটিভ ম্যাটার, ওটা মহিলা এসেছিলেন, উনি ডিটেলসে আমাদের সাথে কথা বলেছেন। আমরা এটাকে আপাতত এটা ইনকোয়ারি করছি এবং আমরা আমাদের যেটা ল ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং কনস্টিটিউশনাল এক্সপার্ট যারা আছে তাদের সাথে আমরা এই বিষয়ে কথা বলবো।
हम लोग जो है बंगाल में सब कोई जो है एकदम जो है चौंक गए हैं कि आप सोचिए, राजभवन में जहां राज धर्म पालन होना चाहिए, जिस राज्यपाल पश्चिम बंगाल में संदेश खाली आते न आते वो पहुंच गए थे, नारी के पास, नारी को सम्मान, नारी शक्ति वाली बात, कितना सब बात करें, लेकिन देखिए आज उनके ही द्वारा एक नारी के ऊपर ये अत्याचार। ये आप सोचिए कि एक चेयर की जो गरिमा है, एक राज्यपाल के पोस्ट की जो गरिमा है, वो क्या कितना नुकसान पहुंचाया है?
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, टीएमसी की ये पॉलिटिक्स है। ये कितना नीचे जाएंगे मुझे मालूम नहीं है। और उस लेडी को लेके भी कंस्पिरेसी था, पहले से ही सब जगह चर्चा था, तो जो होना था वही हुआ है। लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कि इससे बच पाएगा टीएमसी इतना नीचे जाके राजनीति करके।
And Saurabh Gupta is joining us live. Also with me, Dr. Shatrupa, spokesperson of the BJP, and Riju Datta, spokesperson of the TMC, is also with us. Saurabh, going across to you first, what has the police said regarding the investigation into this case?
Well, the police have received a complaint from the, victim, and of course they've acted on that complaint. But registering a criminal case is something that they're taking legal opinion on. Because obviously this is the governor and a constitutional post, the first citizen of the state, and therefore there is a certain amount of immunity that the governor enjoys under the constitution, and therefore the police would obviously be taking legal opinion before actually filing a criminal case, or what we know in common parlance as an FIR, or first information report, which is the beginning of a criminal case. But this has also become largely political, with the governor saying that this is an engineered narrative, character assassination to draw political benefit. And he says there are more in the offing, but that would not deter him from exposing corruption and stopping violence. Meanwhile, the Trinamool Congress has hit out that this is the governor, and Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister and Trinamool Supremo, has also hit out at a rally saying that they keep giving Sandesh or messages on Sandesh Khali, but when it comes to their own, they are quiet. Obviously referring to the complaint that has been made against the governor of West Bengal, as far as this case is concerned. So this is now largely political, and you will see a lot of political, of course, showdown around it, and that's going to happen and play out in the last few days. But again, the Trinamool hitting out very strongly at the governor.
Right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. Let me take this to you, Dr. Shatrupa. Your response to this, the allegations are grave, certainly, while of course, all of this is still in the realm of allegation, but it seems like a case of harassment and abuse of power based on what this woman has alleged. Your response to this, aside from what the governor has already said, that this could be an engineered narrative, etc., but would you concede that these allegations are extremely serious?
Vedant, I really wouldn't know, because like everybody else in West Bengal, I also got the news. I was equally alarmed that something like this could be raised on whoever the individual may be, but you're raising this allegation on the governor of a particular state. So I'm sure the woman would have enough to justify herself with. The police have taken it up, and like your representative has said, I think the governor or any state head does, if I may use the word, enjoy a certain amount of diplomatic or constitutional immunity. I'm not very sure. Now, that apart, the governor himself has said that this is not true, etc., etc. But I would just like to point out that the way the Honorable Chief Minister and two of their female ministers have once again begun, a melodrama about this, and giving the whole thing a political angle before even BJP reacted. This somehow I'm smelling a rat here. Why would the two female ministers, if you look at their body language, if you look at their reactions, especially Shashi Panja, mind you, even if I am part of the opposition, let me tell you, Shashi Panja is one of the most dignified ministers that Trinamool is blessed with. She comes out with the way she's saying that how can this happen, and blaming the governor outright. Whereas this particular governor is somebody who they tried to train. There is a ceremony in Bengal called Hate Kori, where the child is taught to take the first few, write the first few letters. Trinamool went and did that. They tried to train the governor and make him a good Bengali. Now, obviously, that training has somewhere vanished. Why would you otherwise
this? That's a fair argument. Let me take this to Riju Datta.
You would accuse the governor of West Bengal.
Okay, Riju Datta, your response to that. Dr. Shatrupa is saying that the first opportunity you politicized the entire case by bringing the Prime Minister into this, by bringing the BJP into this, and many would say that this is selective outrage. The Chief Minister didn't speak on the Sandesh Khali issue for a fair amount of time, and suddenly perhaps many would say that there was a political opportunity, which is why the Trinamool immediately sort of upped the ante on this.
I'll start off by asking a question to your viewers. If you are the constitutional head of a state, or you are in a very high constitutional position, does it give you the authority to play with the dignity of a woman? That's point number one. Point number two, this governor has been very vocal about the plight of women in Chandeshkali, and he opened up a nonsensical peace room in the Raj Bhavan of the governor's residence. But now it looks like there should have been a safe room for women in Raj Bhavan instead of that nonsensical peace room. My third point, the Honorable Prime Minister, who's all up for Nari Shakti, is residing in this same Raj Bhavan from yesterday night because he's campaigning in Bengal. And today, in his first campaign, he does not utter a single word. My question is this: a woman who is working in the Raj Bhavan, who stays in the Raj Bhavan hostel, has come out in the open, filed a police complaint that I have been molested twice. Rather than the governor, His Excellency, allow the investigation to proceed, what does he do? He openly tweets that I am taking legal action against the minister who's talking about me, and I am barring the police from entering the Raj Bhavan to conduct a fair investigation. Why are you so scared? And this is not the first time, Vedant. I will give you two names: Mr. NDTV, ex-governor of Andhra Pradesh, and Mr. V. Shanmuganthan of Meghalaya. Both of these governors had sexual molestation cases against them, and both of them stepped down.
Perhaps it won't be right to compare it with any other case, because when we look at sexual harassment case, each case is unique in its own sense, and we must not compare. But you have raised a fair point there, Riju Datta, and Shatruppa, your response to that: why does it take your top leadership so much time to respond to cases of sexual harassment unless it's an opposition ruled state?
No, Vedant, Riju, what he said just proved my point. I mean, the way they are making the whole thing very political. By no means am I standing by either the governor of West Bengal or the lady concerned. My point is completely different. They cannot, first of all, compare this one situation to a situation en masse of what happened at Chandeshkali.
Right.
There were innumerable women who have complained of sexual molestation. Some have complained of rape, some have complained of gang rape, some have simply complained of, calling them at different office hours.
Right. So you made an important point there that by no means are you standing by the governor, but of course it's not fair to compare it with any other case. Riju, the last 30 seconds to you.
My 30 seconds, I will say that law should be equal for all. Law should be above all, irrespective of what position you are in. And we respect the dignity of a woman, no matter what chair you are sitting in. You do not have the right to play with the dignity of a woman. Let a fair investigation be there. Let a probe be there. If you are innocent, you are innocent. If you are guilty, you should be punished.
Right.
Justice should be swift in cases like this.
I'm afraid I'm completely running out of time. Both of you made your points there. Thanks very much, Dr. Shatruppa and Riju Datta, for joining us. With that, I'm afraid we'll have to move on from it now. All right, in other news now, well, sexual harassment allegations also against JDS MP Devagowda's grandson, Prajal Rana, and more trouble for the Revannas as now a fresh FIR has been filed in this Karnataka sex tapes controversy, and in the latest FIR, a rape and kidnapping charge has also been included. This as the Revannas continue to push for anticipatory bail. In fact, Prajal Rana's father has filed for another anticipatory bail. This as despite the ultimatum, Prajal Rana is still out of the country.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಗಳು ಕರೆಸಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೂ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ನಾನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. What does it mean? No. ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕುಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಾರ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿ.
Pratibha Raman is now joining us live. So Pratibha, despite that ultimatum from the Karnataka Home Ministry, Prajal Rana is still out of the country, and now his father pushing for another anticipatory bail. And also give us the details of this latest FIR that has been filed in the case.
In fact, there are totally 3 FIRs that have been registered so far with the SIT. The first one that was registered in the Hassan district by a woman complainant who alleged that she as well as her daughter was sexually harassed by Prajal Rana as well as HD Rana. She's claimed that there were vulgar conversations that were made over WhatsApp video calls between Prajal Rana and her daughter. Now, that formed the basis of the SIT to begin its investigation, where they went around also tracing all the victims who were featured in that video. Now, the second FIR emerged when one of the victims has also filed rape charges against Prajal Rana, claiming that Prajal Rana misused his position to threaten her as well as allegedly rape her, while also filming it and blackmailing later. She did not muster the courage to come forward with a complaint then, but now with the SIT that has been formed, she has come forth to file a complaint there. Now, the third FIR that has been registered comes from Mysuru in Karnataka, where the son of a mother has alleged that his mother has been kidnapped by both Mr. HD Rana as well as a relative of theirs, Mr. Satish Babu. And what we hear from police sources is that Satish Babu has been taken into police custody, and further details would emerge post the interrogation there. But in the meantime, Mr. HD Rana did file for an anticipatory bail application at the Sessions Court yesterday evening through his senior counsel. But then just a day later, that is today, the bail application was withdrawn, claiming that most of the sections involved were bailable in nature, and that is why you wouldn't really need an anticipatory bail application thereon.
Okay.
But what we also hear now, in the light of the new FIR that has been registered with respect to the kidnapping, well, another bail application has been moved, and all eyes are on what would be the outcome of that. Back to you.
Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. This, as we must remind our viewers, that the Special Investigation Team ultimatum or the deadline has passed, and no sign of Prajal Rana yet. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Rape charge against Devagowda's grandson. A fresh FIR has been filed. This as the Revannas continue to push for bail amid mounting pressure. Rahul Gandhi is now the Congress's Raebareli candidate. A big Congress show of strength in the family citadel. Gandhi skipped the Amethi contest. This is the Congress feels a Gandhi loyalist KL Sharma from Amethi. Bengal Governor faces harassment charges. This as Mamata Banerjee ups the ante, says, why is the Prime Minister silent?
Co-present.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Welcome back. Let's get your exclusive interview with the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, who spoke to my colleague Nehal Kidwai. He talks about the contest in the crucial Haveri seat. Take a look.
The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, is contesting from Haveri. It is his debut as a Lok Sabha candidate from this constituency. Sir, how confident are you for your victory?
See, the way the people are responding, I have traveled more than 350 villages. All cross sections of the people are coming out openly and supporting and responding. I am very confident that I will win with a very comfortable majority.
But sir, certain odds are there, like Ishwarappa ji has revolted. And so what you have to say about it? Because Korba population is...
Ishwarappa doesn't have any factor here. Therefore, in fact, he knows that I had supported his son also. But however, the party leaders have decided that I should contest. So that will not be an issue here.
Sir, you are known here as the irrigation man. As the irrigation minister, you have done a lot, not only for the constituency, but also for the state. Being an MP, how would you like to take it further?
See, Prime Minister is also giving priority to irrigations. There is a water mission program in Government of India. Krishi Sinchai Yojana is there, and at the macro level, interlinking of river has been planned out. So all these issues I will take very keen interest. I will deliberate and debate in the parliament.
You are also one of the very powerful Lingayat leader. Here, how are you getting support from the Lingayat community? Because your opponent is also a Lingayat leader.
And that doesn't matter. I said all cross sections of the people, all strata people are supporting the Prime Minister candidate, Mr. Narendra Modi. There is no competition at all. Even in a remote village, Modi wave is there. Therefore, I get support from everybody, including Lingayat.
But sir, Panchamsali had revolted a little. Some resistance was there from their side.
No, nothing of that sort. In each and every taluka, all are united and supporting me.
What are issues before you when you go to voters?
I have been, they know that I am a development mind. So they expect a lot of things. I have said that basically infrastructure, irrigation and industrialization.
And Modi factor?
Modi factor is a core factor. So what I will do for the constituency is 3 eyes. But all the other programs, everything, the entire nation is led by Modi. And Modi factor is always there. That's the core. That's the base.
Thank you very much. So the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, 2 former Chief Ministers are contesting this time. From Belgavi, Jagdish Shettarji, and from Haveri, Raj Bhavan. He is quite confident that people would support him and he will win this election. From Haveri, with camera person Govind Murthy, Nehal Kidwai for NDTV.
And moving now to the big story we've been tracking all day on NDTV, Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhis in fact walking away from Amethi. This as Rahul Gandhi filed his nomination papers from what has been a family citadel and the Congress's last standing bastion in Uttar Pradesh, Raebareli. After a lot of suspense, this morning the Congress released lists for both Amethi and Raebareli, with Rahul Gandhi fielded from Raebareli and KL Sharma, who's a Gandhi loyalist. He has been fielded from Amethi, which has been a Gandhi pocket borough till the time Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi back in 2019. In fact, KL Sharma thanked the Congress leadership for fielding him, and this time in Amethi, it's going to be Smriti Irani versus KL Sharma. Meanwhile, in Raebareli, it's going to be Rahul Gandhi versus Dinesh Pratap Singh of the BJP. But the Prime Minister, of course, took a jibe at the Congress, saying that a scared Rahul Gandhi is running away from Amethi. Take a look.
मुझे देश ने इतना ये लोग घूम घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत, मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत। और आज मैं एक और बात कहूंगा, कांग्रेस इस बार पहले से भी कम सीटों पर सिमटने जा रही है।
Meanwhile, it was a grand show of strength in Raebareli as Rahul Gandhi filed his nomination papers there. Of course, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Robert Vadra, also Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and K.C. Venugopal, the Congress General Secretary in charge of organization. All of these people accompanied Rahul Gandhi in this grand show of strength in Raebareli. Listen in to what the top Congress leaders had to say.
मेहमानों का स्वागत है। हम लोग अतिथियों के स्वागत में कोई कसर छोड़ेंगे नहीं। इतना ही कह दूं कि अमेठी से गांधी परिवार का ना लड़ना इस बात का संकेत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव में एक वोट पड़ने से पहले ही अमेठी से अपना हार स्वीकार कर चुकी है।
इस सोनिया जी ने, मोदी जी ने तो एक ही बार ट्राई किया और चंद्रयान लॉन्च हो गया। ये राहुल बाबा नाम के यान को सोनिया जी 20 बार लॉन्च कर चुकी है, मगर लॉन्चिंग इनकी सफल नहीं हुई है। और आज 21वीं बार फिर से अमेठी से भागकर रायबरेली में पर्चा डाला। अरे राहुल बाबा, मैं यहां से रायबरेली का परिणाम बता देता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी दिनेश प्रताप सिंह के सामने आप रायबरेली से प्रचंड बहुमत से हारने जा रहे हैं। मेरी बात लिख कर।
इन्होंने लगातार 40 सालों के लिए आपकी सेवा की है। मैंने खुद आंखों से देखा, मैं खुद यहाँ पे आपके साथ मैंने खुद काम किया और इस चुनाव में भी मैं इनके साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर चुनाव लड़वाएंगे और आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ, मैं आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप भी हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर इस चुनाव को लड़वाएंगे और किशोरी जी को जिताएंगे। हम अमेठी में एक बार फिर सच्चाई की राजनीति और सेवा की राजनीति वापस लाना चाहते हैं।
नहीं, ये तो मैं खरगे जी का, सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का, प्रियंका जी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उसने मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को इतनी बड़ी जो उनकी पारिवारिक सीट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे को दिया है। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि यहाँ मेहनत करूँ।
भैया नामांकन हो गया, भारी बहुमत से जीतेंगे हम लोग, शानदार विजय होगी राहुल जी की भी और के शर्मा जी की भी।
मैंने उन्होंने खुद ही भाग के वाराणसी आए ना जी, हाँ पूछो उनको।
We are right now outside the Congress office in Raebareli, and you can of course see there is of course a lot of people, lot of Karyakartas who have gathered here. Rahul Gandhi has filed his nomination. Along with him of course was Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Robert Vadra, Sonia Gandhi. His whole family was there. Rahul Gandhi, after filing his nomination, there was a road show, sort of road show of strength that happened here at the Congress office in Raebareli. From here they went to the collectorate to file the nomination, and after the nomination of course Rahul Gandhi came back here to his office, and now he has finally left the Congress central office in Raebareli. Remember, it was speculated that first Rahul Gandhi would be contesting from Amethi, but that did not happen, of course leaving a chance for the BJP to attack the Congress, saying that now Rahul Gandhi got scared of fighting from Amethi. But it is KL Sharma who is fighting from Amethi against Smriti Irani, and Rahul Gandhi himself against Dinesh Pratap Singh of the BJP from Raebareli. Sonia Gandhi has been a member of parliament from Raebareli, and it is considered a Gandhi turf. Sonia Gandhi has been a member of parliament from Raebareli. It has been a Gandhi turf. Now again it is Rahul Gandhi, her son, who is contesting from here. Of course, there were speculations that Priyanka Gandhi might herself enter the poll battle, but that did not happen this time. But I would like to show you the scenes here at the Congress office. It is just not the Congress Karyakartas, but also Samajwadi Party Karyakartas that are present here, of course, showing a front of the India bloc. At the same point of time today, KL Sharma also filed his nomination from Amethi, and while KL Sharma was going to file his nomination, he also held a roadshow, and Priyanka Gandhi was there in a show of support of KL Sharma. He has been a Gandhi family confidant for a very long time, a Gandhi family loyalist for a very long time, and used to look after the affairs of Raebareli and Amethi. With camera person Virendra Kumar Saini, Tanish Punjabi for NDTV.
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Co-present.
Did you know जब रवि किशन फुल ऑन मूड में होते हैं तो अपने हाथों से बाटी बना के खिलाते हैं? Did you know Bansuri Swaraj knows the backstory behind चूर चूर नान के चूर चूर हो जाने के? But how do I know all of this? And when can I tell you more? टेस्ट कीजिए इन दोनों सवालों के आंसर्स in my freshly brewed and baked show Poll Curry with Kunal Vijayakar, only on the NDTV network.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will...
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge...
Also said that given the fact that elections are underway, an interim bail may be a possibility for Arvind Kejriwal. The case will be heard again by the Supreme Court on Tuesday. Now remember a couple of important things here. The Supreme Court also asked the Enforcement Directorate whether it's possible for the Chief Minister to actually work and continue operations as the head of the national capital from inside jail. So that's an important reply that the Supreme Court has sought from the Enforcement Directorate as well. This, as Abhishek Manu Singhvi, representing Arvind Kejriwal, said that merely skipping summons cannot be the ground for arrest of a sitting Chief Minister. This has been reiterated time and again by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. In fact, he also went on to say that the evidence was provided much before, and the timing in this entire scenario is extremely suspicious. Now, Ashish Bhargav, our senior colleague who covers the Supreme Court for us, is now joining us live. So, Ashish ji, important there that the Supreme Court has now indicated that interim bail may be a possibility for Arvind Kejriwal.
Yeah, it's a big development and a big hope for Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party also. Supreme Court says because this case is taking time, so we may consider in next hearing, which is on May 7, we may consider the interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal. Also told ED to take instruction, ED Council to take instructions on two questions. One, for interim bail for Kejriwal, what condition can be imposed on Kejriwal for interim bail due to elections, and second, can he should he be allowed to sign the official government file from inside the Tihar jail? These two big questions asked by the Supreme Court to ED, and it's a big development, and it's an important judgment because the 2 hours hearing in Supreme Court, ED was grilled by Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked many questions. Also asked if Aam Aadmi Party is the beneficiary, Aam Aadmi Party is the prime suspect, how can be Kejriwal, ED say Kejriwal is a prime suspect because in a case there can't be two suspects in a case, and also said if there is no attachment etc. in this PMLA case, so how can proceeding can be done against Kejriwal? Important questions. Supreme Court will ask many questions on May 7 also. ED has to give all the answers to Supreme Court, but for Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party, it's a big day. 7th May is the big day when Supreme Court may consider, and Supreme Court will consider because ED was objecting on this. SV Raju, who is Additional Solicitor General of India appearing for ED. He was objecting. He said Kejriwal should file a bail petition in trial court, but Supreme Court says you prepare, you get instruction, and you come back on May 7. Two answer they have to be given. Supreme Court also, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who is heading this bench, also said we are yet to decide whether interim bail should be given to Kejriwal or not. But be prepared and come back with the answers. So it's a big day, May 7. Supreme Court will consider Arvind Kejriwal interim bail for elections, and Arvind Kejriwal hope for getting out from jail
some ray of hope
in
there
election
for
is
Arvind
now
Kejriwal.
again it's come out.
Right, Ashish, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So, big development in the Supreme Court. But staying with news related to the Aam Aadmi Party, the Supreme Court has also stayed the High Court order that directed the road outside the residence of the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann be open for public. Earlier, remember, the High Court had said that the road needed to be open for, to reduce congestion, and that can be closed in the future if there were protests against Bhagwant Mann. Ishika Verma with the latest.
Now, today in the Supreme Court, the Punjab Government Council had in fact argued that in fact, there are certainly, concerns regarding the security. Now, they also in fact had pointed it out in the court that there has been a resurgence of terrorism, and that is why, the road needs to be shut. Now, they have also in fact mentioned Sidhu Moosewala case, saying that the Sidhu Moosewala case is an eye-opener in this case. So now the Supreme Court giving relief to the Punjab government has stayed the High Court order. Remember, the High Court on April 22nd had in fact said that the road, the T road outside the Chief Minister's residence can be opened from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the working days so that the traffic congestion there can be reduced. But now certainly the opposition also has attacked the Punjab government. The BJP in fact saying that, these are the same people who claim to be the Aam Aadmi, but today they went to the Supreme Court against giving relief to the Aam Aadmi. So certainly the war of words also now has erupted over this.
And moving to more news now. Well, today marks 1 year of the ethnic violence in Manipur between two communities that has seen over 200 deaths, thousands displaced and still many missing, and the peace-building process failing to take off. The Kuki-Zo and Meitei civil society organizations in Manipur have planned to hold events to mark 1 year of the ethnic conflict in the state. Take a look at all the reactions that have come out.
Today, as a mark of the completion of 1 year of these unfortunate situations, the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity, COCOMI in short, we are holding up a public meeting to revisit, reassess, and trying to understand the nature of conflict that we are facing today, and also to explore all the possible, situations that could have influenced, that could have, intervened, that could have endorsed, or that could have, supported this event to carry on in a very proxy manner. And we are trying to assess that situation so that people of Manipur and the people of the larger nation and the world can understand what actually is going on in Manipur.
As we are entering 1 year completion, today we togetherly observe this day with the theme of Awakening of the Kuki-Zo. Everyone knows the center has no intention to solve this problem, the Kuki-Zo people, political movement. And today, observance may bring a better oneness, a better strength for the movement. And I hope it may also bring a new policy, a new better movement for the Kuki-Zo people. for survival of the political movement.
So, well, it's been a year of the ethnic violence in Manipur. 200 killed, so many displaced families have been left distraught after the violence. In fact, the security situation on the ground, of course, also increasing. Several teams and companies of central security forces were also sent, and it's been a year of great tragedy for Manipur. In fact, elections were also held in the shadow of violence there. Ratnadeep Chaudhary is now joining us live on the phone line. So, Ratnadeep, it's been a year of violence, the aftermath in Manipur, but still, isolated incidents of violence continue to take place.
That's right, and that is something which is concerning, given the fact that it has been a year and there are people in hundreds in relief camps. There are people who have lost their livelihood for once for all, and they're still looking for jobs. There are people who have lost their homes forever, and there are people who don't know whether they will be at all be able to go back to their villages. There is deep distrust still between the two communities, although incidents of violence have come down. But as you have rightly pointed out, low-key incidents keep on happening. So therefore, this is the time perhaps where center and the state needs to start the process of negotiation once again. Remember, initial efforts of brokering peace have not yielded much positive results, but still people would be hoping that there would be a situation where people can come together. However, remember, there are strong demands from both sides, and particularly in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections, when Union Home Minister Amit Shah came to Imphal for campaigning, he clearly said that Manipur won't be divided. Therefore, that was something which was a damper for the particularly Kuki-Zo community, because their MLAs have been demanding separate administration. However, given the fact that the situation is such that even the Meitei community is also kind of isolated in the Imphal Valley itself, they cannot move out to the hills. So their work in terms of those who used to do business in the hills have been completely disrupted. So therefore, economy of the state has been completely disrupted by this year of violence. So therefore, a lot of efforts needs to be taken now, more so after the Lok Sabha election. Whichever government comes to power at center, perhaps Manipur should be on top priority.
Absolutely, Ratni. Thanks very much for joining us with that there. What a year, what a tragic year it has been for Manipur. As I said, elections also being held in the northeastern state in the shadow of violence. So many families left distraught. And well, news just coming in from West Bengal after molestation and harassment charges against the governor. Now protests erupting outside the Raj Bhavan in West Bengal. Saurabh Gupta is now joining us live. So Saurabh, what are these protests? Over to you. Who are the protesters there? The governor saying that this is an engineered narrative. So this entire story now taking a political sort of color to it right ahead of the polls.
Well, yes, of course, this is something that, quite unheard of, with a group of women here who are saying that, of course, this is their organization is AIPWA, and they've, of course, been shouting slogans against the governor. This after there were molestation charges against the governor that was made by a young woman, temporary staffer of the Raj Bhavan. Now, the posters, of course, are talking about Obhijogkaride Nirapotta o Kaje Nishchoyata dite hobe. So basically what they're saying is the complainant has to be given security and work, and job security as well. Also, Paschim Banglar Moirade Nirapotta niye Shobor Pradhanmantri is something what they're saying. So they're asking why is the Prime Minister silent? And then, of course, this is, of course, the organization is called All India, the Pragati Mahila Samiti. So AIPWA is the organization that seems to be protesting outside the Raj Bhavan here. This is right at the gates of the Raj Bhavan, where, of course, the governor resides, and these protests taking place this afternoon right here after these allegations were made against the governor. The Hare Street police station has received a complaint, but again, you know that the governor is a constitutional functionary and the topmost constitutional functionary in the state, and therefore enjoys immunity. So there has been no case registered. The governor, of course, has hit back, saying this is an engineered narrative. that people are trying to get political mileage by character assassination and saying that this will not deter him from exposing corruption and stopping violence. But clearly this has become a political issue now, and you can see women, a group of women protesting outside the Raj Bhavan gates here in Kolkata.
Absolutely, Saurabh. And crimes against women really have been at the center of the political discourse also in the run-up to elections. First, of course, you had the Sandesh Khali incident, and now harassment allegations surfacing against the governor.
That's right. Of course, Sandesh Khali has been at the center of these allegations, and this is something that obviously will play out in the days to come as well. Sandesh Khali, the allegations is something that the TMC has been targeted by the BJP, and now of course the TMC also targeting the BJP over the allegation against the governor. So this has of course become a largely political showdown in the state of West Bengal after this allegation against the governor. The governor has denied the charges and said that there is an attempt to gain political mileage from character assassination, and also these are engineered false narratives, and all of that is being said by the governor. But at this point, a group of women turning up at the gates of the Raj Bhavan and protesting against the governor here.
Right, Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with that there. So protests, though not huge protests, but still women turning up outside the Raj Bhavan. Of course, the governor has said that there's an engineered narrative. Let's take a look at all the political reactions that have in fact come in on this story. Take a look.
আপনাদের কি এখতিয়ারের মধ্যে পড়ে গভর্নরের বিরুদ্ধে ইনকোয়ারি করেন?
দেখুন, আমরা ইনকোয়ারিটা যেটা আমরা কমপ্লেন একটা এসেছে, যেহেতু শ্লীলতাহানি ইট ইজ অফ আ সেন্সিটিভ ম্যাটার, ওটা মহিলা এসেছিলেন, উনি ডিটেলসে আমাদের সাথে কথা বলেছেন। আমরা এটাকে আপাতত এটা ইনকোয়ারি করছি, এবং আমরা আমাদের যেটা ল ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং কনস্টিটিউশনাল এক্সপার্ট যারা আছে তাদের সাথে আমরা এই বিষয়ে কথা বলবো।
हम लोग जो है बंगाल में सब कोई जो है एकदम जो है चौंक गए हैं कि आप सोचिए, राजभवन में जहां राज धर्म पालन होना चाहिए, जिस राज्यपाल पश्चिम बंगाल में संदेश खाली आते न आते वो पहुंच गए थे, नारी के पास नारी को सम्मान, नारी शक्ति वाली बात, कितना सब बात करें, लेकिन देखिए आज उनके ही द्वारा एक नारी के ऊपर ये अत्याचार। ये आप सोचिए कि एक चेयर की जो गरिमा है, एक राज्यपाल के पोस्ट की जो गरिमा है, वो क्या कितना नुकसान पहुंचा है।
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, टीएमसी की ये पॉलिटिक्स है। ये कितना नीचे जाएंगे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, और उस लेडी को लेके भी कंस्पिरेसी था, पहले से ही सब जगह चर्चा था, तो जो होना था वही हुआ है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कि इससे बच पाएगा टीएमसी इतना नीचे जाके राजनीति करके।
Moving now to rape and sexual harassment allegations against JDS MP and Devegowda's grandson Prajal Rana. Now a fresh FIR has been filed in the case as well. There are kidnapping and rape charges that have been included in this fresh FIR. This is despite the ultimatum of the Special Investigation Team. Prajal Rana is still out of the country. In fact, HD Rana, his father, has now pushed for another anticipatory bail. Remember, this is the third time. This after the deadline of the SIT has also now ended. Take a look.
ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಗಳ ಕರೆಸಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೂ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ನಾನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್? ನೋ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕುಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಾರ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ರೀ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ.
And with that, let's get you a wrap of all the election stories, starting with Andhra Pradesh. Well, the YSR Congress's big show of strength. Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy holds a big road show in a crucial constituency, Guntur, in the state.
आज दक्षिणी दिल्ली लोकसभा के नामांकन सभा में
Campaign trail in the national capital. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami holds a road show in Delhi. AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi holds a door-to-door campaign in Fateh Shah Nagar in Hyderabad. This as Telangana sets to go to polls in the fourth phase. And actor-turned-politician Raj Bhavan files his nomination from Gurugram. This after the Congress fielded the actor. And with that, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
All set for phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV.
Welcome back. India's strong comments at the United Nations. Well, India says that Pakistan harbors a most dubious track record on all aspects as it slammed destructive remarks made by Islamabad's envoy to the United Nations General Assembly. Now, India's permanent representative to the UN, Ruchira Kamboj, she came down heavily. She said that Pakistan has dubious stand when it comes to issues like cross-border terrorism. This as India reiterates its stand of terror and talks cannot go together.
In this assembly, as we endeavor to cultivate a culture of peace amid these challenging times, our focus remains steadfast on constructive dialogue. We thus choose to set aside the remarks from a certain delegation which not only lack decorum but also detract from our collective efforts due to their destructive and pernicious nature. We would strongly encourage that delegation to align with the essential principles of respect and diplomacy that must always guide our discussions. Or is that too much to ask of a country that harbors a most dubious track record on all aspects in itself?
Mr. Akram Muni raised the issue of Ayodhya, CAA and internal political issues of India, and it started targeting India over its internal law and order issues. And that is when Indian envoy Ms. Kamboj retorted to her in her address while saying that this is the basic principle of diplomacy and decency, that these issues, while it is being discussed about the culture of peace, Pakistan should respect that and should not take to personal attacks on India on such a global event. And also, while addressing the issue of terrorism and cultural pluralism in India, Ms. Gamboj also spoke about that how India has been a safe land for all the followers of all the religion, and also spoke about that how terrorism is a challenge for every country in the world.
In more news now, US President Joe Biden's contentious remark. He has called Japan and India xenophobic, grouping them together with Russia and China as countries that, as he says, don't want immigrants. His criticism of Japan comes just weeks after he called the US-Japan alliance unbreakable. Remember this also, as India is a key US partner, particularly in the last couple of years. We've seen both heads of state visiting each other's countries. The White House says that Mr. Biden meant no offense to either country and further denied that there were comments that were meant in a derogatory sense.
Look, I think the broader point the president was making, and I think people all around the world recognize this, that the United States is a nation of immigrants, and it's in our DNA. We're better for it, we're stronger for it, and we're not going to walk away from it.
And well, it's World Press Freedom Day, which was established to celebrate the value of truth to power and to protect the people who work courageously to uncover it. We are marking it this year in an era of acute global turmoil and profound fragmentation and polarization of humanity. Let's take a moment to actually remember all these brave journalists who have done some stellar work from the conflict zone of battleground Gaza. In fact, let's also remember the bureau chief of Al Jazeera, who in fact lost so many family members of his, and despite that, he was undeterred in uncovering and reporting on the conflict and the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. And finally, Apple's approval of its biggest ever $110 billion stock buyback has investors excited. The world's largest company by market capitalization intends to repurchase shares worth $110 billion, surpassing its own previous record of $100 billion that it announced back in 2018. That's all the time that we have on the show. News continues on the top of the hour.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show
जिससे Big Boss चुना जाता है.
The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज,
यूथ की आवाज.
They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
Guys, did you know that it was an Indian, yes, it was an Indian who invented this entire concept of USB. Well, USB आने से पहले we had एकदम complex mechanism to connect all the accessories to computers जहाँ पे connectors बहुत अलग-अलग हुआ करते थे, sometimes not really compatible across with each other, but the idea came that how about एक ऐसा पोर्ट, एक ऐसा कनेक्टर बनाया जाए जो यूनिवर्सली सेम हो.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening. A quick look at the headlines of this hour. Rahul Gandhi skips contesting from Amethi. That used to be a Gandhi pocket borough. He will contest from Raebareli. KL Sharma will fight Smriti Irani from Amethi. Charges of molestation against the Bengal Governor. Mamata Banerjee hits out at the Governor and asks, why is the Prime Minister silent? The Governor says the truth will prevail. The allegations are engineered. In the Supreme Court, a big hearing on Arvind Kejriwal's plea against his arrest. The Supreme Court tells the Enforcement Directorate they may consider interim bail because of elections. The BJP taunts the Gandhis for not contesting from Amethi. Prime Minister Modi's Daromat Bhagomat jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Mallikarjun Kharge hits back. The Prime Minister himself ran away to Varanasi is what he says. The markets dive. The Sensex drops 1%. The Nifty below the 22,500 mark. Our top story, there is more trouble for Prajal Rana, the JDS legislator at the centre of serious allegations of sexual assault, and his father H.D. Rana. The special public prosecutor has approached a court to invoke rape charges. Kidnapping charges have also been added. Prajal Rana remains out of the country. There's a lookout notice against him.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿನೂ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಗಳು ಕರೆಸಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೂ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ನಾನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್? ನೋ 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 ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕುಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಾರ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ.
My colleague Pratibha Raman joins us now for the very latest on this. So Pratibha, just break it down for our viewers. There is more trouble which is mounting for the father-son duo. There is a third FIR as well. Just for the benefit of our viewers, when was the first one? Who was it against and what were the charges? And on the second and the third one, what are the details?
In fact, the first FIR was registered in Hassan, Holenarsipura to be precise, where one of the women complainants had alleged that Prajal Rana as well as HD Rana were involved, allegedly sexually harassing her, and Prajal Rana also making video calls to her daughter and making vulgar conversations. And Section 354 was invoked under the IPC with respect to this FIR, which formed the basis of the SIT to start its work. And as HD Rana as well as Prajal Rana were named in that FIR, the SIT began to question each of the witnesses as well as the women complainants who were featured in the controversial videos. Remember, at least over 2,000 videos that have been doing the rounds. With respect to the investigation thereon, another FIR was registered where one of the women complainants filed an FIR against Mr. Prajal Rana, and this case involved rape charges against Prajal Rana there. And the third FIR came this morning to light, where in Mysuru of Karnataka, the FIR registered suggested that HD Rana as well as his relative Satish Babu, they have been accused of raping one of the women who was also featured in the video. And the complainant suggested that his mother, who's the main person who's been missing, has been missing for quite a few days now, and he is alleged that HD Rana is responsible for kidnapping his mother. And these three FIRs have been doing the rounds now with respect to forming the basis of the cases against HD Rana as well as Prajal Rana, where the SIT has been working on it. While HD Rana has moved the Sessions Court to file an anticipatory bail application there, all eyes are on when Prajal Rana would return to India and what kind of action would be taken after the lookout notice that has been issued by the SIT as well as the Karnataka's Home Department.
All right, thanks very much for joining us with those details. I'm joined now by Dr. Geeta Bhatt, Lavanya Balal Jain of the Congress Party, and Khushbu Jain, the advocate, the senior advocate in the Supreme Court. Khushbu, let me come to you first. What is significant now, and this is what was, it hadn't come forward in the last couple of days, is that there is now a third FIR. It is not just the son, but also the father. The first one in Hassan, the second one, I'm not sure of the location, the third one in Mysuru. The third one in Mysuru is of rape and kidnap. It involves HD Rana as well. I mean, how do you look at, this evidence or alleged evidence actually building up against the father-son duo?
First of all, not a senior counsel. I'm an advocate in Supreme Court. Okay, now going to your
question.
To
us, you are a senior counsel, but go right ahead.
Okay, and the second point, the question which you raised. See, we'll have to see the content of the FIR and what are the exact allegations against both the people that are involved into it. Before that, getting into that, commenting on it would be very premature. But to understand that how these things are transpiring and what kind of CDs have come out and if such kind of heinous crime is happening, and it's coming every day. So I think this openness or awareness and the media and involvement of media into has brought in a place where the women are feeling comfortable that they can come out and file a case against a powerful entity like this. And what we are seeing today is 1, 2, and it might come up because we have seen how many numbers of sex tapes were being found in this scenario. So there would be different aspects of charges of sexual harassment and others. And I think looking into that, only lookout circular has been issued. But it's a serious issue. And I think it cannot be taken as one of the cases, but it should be it could be taken as a crime against a mass crime kind of a thing, but not, all cases should be involved, should be tagged together, and it should be taken as one of the cases, not singular cases, should be tried all together. And at the same time, this has to be taken up very seriously because this is a repetitive crime that is happening, and this turns out to be either a power play or something seriously wrong. It's crimes against community, if I have to put it across, because if this kind of things are happening with people with the power, people with the money, and community at large is getting succumbed to this has to be taken up seriously, irrespective of whichever party you are. I'm not pro-party, pro any party, but this is crime against humanity, if I have to put it across. So it's something very serious and has to be taken up very seriously. I think the evidence part, the charge sheet part, or the part of investigating should also go very fast and smooth, should not take much time into it, so that some justice can come out, and a lot of other women who are still very scared to come out would come out, and this will set as a precedent for others who are succumbing to something like that in other places would come out, and this will give a lot of power to those people.
Right.
So this would be my personal opinion. But going into involvement of father or not involvement of father without understanding the charges would be very premature.
Lavanya, the fact is that H.D. Revanna has been mentioned in at least 2 of these 3 FIRs. The final one is of rape and kidnap. Again, how do you see these allegations building up? And because the charge of kidnap is something which is new as well, apparently somebody has gone missing.
Yes, one of the persons who worked as domestic help and as residents has gone missing from 29th of last month. He's just applied for a pre-arrest bail for kidnapping. Revanna has just done that a few minutes ago. He was supposed to appear before SIT for questioning on May 2nd, which is skipped. This is terrible. I mean, irrespective of whichever party you come from, I hope the SIT investigation is swift and fast and the victims get justice. Like our previous, guest was speaking, she's an advocate. I agree with her. This is such a huge crime of such a big extent. It has to be, viewed differently rather than just as a rape tape,
I'm trying to understand over here, Lavanya, from you, as a matter of fact, no political sort of statement over here, that this third FIR pertains to kidnap and rape, and it is just against the father, or is it father and son?
This is against both the father and son, because the rape, the son who has filed the case, Raju, he claims the son had on video. There is video footage of his mother, which was leaked, among other footages. She's seen who's tied up, and there was an assault on her. And after that, apparently before 29th of last month, April 29th, it was Revanna's close aide called Mr. Satish who had come and threatened the mother and son. And on the 29th night, Satish comes and takes the mother away, and she's not been seen since then. That's why the son has today filed a kidnapping case. So the rape case is against Revanna's son, Prajal Rana. Kidnap charges are against Revanna.
That's absolutely shocking. Dr. Geeta Bhatt, how would you look at it now? The fact that this woman who was allegedly assaulted and raped, allegedly, has now gone missing, apparently after being kidnapped. Her son now coming on record and saying, "Where is my mother?" The son, Prajwal, allegedly the attacker in this case, but the father named in the kidnap aspect of this. Again, how would you look at this?
Vishnuji, we were earlier also, a few days back also discussing this case, and I think this is just getting murkier by the day.
It is.
And I think once the charge sheet actually gets filed, we will really come to know exactly, how the sequence of the things had happened. And in any case, it is something which is appalling to know that, someone who's in the position of power, someone, who's an elected democratic representative, he has been alleged to have been committed such grave crimes against, whether it is one woman or many women, irrespective of that. And for so many years it has been happening, and no one came out to speak against it. But nevertheless, I think it is something which needs to be put on fast track, and the state government should actually look into doing something of getting this person back. And as it is being told that he's applying for a bail, this is just I mean, this is something, it is going to have a very negative adverse impact on them as, people who are, have a political life, are actually in public life.
Lavanya, go ahead.
And also, that he went on using, he has a diplomatic passport, and he did not take any clearance from the Ministry of External Affairs. Of course, they don't have to apply for a visa as being a member of parliament. But nowadays, all the parliamentarians, they have to take a clearance for any kind of a visit
so
that
it's
they
quite
are
clear, Geeta,
supposed.
that he was. It seems that prima facie he was trying to escape.
Right,
or get out of this of the situation. But Geeta ji, just 1 second. Lavanya, go ahead.
All I'm saying is, at this point of time, we have not seen a word of concern or sympathy for the victims from the JDS. None of the leaders, be it the MPs, absconding person's parents or his uncle, there's no word of sympathy or concern for any of the victims. That is very shocking and surprising, isn't it? And also, we wish, to know from the BJP why they have not yet broken the alliance with the JDS. Why do they still continue to be alliance partners after coming to know about such a heinous crime? I think we have not heard of a heinous crime like this in the last 100 years committed by one person alone. So why do they continue to be partners with them?
Geeta ji, do you want to take that question?
Vishnuji, I think the Home Minister has, some time back in one of his statements has very clearly said that they would never not stand with anyone who has been proven guilty to be responsible for, any kind of a crime against women. And they have made it, he has made it very clear when he was asked in one of the interviews regarding with respect to this particular case. And also, it is something which is once the charge sheet is filed, I'm sure when it is much more clearer how it has, the development of the cases have taken place, because there are so many theories which are coming. I am sure nobody, no political party would like to take a stand where such grave charges which proved would be shown, because you see, at times it happens that in political parties, some political parties, they come out in open and take a stand. Some of them, for example, and now you will say that, two wrongs don't make a right, but it is important to quote here, but we have seen many such cases. For example, in Congress party, the Youth Congress president, B.V. Srinivas, there were allegations that, by their own president, Youth Congress president from Assam, that he had made, sexual assault on him. And instead of looking at the case, she was thrown out of the party. So
but just all of you hold on for 1 second. I know Lavanya wants to come in on this, and Khushbu as well. I just want to read out some statistics. According to 2023 analysis by the Association of Democratic Reforms, out of 4,089 election affidavits of sitting MPs and MLAs, 134 individuals, including 21 MPs and 113 MLAs, have cases related to crimes against women. I have the breakup of every single party: the BJP, the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party. Alarmingly, as many as 18 MPs and MLAs have declared pending cases related to rape. So, Khushbu, the question is this: political leaders can say whatever they want and say that, you have a rapist on your side or you have a rapist on your side. This is just, talk for the sake of talk, women's rights. Nobody really believes in it, do they?
No, but Vishnu, we should say that we have got rapists in our country. It's irrespective of which party you are coming to, and rapists coming from people with power. And imagine people with power to an extent that the number is increasing. One person has more than one case against him, and in this scenario, it's unimaginable. And that's only because of the part that the people with the power, people with the money, are able to get away, and law do not apply to them. They can circumvent law. That's the precedent that we are setting. So all I'm trying to put it over here is, irrespective of party, I'm again putting it that let's stop playing that aspect. And I think we are 3 women on this panel, and you are with us, Vishnu, that it is crime against women. Let's forget crime, which party or what not party. Let's all of us be together in this, and let's have that stand over here that it's crime against women. We have to fight. We have to make sure that any crime against women and such heinous crime do not get away just because you have muscle, power, or money. The laws are not only for poor. Let's start implementing those laws. We have laws in place, but the only problem that goes is they can circumvent because of intimidation, because of the power, because they can play around with that, because of enforcement of those laws on on these political parties or the people with the power. It's not just political party, but people with money power also circumvent these laws.
And that remains a huge worry. I'm going to start wrapping this up. Lavanya, go ahead.
Quickly, I just want to inform everybody, just a couple of days ago, Ishwarappa's son got injunction against his videos in Karnataka. Vishnu, if you look at the number of leaders in Karnataka across different parties who have got injunction for their videos, it's a huge number. We also wonder, why is it that the court, when this case is going on, felt it right? We're not questioning the court, but we would like to understand as women, why does the court think it is perfectly fine to give injunction to all of these videos when these cases are going on? Most probably the women are victims here. Why does the legal system do this? That's something we would all like to understand. Also, let's not forget BJP forged the alliance with the JDS after he took injunction for his CDs last year. Everyone wants women to be safe.
Sure.
Yeah.
We are also joined by Pramila Nasargi, Senior Advocate and former Chairperson of the Karnataka Bar Council. Thanks, ma'am, very much. Pramila ji, for being with us. Since we were talking, and that was last night, the new development is an FIR which has been filed in Mysuru. This is the third FIR in the cases against father and son, Prajal Rana and H.D. Rana. The third FIR pertains to a case of rape allegedly committed by Prajal Rana and kidnap, apparently at the behest of the father, of a woman who was apparently tied up and assaulted in the past, possibly raped in the past. That woman has now gone missing. And her son has finally come on record and said, "Where is my mother?" This is getting much more murky. And there appears to be, allegedly, a cover-up which is taking place. How would you look at the fact that there are now 3 FIRs? Pramila ji.
No, all that I want to tell you is they are fabricating cases one after the other. I think they have a manufacturing unit. The Karnataka has become like old Mahabharata where Dushasana and Duryodhana used to be there. The present Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar both are acting as Dushasana and Duryodhana, and they're taking Kadgal against the Mr. Revana family, and for no reason. I had the occasion to go through the alleged complaints said to have been given by one Mr. Raju, alleged kidnapping. According to him, on the day of the election, somebody had come on behalf of Bhavani Revana to take her to their place. And thereafter, he has not seen them. That is the allegation. Nowhere in the complaint there is a mention of Mr. Revana's name. Then how could they register a case against Revana? On the face of it, it is illegal. For what reason? If at all, if his wife had called, then the wife would be the A1. He is not the other person. Apart from that, they must file a complaint against missing. Not that they were kidnapped and all that. There is no averment. She was forcibly taken. And it is a fabricated document created for the purpose of case. Once Mr. Revana withdrew the anticipatory bail, on what basis? The SIT came and said there are only bailable offences. There is no non-bail offence. That's the reason they advocate for the. So, on the face of it, we do the complaint, and after that, they did not know how to tag him, how to bring him to book. So they create this case and they file a case, alleged kidnapping and missing. And assuming it's missing, what the effort that they have taken to trace her, they have not done anything. They have not done. Apart from that, one more important thing is SIT registered a case only on the basis of the alleged videos which is circulated. Where is the allegation of circulating? Who circulated it? Already there is a complaint.
Okay, we'll talk about that aspect later, but let me... One sec, ma'am, lots of points. Let me get a response from Lavanya.
Investigation is a horse. Only for the sake of
Ma'am, we've heard you. Let's get a response. Lavanya, the key point that Pramila Nasargi is saying is that the Congress is fueling this. You're getting this done, whether it is removing a woman from the scene and then getting kidnap charges, etc., etc. How would you respond?
With all due respect to Pramila ji, who is a very senior person in Karnataka, I'm appalled at her statements. This is very detrimental to the case. This is detrimental to the safety of women involved. This is detrimental to the safety of all those women who are claiming to be victims of Prajal Rana. I do not know why she has to accuse the Congress of such actions. Those are very, very serious allegations against the CM and Deputy CM. There is no incentive for the Congress party to be planting cases against Rana or his family. I'm extremely appalled by these allegations, and I'm wondering, where does all of this come from, and why does this come, and how is it not going to affect all of these victims? I mean, how can you write off a son seeking his mother's safety, who says clearly, my mother was in the videos? No son would like to come out and say, my mother was raped by somebody, right? In the society that we live in, it has got a lot of stigma, right? It is always about victim shaming. I mean, what do you mean by we are planting the cases? There are thousands of women victims out there. I'm sorry, Vishnu, I'm really upset.
All right, look, we leave it over there. There have been 3 FIRs. Ultimately, all of this will have to be proven in a court of law, but the allegations appear to be extremely serious. Prajal Rana nowhere to be found. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jaggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
I have. Welcome back. Leaders of the India bloc are meeting in Delhi. It's a crucial meeting. They'll be looking at many things, including a huddle which comes, in fact, days after the Delhi Congress chief Arvinder Singh Lavely's resignation. My colleague Ishika joins us for more on this. Ishika, what's the agenda of the meeting?
Well, in fact, currently we are reporting from the spot, the Chelmsford Club, where in fact the meeting of the India Alliance Coordination Committee is taking place at the moment. Now, let me tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders like Sanjeev Jha, Durgesh Pathak, Dilip Pandey, all are inside. And in fact, if we talk about the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee, well, Devendra Yadav, who is the interim president at the moment of the DPCC, he's inside with the other leaders like Anil Bhardwaj and Subhash Chopra. Now, in fact, if we talk about today, well, it is likely that after this crucial meeting, the observers of the India Alliance Coordination Committee for all the 7 Lok Sabha seats in Delhi is likely to be announced. Now, the agenda of this meeting is, for the smooth campaigning of the Congress Party and the Aam Aadmi Party for the 7 Lok Sabha seats in the national capital. Now, in fact, today it is also expected that they will also in fact establish a roadmap as to how their joint campaigning will go on. Now, this also includes the public rally, this also includes the road shows, in fact, of the joint alliance of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. So currently, in fact, we talk about the meeting has started inside, the leaders are inside, and we are expecting that, after the meeting gets over, the observers for the 7 seats of, of the India Alliance bloc for the national capital is in fact expected to be announced today itself. Over to you.
Thanks, Ishika, very much for being with us. The Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose has denied allegations of sexual harassment made by an employee of the Raj Bhavan, calling it an engineered narrative. A molestation complaint has been filed by a Raj Bhavan staffer who alleged that she was molested on the pretext of a job. The incident comes on a day when the Prime Minister reached Raj Bhavan, that same Raj Bhavan, to spend the night before a day of rallies in Bengal.
আপনাদের কি এখতিয়ারের মধ্যে পড়ে গভর্নরের বিরুদ্ধে ইনকোয়ারি করেন?
দেখুন, আমরা ইনকোয়ারিটা যেটা আমরা কমপ্লেন একটা এসেছে, যেহেতু শ্লীলতাহানি, ইট ইজ অফ আ সেন্সিটিভ ম্যাটার, ওটা মহিলা এসেছিলেন, উনি ডিটেলসে আমাদের সাথে কথা বলেছেন। আমরা এটাকে আপাতত এটা ইনকোয়ারি করছি এবং আমরা আমাদের যেটা ল ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং কনস্টিটিউশনাল এক্সপার্ট যারা আছে তাদের সাথে আমরা এই বিষয়ে কথা বলবো।
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, टीएमसी की ये पॉलिटिक्स है। ये कितना नीचे जाएंगे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, और उस लेडी को लेके भी कंस्पिरेसी था, पहले से ही सब जगह चर्चा था, तो जो होना था वही हुआ है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कि इससे बच पाएगा टीएमसी इतना नीचे जाके राजनीति करके।
রাজভবনে চাকরি করতে বিবেকসেদে তার সাথে কি ব্যবহার করেছেন মাননীয় রাজ্যপাল মহাশয়? আপনি আমায় কালকেও বলে পাঠিয়েছেন আমার মন্ত্রী কেন আপনাকে সব বলেছে। শুনে রাখুন, আমার কাছে একটা নয় 1000টা ঘটনা এসছে, কিন্তু আমি কোনোদিন কোনো কথা বলিনি। কিন্তু কালকে মেয়েটির কান্না আমার হৃদয় বিদারণ হয়েছে। সন্দেশখালি বলবার আগে রাজ্যপাল কেন তার কাজের মেয়েকে, কেন তার ঘরে কাজ করে বলে মেদিনীপুর পূর্বের একটি মেয়েকে একবার নয় পরপর 2 বার মলেস্টেশন করেছেন। আমি তো তার কান্না দেখলাম, আমার কাছে ভিডিও এসছে, আমি পুরো মন দিয়ে দেখেছি। সেখানেই তো আপনি কাল থেকে এলেন, কই একটা কথা মুখ দিয়ে তো বললেন না। আপনার লোকজনেরও তো তখন ছিল, যখন মেয়েটা কেঁদে বেরোচ্ছিল, বলেছে আর আমি রাজভবনে চাকরি করতে যাব না, ভয় পাচ্ছে কখন যখন তখন ডেকে খারাপ ব্যবহার করবে, অসম্মান করবে। আর আপনি মা বোনদের নিয়ে কথা বলছেন।
Well, I'm joined now by my colleague Saurabh Gupta, Kolkata Bureau Chief. Saurabh, the charges seem fairly serious. Where exactly is the police with their investigation?
Well, the police investigation can proceed only with the filing of a criminal case, and the commencement of a criminal case is an FIR or a first information report. But to do that, there has to be, some sort of clearance that the police need to have, because this is involving the governor, the highest constitutional functionary of the state, who enjoys a certain immunity from prosecution. And therefore, the police are taking legal opinion before they actually move ahead with the criminal investigation or decide to do whatever they have to do as the next step in this case. But they've agreed, they've received a complaint, and they've also accepted and recorded the complaint that the woman has filed. Meanwhile, the governor has banned the police from entry into the Raj Bhavan for the sake of any investigation. Also, the governor has, hit out at a minister for, targeting him. But now, of course, the Chief Minister, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, has also targeted the governor over the incident. The governor says this is character assassination, and these are engineered narratives with a political motive, and that this will not deter him from exposing corruption and stopping violence in West Bengal. But at the same time, this has become a political showdown now, but the investigation will proceed only with the commencement of a case on which the police are seeking legal opinion, given that the governor enjoys, immunity from prosecution under the Constitution.
Right, we leave it over there. Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break, come back with the very latest.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज.
In a move which has been slammed by the BJP, the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi today filed his nomination for the Raebareli Lok Sabha seat, choosing to skip a direct contest with Smriti Irani in Amethi, a seat that used to be a Congress pocket borough. Raebareli is the seat vacated recently by Rahul Gandhi's mother Sonia Gandhi when she moved to the Raj Sabha. The Congress is being represented by KL Sharma, a long-time loyalist of the Gandhi family. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra could not be convinced to contest from Raebareli, which she had nursed for over a decade on her mother's behalf. The Prime Minister was quick to target the Gandhis today, saying "Daro mat, bhago mat," after he skipped contesting from Amethi. He also said Sonia Gandhi, the tallest leader in the Congress, ran to the Rajasthan and entered the Rajya Sabha from there. Amit Shah said that Sonia Gandhi has launched Rahul Baba 20 times unsuccessfully.
पूरे देश में कितना ही जोर लगा दे, कितना ही जोर लगा दे, ये लोग घूम घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत. मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत. और आज मैं एक और बात कहूंगा, कांग्रेस इस बार पहले से भी कम सीटों पर सिमटने जा रही है.
मैंने उन्होंने खुद ही भाग के वाराणसी आए ना जी, हाँ पूछो उनको.
Well, there have been several reactions which have been coming in on the story. Let's listen in.
मेहमानों का स्वागत है. हम लोग अतिथियों के स्वागत में कोई कसर छोड़ेंगे नहीं. इतना ही कह दूं कि अमेठी से गांधी परिवार का ना लड़ना इस बात का संकेत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव में एक वोट पड़ने से पहले ही अमेठी से अपना हार स्वीकार कर चुकी है.
इस सोनिया जी ने, मोदी जी ने तो एक ही बार ट्राई किया और चंद्रयान लॉन्च हो गया. ये राहुल बाबा नाम के यान को सोनिया जी 20 बार लॉन्च कर चुकी है, मगर लॉन्चिंग इनकी सफल नहीं हुई है. और आज 21वीं बार फिर से अमेठी से भागकर रायबरेली में पर्चा डाला. अरे राहुल बाबा, मैं यहां से रायबरेली का परिणाम बता देता हूं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी दिनेश प्रताप सिंह के सामने आप रायबरेली से प्रचंड बहुमत से हारने जा रहे हैं. मेरी बात लिख कर.
इन्होंने लगातार 40 सालों के लिए आपकी सेवा की है. मैंने खुद आंखों से देखा. मैं खुद यहाँ पे आपके साथ मैंने खुद काम किया और इस चुनाव में भी मैं इनके साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर चुनाव लड़वाएंगे. और आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ, मैं आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप भी हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर इस चुनाव को लड़वाएंगे और किशोरी जी को जिताएंगे. हम अमेठी में एक बार फिर सच्चाई की राजनीति और सेवा की राजनीति वापस लाना चाहते हैं।
नहीं, ये तो मैं खरगे जी का, सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का, प्रियंका जी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को इतनी बड़ी जो उनकी पारिवारिक सीट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे को दिया है। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि यहाँ मेहनत करूँ।
भैया नामांकन हो गया, भारी बहुमत से जीतेंगे हम लोग, शानदार विजय होगी राहुल जी की भी और के शर्मा जी की भी।
A crucial hearing today in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court looking into the Arvind Kejriwal case. Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, presently behind bars in connection with the Delhi liquor scam, has objected to the case and the charges which were filed against him and of his arrest. The Supreme Court today said in the course of hearings that they may consider interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal. This as the Delhi Chief Minister has moved a plea challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Bench of Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Dipankar Datta will be looking at the interim bail application, or possibility I should say, it's not an application, on the 7th of May, which is a Tuesday. My colleague Ashish Bhargav has the details.
Yeah, it's a big development and a big hope for Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party also. Supreme Court says because this case is taking time, so we may consider in next hearing, which is on May 7, we may consider the interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal. Also told ED to take instruction, ED Council to take instructions on two questions. One, for interim bail for Kejriwal, what condition can be imposed on Kejriwal for interim bail? 4, due to elections. And second, can he should he be allowed to sign the official government file from inside the Tihar jail? These two big questions asked by the Supreme Court to ED, and it's a big development, and it's an important judgment because the 2 hours hearing in Supreme Court, ED was grilled by Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked many questions. Also asked if Aam Aadmi Party is the beneficiary, Aam Aadmi Party is the prime suspect, how can be Kejriwal, ED say Kejriwal is a prime suspect, because in a case there can't be two suspects in a case. And also said if there is no attachment etc. in this PMLA case, so how can proceeding can be done against Kejriwal? Important questions. Supreme Court will ask many questions on May 7 also. ED has to give all the answers to Supreme Court. But for Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party, it's a big day. 7th May is the big day when Supreme Court may consider, and Supreme Court will consider because ED was objecting on this. SV Raju, who is Additional Solicitor General of India appearing for ED. He was objecting. He said Kejriwal should file a bail petition in trial court, but Supreme Court says you prepare, you get instruction, and you come back on May 7. Two answer they have to be given. Supreme Court also, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who is heading this bench, also said we are yet to decide whether interim bail should be given to Kejriwal or not, but be prepared and come back with the answers. So it's a big day, May 7. Supreme Court will consider Arvind Kejriwal interim bail for elections, and Arvind Kejriwal hope for getting out from jail in election is now again it's come out.
Well, it's time now for a short break. Up after that, we'll revisit our top story: more trouble for Prajal Rana, the JDS legislator, and his father at the center of serious allegations of sexual assault.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Copa.
अगर आपके पास में आईफोन है, आपने स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग तो किया होगा, एंड समटाइम्स यू वुड वांट टू टॉक व्हाइल यू आर रिकॉर्डिंग द स्क्रीन. आपको कुछ बोलना अगर है, हाउ टू एंश्योर कि जब आप स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं उस टाइम पे माइक्रोफोन भी ऑन हो जाए और जो आप बोलना चाहते हैं वो भी रिकॉर्ड हो जाए. आई हैव अ वेरी सिंपल टिप फॉर दिस. जब अपने फोन के कंट्रोल सेंटर में जाते हैं और आपको स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग वाला वो आइकॉन मिलता है, इफ यू प्रेस एंड होल्ड ऑन दैट, वहां पे आपको माइक्रोफोन का आइकन दिखेगा एंड देयर यू कैन टॉगल द माइक फ्रॉम ऑन टू ऑफ एंड वाइस वर्सा. तो आपके लिए बड़ा इजी हो जाता है. इफ यू वांट टू हैव सम ऑडियो इन योर स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग, वन क्लिक आप ये काम कर सकते हैं इन योर आईफोन्स. यूज करो. कभी कभी वी नीड टू डू सम कमेंट्री एज वेल ओवर द स्क्रीन रिकॉर्डिंग, तो आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा काम आ सकता है.
There's more trouble for Prajal Rana, the JDS legislator at the center of serious allegations of sexual assault on his father H.D. Rana. The special public prosecutor has approached the court to invoke rape charges. Kidnapping charges have also been added. Prajal Rana remains out of the country. There is a lookout notice against him.
ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಗಳು ಕರೆಸಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೂ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ನಾನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್? ನೋ 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 ನೋ. ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕುಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಾರ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ.
Well, news from the election trail, an NDTV exclusive with Basav Raj Bommai, who's contesting from the Haveri Lok Sabha seat.
The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai ji, is contesting from Haveri. It is his debut as a Lok Sabha candidate from this constituency. Sir, how confident are you for your victory?
See, the way the people are responding, I have traveled more than 350 villages. All cross sections of the people are coming out openly and supporting and responding. I am very confident that I will win with a very comfortable majority.
But sir, certain odds are there, like Ishwarappa ji has revolted, and so what you have to say about it, because Korba population is...
Ishwarappa doesn't have any factor here. Therefore, in fact, he knows that I had supported his son also. But however, the party leaders have decided that I should contest. So that will not be an issue here.
Sir, you are known here as the irrigation man. As the irrigation minister, you have done a lot, not only for the constituency, but also for the state. Being an MP, how would you like to take it further?
See, Prime Minister is also giving priority to irrigations. There is a water mission program in Government of India. Krishi Sinchai Yojana is there. And at the macro level, interlinking of river has been planned out. So all these issues I will take very keen interest. I will deliberate and debate in the parliament.
You are also one of the very powerful Lingayat leader. Here, how are you getting support from the Lingayat community? Because your opponent is also a Lingayat leader.
And that doesn't matter. I said all cross sections of the people, all strata people are supporting the Prime Minister candidate Mr Narendra Modi ji. There is no competition at all. Even in a remote village, Modi wave is there. Therefore, I get support from everybody, including Bengal.
But sir, Panchamsali had revolted a little. Some resistance was there from their side.
No, nothing of that sort. In each and every taluka, all are united and supporting me.
What are issues before you when you go to voters?
I have been. They know that I am a development man, so they expect a lot of things. I have said that basically infrastructure, irrigation, and industrialization.
And Modi factor.
Modi factor is a core factor. So what I'll do for the constituency is 3 eyes, but all the other programs, everything, the entire nation is led by Modi, and Modi factor is always there. That's the core. That's the base.
Thank you very much. So the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, 2 former Chief Ministers are contesting this time. From Belgavi, Jagdish Shettarji, and from Haveri, Raj Bhavan. He is quite confident that people would support him and he will win this election. From Haveri, with camera person Govind Murthy, Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
We'll on now to our poll pulse. News first from Odisha, where the Union Minister and BJP Lok Sabha candidate from Sambalpur, Dharmendra Pradhan, has been participating in his nomination rally of the BJP's Lok Sabha candidate from Dhenkanal constituency, Rudra Narayan Pani. In other news, in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena leader Naresh Bhaske has filed his nomination as the party's candidate from Thane. Meanwhile, Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini has driven a tractor to reach the filing of nomination by the BJP candidate from Rohtak, Arvind Sharma. Today marks 1 year of the ethnic violence in Manipur between 2 communities that have seen over 200 deaths, thousands displaced, and still many missing, and the peace process failing to take off in fact. The Kuki-Zo and Meitei civil society organizations in Manipur have planned to hold events to mark 1 year of ethnic conflict in the state.
Today, as a mark of the completion of 1 year of these unfortunate situations, the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity, COCOMI in short, we are holding up a public meeting to revisit, reassess, and trying to understand the nature of conflict that we are facing today, and also to explore all the possible, situations that could have influence, that could have, intervened, that could have endorsed, or that could have, supported this event to carry on in a very proxy manner. And we are trying to assess that situation so that people of Manipur and the people of the larger nation and the world can understand what actually is going on in Manipur.
As we are entering 1 year completion, today we togetherly observe this day with the theme of Awakening Day of the Kuki-Zo. Everyone knows the center has no intention to solve this problem, the Kuki-Zo people, political movement. And today, observance may bring a better oneness, a better strength for the movement. And I hope it may also bring a new policy, a new better movement for the Kuki-Zo people, for survival of the political movement.
Well, the peace process is perhaps something which is completely elusive, given the fact that the official peace process, the government says now, is in a informal way. The MHA officials have been talking to civil society groups of both the warring communities. But remember last year when Union Home Minister had visited Manipur after the violence, after the first spell of violence, a committee was set up under the leadership of the governor of Manipur. But that official committee actually could not bring in both the communities on a talking table. When we last interviewed the Chief Minister, he did say that reach out from the government side is there. But however, ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, when Union Home Minister was in Manipur, he clearly ruled out the possibility of division of Manipur, given the fact that 10 Kuki-Zo tribe MLAs have demanded for a separate administration. The government says that they will negotiate with them and a solution will be arrived arrived at, but even now you have people, hundreds of them in relief camp. Many of them have permanently lost their livelihoods and their homes. When they can go back to their villages is not known. But what is also important is that low-key incidents of violence have continued. Only last week there was an incident where 2 CRPF jawans have lost their lives. So therefore, it seems both peace and solution still remains elusive for Manipur even after 1 year of months of ethnic unrest that the state has faced.
India said Pakistan harbors a most dubious track record on all aspects as it slammed destructive remarks made by Islamabad's envoy in the United Nations General Assembly. India's permanent representative to the UN Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj's stern response came after Pakistan's UN envoy Munir Akram made lengthy remarks against India during his address to the UN General Assembly meeting on culture and peace. Ms. Kamboj said, and I quote, "We choose to set aside the remarks from a certain delegation which not only lack decorum but also detract from our collective efforts due to their destructive nature."
In this assembly, as we endeavor to cultivate a culture of peace amid these challenging times, our focus remains steadfast on constructive dialogue. We thus choose to set aside the remarks from a certain delegation which not only lack decorum but also detract from our collective efforts due to their destructive and pernicious nature. We would strongly encourage that delegation to align with the essential principles of respect and diplomacy that must always guide our discussions. Or is that too much to ask of a country that harbors a most dubious track record on all aspects in itself?
Mr. Akram Munir raised the issue of Ajodhya, CAA and internal political issues of India, and it started targeting India over its internal law and order issues. And that is when Indian envoy Ms. Kamboj retorted to her in her address while saying that this is the basic principle of diplomacy and decency, that these issues, while it is being discussed about the culture of peace, Pakistan should respect that and should not take to personal attacks on India on such a global event. And also, while addressing the issue of terrorism and cultural pluralism in India, Ms. Kamboj also spoke about that how India has been a safe land for all the followers of all the religion, and also spoke about that how terrorism is a challenge for every country in the world.
Apple's approval of its biggest ever $110 billion stock buyback has investors very excited. The world's largest company by market capitalization intends to repurchase shares worth $110 billion, surpassing its own previous record of $100 billion that it announced in 2018. Well, we'll take a short break at this stage. Come back with more.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
all set for Phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV. Election means NDTV.
Did you know जब रवि किशन फुल ऑन मूड में होते हैं तो अपने हाथों से बाटी बना के खिलाते हैं? Did you know बांसुरी स्वराज knows the backstory behind चूर चूर नान के चूर चूर हो जाने के? But how do I know all of this? And when can I tell you more? टेस्ट कीजिए इन दोनों सवालों के आंसर्स in my freshly brewed and baked show पोल करी with Kunal Vijayakar only on the NDTV network.
36 lakh farmer families affiliated with Amul across 18,600 villages of Gujarat have pledged to vote with their families during these elections. I would also urge you to take this pledge and vote as a part of the democratic process of our country.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज. They make hashtags become a vote.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Supreme Court indicates interim bail for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Supreme Court says we may consider interim bail for the Chief Minister due to elections. The crucial top court hearing on the Chief Minister's plea next week. The suspense is over. Rahul Gandhi is the Congress's Raebareli candidate. Priyanka Gandhi, though, refuses to take the electoral plunge. Congress picks a Gandhi loyalist for Amethi. This as the Prime Minister takes a jibe, says scared Rahul is running away. Kharge hits back, says the Prime Minister himself ran away to Varanasi. Rape charge against Devagowda's grandson, a rape and kidnapping charge in Karnataka sex tapes FIR. This is Revanna's push for anticipatory bail amid mounting charges. Harassment charge against the Bengal Governor. The Governor denies the charge, says it's an engineered narrative. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee ups the ante, says, why is the Prime Minister silent? And the world marks Press Freedom Day, a tragic year for journalists with the Gaza conflict. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our top focus on the show tonight. Well, the Gandhis have finally decided to stay away from an electoral fight in Amethi. This is Rahul Gandhi filed his nomination from Raebareli, which has been a Congress bastion, the lone UP bastion for the Grand Old Party, in fact. This is Priyanka Gandhi decided to stay away from an electoral fight, though of course sources have told NDTV that the Congress president and the state unit of the party requested Priyanka Gandhi multiple times over to take the electoral plunge, but she decided to stay away. It was a grand show of strength in Raebareli meanwhile, with Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, also Robert Vadra and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge accompanying Rahul Gandhi as he filed his nomination papers from Raebareli. This is the Congress has decided to field a Gandhi loyalist, KL Sharma from Amethi. But this has, of course, triggered jibes from the BJP, with the Prime Minister himself saying that Rahul Gandhi is scared and he is running away from Amethi. Take a look.
ये लोग
घूम घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत। मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत। और आज मैं एक और बात कहूंगा, कांग्रेस इस बार पहले से भी कम सीटों पर सिमटने जा रही है।
मैंने उन्होंने खुद ही भाग के वाराणसी आए ना, हाँ पूछो उनको।
मेहमानों का स्वागत है। हम लोग अतिथियों के स्वागत में कोई कसर छोड़ेंगे नहीं। इतना ही कह दूं कि अमेठी से गांधी परिवार का ना लड़ना इस बात का संकेत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव में एक वोट पड़ने से पहले ही अमेठी से अपना हार स्वीकार कर चुकी है।
इस सोनिया जी ने, मोदी जी ने तो एक ही बार ट्राई किया और चंद्रयान लॉन्च हो गया। ये राहुल बाबा नाम के यान को सोनिया जी 20 बार लॉन्च कर चुकी है, मगर लॉन्चिंग इनकी सफल नहीं हुई है। और आज 21वीं बार फिर से अमेठी से भागकर रायबरेली में पर्चा डाला। अरे राहुल बाबा, मैं यहां से रायबरेली का परिणाम बता देता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी दिनेश प्रताप सिंह के सामने आप रायबरेली से प्रचंड बहुमत से हारने जा रहे हैं। मेरी बात लिख कर।
इन्होंने लगातार 40 सालों के लिए आपकी सेवा की है। मैंने खुद आंखों से देखा, मैं खुद यहाँ पे आपके साथ मैंने खुद काम किया और इस चुनाव में भी मैं इनके साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर चुनाव लड़वाएंगे। और आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ, मैं आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप भी हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर इस चुनाव को लड़वाएंगे और किशोरी जी को जिताएंगे। हम अमेठी में एक बार फिर सच्चाई की राजनीति और सेवा की राजनीति वापस लाना चाहते हैं।
नहीं, ये तो मैं खरगे जी का, सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का, प्रियंका जी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्हें मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को इतनी बड़ी जो उनकी पारिवारिक सीट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे को दिया है। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि यहाँ मेहनत करूँ।
Joining me on the show tonight, I'm being joined by senior journalist Aarti Jairath. Also with me, Matthew Anthony, spokesperson of the Congress. Tuhin Sen of the BJP will also be joining me shortly. Going across to you first, Mr. Anthony. Is this the Gandhis playing it safe? What is behind this strategy? Of course, the BJP says this is the Gandhis shying away from taking the electoral plunge in Amethi, a seat that used to be a pocket bureau of the Congress.
Vedant, thanks for having me in your show, and good evening to all the viewers also. Let me put it across very clearly that our focus is to win this election for the people of India. Now, you have shown the video clips of Narendra Modi speaking on Rahul Gandhi's seat, Smriti Irani speaking on Rahul Gandhi's seat, Amit Shah speaking on Rahul Gandhi's seat. Now, I have a question to ask for the viewers as well as to you. Did you see any one of them speaking about Prajal Rana? Did you see any one of them speaking about the price rise? Did you see any one of them speaking about the unemployment? Did you see any one of them speaking about the social disharmony in this country?
That's a fair
They really
point,
don't
Mr.
want to
Anthony,
address.
But, all these points you're raising, for them to actually translate into some sort of, a relatable narrative, you have to take the electoral plunge. Why did Priyanka Gandhi not take the electoral plunge, despite, as sources say, the state unit, Congress President Kharge also requesting her to, throw her hat in the ring?
As our leader Rahul Gandhi has put it on the social media platform the other day, it's a chess game. You're seeing the strategies being unfolded. So if at all we speak the entire strategy out in the media in public, then what's the point in having a strategy? Wait for it. You will see what is going to happen. It will unfold by itself.
All right. Many would say that perhaps this 11th hour announcement says that there was no strategy till the last minute. But Aarti Jairath, how do you look at this? you know, there has been a lot of focus also, if you travel through Uttar Pradesh, that the Congress cadre has entirely shifted to the BJP. Do you think this strategy would work in sort of enthusing the cadre on the ground? Because it's a cadre crisis for the Congress, so to speak. When you have, you know, a cadre-based party driven by ideology on the other side, how will this move of the Congress actually impact the cadre on the ground?
Well, listen, I mean, the Congress must have thought about this very carefully before they took this decision, because they knew that the BJP would attack Rahul Gandhi for being scared and for running away, for admitting defeat and so on, if he didn't contest from Amethi. So obviously they factored all this in when they took the decision. I think one reason for Priyanka Vadra not joining the contest this time is that this frees her to campaign. And as we have seen in recent days, she has turned out to actually be the most effective campaigner for the Congress. Yes. She speaks well. She, her Mangal Sutra, her reply to the Mangal Sutra jibe seems to have, got a lot of traction. So she is she is a good campaigner. And if you tie her down in an electoral contest, naturally she can't travel as widely as she has been doing, and as I think she plans to do over the next 5 phases. So I think that's one reason why she hasn't joined the fray. Okay. Now, the question is, why did Rahul Gandhi choose Raebareli instead of Amethi? There's no question that I think Raebareli is a safer seat for him than Amethi. Raebareli has historically chosen Gandhi family candidates, except once when Indira Gandhi was punished after the emergency in 1977. And twice the BJP won the seat when there was no family member who was there to contest the seat. Yes. From Raebareli. Otherwise, it has always been won by either a Gandhi family member or a family loyalist like Satish Sharma won the seat twice. Okay.
You made an interesting point also about, Priyanka Gandhi perhaps campaigning on the national level and Rahul Gandhi sort of fighting a higher fight with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. But I'll come back to that. Tuhin Sinha, while of course we see the Prime Minister taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi, BJP leaders attacking the Congress, it is their prerogative who to field from where.
Well, good evening, Vedant. Good evening, everybody. I think quitting, escapism and abdication of responsibility have been the hallmark of Rahul Gandhi's career. And he has been very consistent in that. But look at the plight of Congress workers, whatever Congress workers remain on the ground, who had been camping for the last 4 days, hoping that, Rahul Gandhi would eventually come to Amethi. Look at the plight of some of the Darbari journalists who had been sent there, who perhaps went on their own, and who had been camping for the last 4 days in Amethi, sending tweets and sending reports that Rahul Gandhi is coming. So these people don't care for anybody. But fact is, why did he eventually run away? Because as a member of parliament from Amethi, he was a gross underperformer, and Amethi did not even have a proper factory, which they set up in the last 4 decades. Today you have a defense corridor passing through its vicinity. Today you have a big food processing industry which is generating generating employment. So all of these things there for people to see. Besides, one final point, 2 years ago, in one of his visits to Wayanad, he seemed to have got carried away and said, it's such a pleasure coming to Wayanad, because as a member of parliament from the north, I would often find people from north ill-informed. They were ignorant.
Okay. So, fair point there, but that point you made about Congress workers on the ground, Mr. Anthony, your response to that? Because there were all these workers who said that we want a Gandhi to contest from Amethi.
Vedant, I'm very happy that BJP people are acknowledging that the workers are really wanting the Gandhis to fight from there. Yes, it is a truth, but the party has taken the decision, and for a moment, he made the remark on the escapism. And I'm saying that let BJP not too much worried about what Rahul Gandhi does, but let BJP be worried about the escapism which their leaders are doing on Prajal Rana, on the price rise, on the unemployment. They don't want to address it at all. I would like to recall this to the audience as well as to the entire nation. How did the Prime Minister had the audacity to lie to the entire nation of a 15 lakhs? Now everybody is laughing at it, saying that it's a 10-year-old thing. BJP can invoke 70-year-old thing to this country and make a story out of it. I'm asking about the Prime Minister's lie, entire lie to the 145 crores of the people that I will bring back the black money and I will put 15 lakhs into the account of every individual of this country. What does the BJP spokesperson or the Prime Minister has to address on this rather than escaping from it?
Right.
Then when the petrol prices was at, international prices was at $115, Indian price was at 71 rupees, controlled through the excise duty cuts. Now it is at $84. Let me complete it. Now it is at $84 internationally. We are at 100, and we had the windfall of the Russian crude oil at $50 also. And the Prime Minister made a commitment, give me 50 days, I will bring it down to 50 rupees. Now he has got 3,650 days. Where is the price now? Does the BJP people can do a, they will do a destructive another argument, but can you do an argument on this?
I'll get
what is the
LPG
come in
on the point of Amethi again, and let's focus on Amethi because that's sort of generated the most amount of interest. You know, do you see that? Do you see this as some sort of strategy, fielding a non-Gandhi from Amethi, or do you see or do you see it as not much of a change, because after all, it is a Gandhi loyalist again contesting from Amethi?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Ms. Jairat, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think it has been deliberately, you know, it has been very well thought out. So obviously there is a strategy behind it. You know, again, to go back to the point I was making originally, since now Rahul is fighting from a safer seat rather than, you know, Amethi, which I think last time he was pretty shocked that he lost. You know, it also again frees him to, you know, campaign nationally. And as you can see, the Congress, the BJP's entire strategy is to attack the Congress and the Gandhi family. So obviously the Gandhi family has to lead the campaign. And, you know, I think they don't want Rahul to get tied down in Amethi in a contest, you know, against Smriti Irani. Vedant, I also want to say one thing. I think the BJP is a little peaked that, you know, what would have been a star contest has now turned out to be such a, you know, low profile. I mean, Smriti Irani is contesting a virtual non-entity.
Yes.
You know, and, you know, so that whole star power thing has gone out of this campaign. You know, there is no fun anymore, really.
Absolutely.
So let's see how it works out. I think by putting up KL Sharma, who is a local, and he's very well known both in Raebareli and Amethi because he has been looking after the constituency for the last both constituencies, for several decades. Right. And I think he knows every nook and corner of Amethi. He knows people. And the fact that Priyanka has said that she is going to stand with him shoulder to shoulder through the campaign, right. I think the Gandhis are trying to send a message to Amethi that they have not abandoned the constitution.
That's interesting because, you know, a backroom strategist, a poll crisis manager taking on the electoral plunge is always interesting. But Mr. Tuhin Sinha, since you joined the debate late, last word to you, the kind of interest around Amethi and Raebareli and whether the Gandhis will contest, you know, you had BJP leaders also sort of speculating. Is there some amount of nervousness? Because after all, these are erstwhile Congress bastions.
You know, let me tell you, there are no safe seats left for Gandhis anywhere in the country. So he's going to lose from Raebareli also, because in the last elections in 2019, if you look at the margin of victory of Congress, that had anyway come down by 50%. Now, the Congress spokesperson on your show has been peddling a lot of lies. I would request you, if possible, can you play that video of Mr. Modi, where he's said to be believed or he's supposed to have spoken about 15 lakhs? Or there is perhaps lack of comprehension in all Congresses. What Mr. Modi was essentially saying, that if you quantify the amount of black money in, you know, abroad, that would essentially be somewhere, you know, 15 times the size of the population. Now, if Congresses don't comprehend...
It was very clearly told that I will bring the entire black money. I can share the video. I will bring the entire black money.
Okay, that's an entirely different issue. I'm afraid I'll have to leave it there. Thanks very much, Ms. Jairat and gentlemen, for joining us on the debate this evening. Of course, very interesting there. Finally, the suspense over Raebareli and Amethi coming to an end. But let's cut across live to where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is currently campaigning in Fatehpur Sikri. Take a look.
आपको रोजगार क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है? इस 5 किलो राशन के बोरे पर आपको निर्भर बनाना चाहते हैं। ये आपकी आत्मनिर्भरता नहीं चाहते। अगर चाहते तो क्या अग्निवीर जैसी स्कीम लाते? अगर चाहते तो ये जो 30 लाख पद खाली पड़े केंद्र सरकार में 10 सालों में, क्या इनको नहीं भरते? अरे बहुत व्यस्त रहे हैं, दुनिया में भ्रमण करते हुए कभी आप अमेरिका में दिखते हैं, कभी रूस में दिखते हैं, कभी कहीं दिखते हैं, कभी चीन के प्रेसिडेंट के साथ झूला झूलते हैं, लेकिन आपके पास नहीं आते, आपकी समस्याओं को नहीं समझते। बहुत सत्ता जिसके पास हो जाती है ना, सुन लो, जिसके पास बहुत सत्ता हो जाती है वो अक्सर अहंकारी हो जाता है। क्या होता है कि आसपास के लोग जो होते हैं सच नहीं बोलते, आसपास के लोग जो होते हैं वो चमचागिरी करते हैं, सच्चाई नहीं बोलते हैं, डरते हैं। आज मोदी जी के पास इतनी सत्ता है कि पूरे जितने भी अधिकारी हैं, उनके साथी हैं, उनसे डरते हैं। ये बात सच है। तो जब डरते हैं तो देश की सच्चाई कैसे बताएंगे? मोदी जी आपके बीच तो आते नहीं है, तो उनको पता कैसे चलता है?
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hope. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Welcome back. In what seems to be some sort of a ray of hope for arrested Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the Supreme Court has said that they would consider interim bail given the fact that elections are underway. In fact, they've also asked the Aam Aadmi Party and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to furnish the grounds for interim bail. So that's an important development there coming from Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court has also asked the Enforcement Directorate if Arvind Kejriwal can continue his work as Chief Minister from inside jail. Now remember, this was when the Supreme Court was hearing Arvind Kejriwal's plea against the Enforcement Directorate's arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister in the liquor policy case. And the next date of hearing is on Tuesday next week. That's going to be an important day because remember, the Supreme Court and this bench headed by Justice Khanna has also asked the Aam Aadmi Party to furnish the grounds for bail. Ashish Bhargav with the latest.
Yeah, it's a big development and a big hope for Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party also. Supreme Court says because this case is taking time, so we may consider in next hearing, which is on May 7, we may consider the interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal. Also told ED to take instruction, ED Council to take instructions on two questions. One, for interim bail for Kejriwal, what condition can be imposed on Kejriwal for interim bail? 4, due to elections, and second, can he should he be allowed to sign the official government file from inside the Tihar jail? These two big questions asked by the Supreme Court to ED, and it's a big development, and it's an important judgment because the 2 hours hearing in Supreme Court, ED was grilled by Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked many questions. Also asked if Aam Aadmi Party is the beneficiary, Aam Aadmi Party is the prime suspect, how can be Kejriwal, ED say Kejriwal is a prime suspect, because in a case there can't be two suspects in a case, and also said if there is no attachment etc. in this PMLA case, so how can proceeding can be done against Kejriwal? Important questions. Supreme Court will ask many questions on May 7 also. ED has to give all the answers to Supreme Court, but for Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party, it's a big day. 7th May is the big day when Supreme Court may consider, and Supreme Court will consider, because ED was objecting on this. SV Raju, who is Additional Solicitor General of India appearing for ED. He was objecting. He said Kejriwal should file a bail petition in trial court, but Supreme Court says you prepare, you get instruction, and you come back on May 7. Two answer they have to be given. Supreme Court also, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, who is heading this bench, also said we are yet to decide whether interim bail should be given to Kejriwal or not, but be prepared and come back with the answers. So it's a big day, May 7. Supreme Court will consider Arvind Kejriwal interim bail for elections, and Arvind Kejriwal hope for getting out from jail in election is now again it's come out.
And moving to more news now from the national capital. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress met to chalk out the strategy for Delhi just days after the Congress chief of Delhi, Arvinder Singh Lovely, stepped down. So the visuals coming in of Aam Aadmi Party and Congress leaders meeting, chalking out their strategy for the national capital. Remember, there's a seat sharing plan here with the Aam Aadmi Party contesting on maximum seats and the Congress also contesting on some of the seats. And as I said, this is a crucial meeting given the fact that it comes just days after Arvinder Singh Lovely stepped down, citing differences with the Congress High Command and differences with its alliance partner, with the Congress's alliance partner, the Aam Aadmi Party as well. So, of course, an important strategy meeting here. Delhi, remember, goes to polls later this month. In fact, Ishika Verma is now joining us live. So, Ishika, what was this meeting about? Was the issue of the Congress chief in Delhi stepping down brought up in the meeting?
Well, Vedant, certainly this comes day after, Arvinder Singh Lovely resigned from the post of the DPCC president. So it certainly seems like the Congress and also the Aam Aadmi Party do not want to take any chances, especially, when Delhi goes to poll just later this month. So definitely this meeting of the India Bloc Coordination Committee Delhi took place here in the national capital just few minutes ago. It ended. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party has appointed Durgesh Pathak, in fact, as the head of the panel of this coordination committee panel from its side, while the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee has appointed Subhash Chopra as the head of the panel from their side. Now, this meeting, certainly the agenda was, in fact, to introduce the 7 observers, each from the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, who have been appointed for the 7 Lok Sabha seats of national capital. Now, today, certainly the strategy, they were trying to, try to talk out a strategy for the joint campaigning of the India Alliance bloc in the national capital. So today, in our conversation with Durgesh Pathak, he said that today an introduction was done, of the Aam Aadmi Party with the Congress Party's observers, and what are the challenges that each party is facing on their individual seats. All of that was discussed, and also a strategy as to how will they go about, with their campaigning, with their joint campaigning. That was also discussed. Remember, in fact, they say, in fact, that this will include the road shows as well as the public meetings of the India bloc. So certainly, they also continue to say that more meetings of the coordination committee will take place till Delhi goes to polls. So very crucial meeting. A strategy has already been chalked out, and the introduction of the 7 observers from each party of Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party were introduced today to, in fact, discuss regarding the challenges that each party is facing in their own, in their own seats. So certainly now they say that the agenda is to send the message across to the public of the national capital so that each and every vote comes to the India Bloc alliance here. Over to you.
Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So a crucial meeting of the India Bloc here in the national capital, days after Arvind Lovely stepped down. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Welcome back. The latest political slugfest in West Bengal days ahead of polls. Well, a harassment charge has now been levelled against West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose. This after a woman from within the Raj Bhavan, a woman employee in fact, has alleged harassment and abuse of power. Now these are visuals of protests outside the Raj Bhavan in West Bengal. Though the West Bengal Governor has denied the charges, saying that this is an engineered narrative, Mamata Banerjee has now upped the ante, saying that the Prime Minister must speak on this issue as well. This, of course, as the Sandesh Khali issue, remember, was at the center of the poll discourse in West Bengal. Listen in to all the political reactions that have come in.
আপনাদের কি এখতিয়ারের মধ্যে পড়ে গভর্নরের বিরুদ্ধে ইনকোয়ারি করেন?
দেখুন, আমরা ইনকোয়ারিটা যেটা আমরা কমপ্লেন একটা এসেছে, যেহেতু শ্লীলতাহানি, ইট ইজ অফ আ সেন্সিটিভ ম্যাটার, ওটা মহিলা এসেছিলেন, উনি ডিটেলসে আমাদের সাথে কথা বলেছেন। আমরা এটাকে আপাতত এটা ইনকোয়ারি করছি এবং আমরা আমাদের যেটা ল ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং কনস্টিটিউশনাল এক্সপার্ট যারা আছে তাদের সাথে আমরা এই বিষয়ে কথা বলবো।
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, टीएमसी की ये पॉलिटिक्स है
ये कितना नीचे जाएंगे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, और उस लेडी को लेके भी कंस्पिरेसी था, पहले से ही सब जगह चर्चा था, तो जो होना था वही हुआ है, लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कि इससे बच पाएगा टीएमसी इतना नीचे जाके राजनीति करके।
রাজভবনে চাকরি করতে বিবেকসেদে তার সাথে কি ব্যবহার করেছেন মাননীয় রাজ্যপাল মহাশয়? আপনি আমায় কালকেও বলে পাঠিয়েছেন আমার মন্ত্রী কেন আপনাকে সব বলেছে। শুনে রাখুন, আমার কাছে একটা নয় হাজারটা ঘটনা এসছে, কিন্তু আমি কোনোদিন কোনো কথা বলিনি। কিন্তু কালকে মেয়েটির কান্না আমার হৃদয় বিদারণ হয়েছে। সন্দেশখালী বলবার আগে আরে রাজ্যপাল কেন কেন তার কাজের মেয়েকে, কেন তার ঘরে কাজ করে বলে মেদিনীপুর পূর্বের একটি মেয়েকে একবার নয় পরপর দুবার মলেস্টেশন করেছেন। আমি তো তার কান্না দেখলাম, আমার কাছে ভিডিও এসছে, আমি পুরো মন দিয়ে দেখেছি। সেখানেই তো আপনি কাল থেকে এলেন, কই একটা কথা মুখ দিয়ে তো বললেন না। আপনার লোকজনেরও তো তখন ছিল, যখন মেয়েটা কেঁদে বেরোচ্ছিল বলেছে আর আমি রাজভবনে চাকরি করতে যাব না, ভয় পাচ্ছে কখন যখন তখন ডেকে খারাপ ব্যবহার করবে, অসম্মান করবে, আর আপনি মা বোনেদের নিয়ে কথা বলেন।
And Saurabh Gupta is now joining us live on the phone line. So Saurabh, now a full-blown political war over harassment charges against the West Bengal governor. How is this likely to play out further, and what has the police said? There's been no official complaint that has been registered as of now.
Well, what the police have said is that they've received an official complaint. They've recorded it. They've, taken note of it, but acknowledged it. But to file a criminal case, which is the starting point of a criminal investigation, they are seeking legal opinion because this involves the governor of the state, and he's the highest constitutional authority in the state, and therefore they are seeking legal opinion on how to go about the case. Now, as far as the political showdown is concerned, of course, this has become a major political issue with the Trinamool attacking the governor in no uncertain terms, and not just the governor but also the BJP, because the Trinamool, of course, maintaining that he's an appointee of the BJP, and also going on to say that for a governor who, is very active when it comes to the Sandeshkhali issue, is, now, of course, even not as active when it comes to an allegation against him. The governor, of course, is also hit back, saying this is character assassination. These are engineered, filthy narratives that he calls, to gain political mileage. But obviously, this is a major showdown. It's a major political issue, given the fact that women's safety and security has been a political issue in this election in West Bengal, especially after the Sandeshkhali episode, where local CNC strongman Sheikh Shahjahan faced allegations of sexual harassment of women. So in that context, this is now becoming a major political showdown.
Right. Saurabh, thanks very much for joining us with that update. There's some protests also outside the Raj Bhavan in West Bengal. Certainly a political flashpoint right ahead of polls. In other news now, well, as far as the Karnataka sex tapes controversy is concerned, a fresh FIR now has been filed, and this particular FIR also levels rape and kidnapping charges against Prajal Rana, H.D. Devagowda's grandson. In fact, now they've moved for, the Revannas have moved for an anticipatory bail. This is the second anticipatory bail. This is the ultimatum of the SIT has also now expired, has also, now sort of gone by, and even now Prajal Rana has not returned to the country. He is in Germany. This, as the Karnataka Home Ministry had said, that he will be arrested if he does not face the SIT. Take a look.
ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಗಳು ಕರೆಸಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನಗೂ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ, ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ನಾನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ರೇವಣ್ಣ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಬೇರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್? ನೋ 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 ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಕುಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗಾರ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಆಗಲಿ ರೀ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಬತ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ.
And now a special exclusive with the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan. He talks about the chances of the BJP returning to power in Karnataka and also the caste dynamics and the crucial election realities at play in the Haveri seat. Take a look.
The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, is contesting from Haveri. It is his debut as a Lok Sabha candidate from this constituency. Sir, how confident are you for your victory?
See, the way the people are responding, I have traveled more than 350 villages. All cross sections of the people are coming out openly and supporting and responding. I am very confident that I will win with a very comfortable majority.
But sir, certain odds are there, like Ishwarappa ji has revolted, and so what you have to say about it, because Korba population is...
Ishwarappa doesn't have any factor here. Therefore, in fact, he knows that I had supported his son also. But however, the party leaders have decided that I should contest. So that will not be an issue here.
Sir, you are known here as the irrigation man. As the irrigation minister, you have done a lot, not only for the constituency, but also for the state. Being an MP, how would you like to take it further?
See, Prime Minister is also giving priority to irrigations. There is a water mission program in Government of India. Krishi Sinchai Yojana is there. And at the macro level, interlinking of river has been planned out. So all these issues I will take very keen interest. I will deliberate and debate in the parliament.
You are also one of the very powerful Lingayat leader. Here, how are you getting support from the Lingayat community? Because your opponent is also a Lingayat leader.
And that doesn't matter. I said all cross sections of the people, all strata people are supporting the Prime Minister candidate, Mr Narendra Modi ji. There is no competition at all. Even in a remote village, Modi wave is there. Therefore, I get support from everybody, including Lingayat.
But sir, Panchamsali had revolted a little. Some resistance was there from their side.
No, nothing of that sort. In each and every taluka, all are united and supporting me.
What are issues before you when you go to voters?
I have been. They know that I am a development man, so they expect a lot of things. I have said that basically infrastructure, irrigation and industrialization.
And Modi factor?
Modi factor is a core factor. So what I will do for the constituency is 3 eyes. But all the other programs, everything, the entire nation is led by Modi. And Modi factor is always there. That's the core. That's the base.
Thank you very much. So the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, 2 former Chief Ministers are contesting this time. From Belgavi, Jagdish Shettarji, and from Haveri, Raj Bhavan. He is quite confident that people would support him and he will win this election. From Haveri, with camera person Govind Murthy, Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
And moving now to the big story we've been tracking very closely on NDTV. Well, the Gandhi is finally walking away from a fight in Amethi. This is Rahul Gandhi filed his nominations from Raebareli, which of course has been a Congress citadel for decades now. After Sonia Gandhi went the Raj Sabha way, Rahul Gandhi has now filed his nomination from this seat. Meanwhile, from Amethi, the Congress has fielded Gandhi loyalist KL Sharma, who will be taking on Union Minister Smriti Irani. Remember, Amethi, of course, has been a Congress bastion till 2019, while Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi in this erstwhile Congress pocket bureau. Now, of course, a lot of reactions coming into this as well, because there was a long suspense before the Congress actually announced candidates for these 2 very interesting seats. The BJP, of course, says that Congress is running away from an electoral battle in Amethi and that the Gandhis are banking on a safe seat. This is the Prime Minister himself has said that a scared Rahul Gandhi is running away from Amethi. Take a look.
ये लोग घूम घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत। मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत। और आज मैं एक और बात कहूंगा, कांग्रेस इस बार पहले से भी कम सीटों पर सिमटने जा रही है।
मैंने उन्होंने खुद भी भाग के वाराणसी आए ना जी, हाँ पूछो उनको।
मेहमानों का स्वागत है। हम लोग अतिथियों के स्वागत में कोई कसर छोड़ेंगे नहीं। इतना ही कह दूं कि अमेठी से गांधी परिवार का ना लड़ना इस बात का संकेत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव में एक वोट पड़ने से पहले ही अमेठी से अपना हार स्वीकार कर चुकी है।
इन्होंने लगातार 40 सालों के लिए आपकी सेवा की है। मैंने खुद आंखों से देखा, मैं खुद यहाँ पे आपके साथ मैंने खुद काम किया और इस चुनाव में भी मैं इनके साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर चुनाव लड़वाएंगे और आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ, मैं आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप भी हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर इस चुनाव को लड़वाएंगे और किशोरी जी को जिताएंगे। हम अमेठी में एक बार फिर सच्चाई की राजनीति और सेवा की राजनीति वापस लाना चाहते हैं।
नहीं, ये तो मैं खरगे जी का, सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का, प्रियंका जी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को इतनी बड़ी जो उनकी पारिवारिक सीट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे को दिया है। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि यहाँ मेहनत करूँ।
And with that, let's get you a wrap of all the election stories, starting with Odisha. Well, Union Minister and BJP's Lok Sabha candidate from Sambalpur, Dharmendra Pradhan, participated in a nomination rally to fill his, to file his nomination papers. Of course, Rudra Narayan Pani in Dhenkanal, which of course is where he is contesting from. In Maharashtra, Shiv Sena leader Naresh Ansake filed his nomination as the party's candidate from the Thane constituency. Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini drives a tractor to reach for his filing of nomination papers. Of course, this as he supports the BJP candidate from Rohtak, Arvind Sharma. With that, we'll take a short break now. But on the other side, our special election carnival from Kalaburgi, where the Congress president is making a serious move to regain lost ground.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. China's largest rocket has taken off to space for carrying a lunar probe for a nearly 2-month mission to retrieve rocks and soil from the far side of the moon in the world's first attempt.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही NDTV मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात निडरपणा आहे, सह्याद्रीचा कडा आहे, मराठी बाणा आहे. पूर्ण पडताळल्यानंतरच सत्य सांगेल हा आवाज. आणि केवळ आजचाच नाही तर भविष्याचाही वेध घेईल हा आवाज. नव्या महाराष्ट्राचा नवा आवाज, NDTV मराठी.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election. Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
सुनो सुनो सुनो, आपके शहर में आ गया है NDTV इलेक्शन कार्निवल. कलाकारों का होगा धमाल, NDTV पूछेगा सवाल. देखिए क्या होता है नेताजी का हाल. आपके शहर में आ गया है NDTV इलेक्शन कार्निवल.
Hello everyone, good evening. Our election carnival has now reached Kalburgi and you can see Veera Raghav with me. He has covered over 7,000 kilometers in the last 20 days, covering several states of southern India. And what brings us here, Veera?
Well, the heat, I think, Maria. It's the political heat and the temperature here. We are what? It's sizzling at 43, 44 degrees C. And it's just a fascinating election here. Remember, this is the prestige battle for Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, whose son-in-law, Dodamani Radhakrishnan, is the candidate. So it's a fascinating battle, a fascinating region with an extremely distinct ethos, extremely distinct politics. And it's brilliant to just uncover it. That's why perhaps we are here.
Yes, and it's a battle of prestige, as Veera pointed out rightly. Remember, Mallikarjun Kharge had never lost from this constituency till 2019, and that was when the BJP won this constituency of Kalburgi. Let me bring in my guests now. तो हमारे साथ मंच पर हैं डॉक्टर अरुंधति पाटिल, प्रोफेसर हैं MR मेडिकल कॉलेज कलबुर्गी की, डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत यतनूर सीनियर प्रोफेसर हैं गुलबर्गा यूनिवर्सिटी के, डॉक्टर सुधा भाजपा की प्रवक्ता हैं, डॉक्टर किरण देशमुख कांग्रेस के हैं और मेरे सहयोगी वीरा राघव. तो इससे पहले हम कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं, ज़रा तालियां हो जाए. इस बार चुनाव में सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है?
मैडम
बैठ जाइए.
अभिवृद्धि एक मुद्दा है मैडम. उमेश यादव डेवलपमेंट एक मुद्दा है. 5 साल से उमेश यादव जीत गए, अब तक यहाँ पे एक टोकरी मट्टी भी नहीं दे रहे गुलबर्गा में. खरगे साहब ने बहुत अभिवृद्धि किया है. वो खरगे साहब का अभिवृद्धि देख के ये गुलबर्गा जनता क्या की है, ये बार खरगे साहब की भांजे को जिता के लाएंगे बोल के गुलबर्गा लोग डिसाइड किए हैं मैडम.
डॉक्टर सुधा, जीतने के बावजूद जो यहाँ पर जनता है वो कहती है कि काम नहीं किया भाजपा के सांसद ने.
शायद 2-3 घंटे लग जाएंगे अगर मैं आपको इन डिटेल बोलूँ भाजपा ने यहाँ पे क्या अभिवृद्धि किया है बोल के. जो इन लोगों ने 50 साल में नहीं किया है, ये 5 साल में हमारी भाजपा ने यहाँ पे अभिवृद्धि किया है. ऑलमोस्ट 2,50,000 घर को जल जीवन मिशन का स्कीम्स यहाँ पे पहुँचाया गया है. 32,000 आवास योजना का घर यहाँ पे बनाया गया है. 4,90,000 आयुष्मान योजना लोगों को पहुंच गई है. मैं जो ये नाम मतलब डिनोमिनेशंस जो बता रही हूँ, दिस आर द नंबर ऑफ पीपल जिनको ये फैसिलिटीज़ पहुंचा है. 14 लाख लोगों को यहाँ पे गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना का फैसिलिटी हुआ है.
मैडम इतना डेटा बता रही हैं तो आप लोग को वो ज़मीन पे क्यों नहीं दिख रहा?
मैडम, मैं बीजेपी प्रवक्ता से फिर से पूछना चाहता हूँ, जल जीवन मिशन बोल के इतना बोल रहे, उसमें स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का 50% है. पहले बात. दूसरी बात, 4 साल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी था, अभी भी जल जीवन मिशन एक नल में भी चालू करके पानी बता दे.
पानी नहीं आ रहा,
नल में भी नहीं है, सिर्फ व्हाट्सएप पे आता देखो पानी, जमीन पे नहीं आता।
व्हाट्सएप पे पानी आ रहा है, नल में पानी
नहीं आ रहा है। ठीक है, शायद ये लोग यहाँ पे भूल गए कि ये जो वैक्सीनेशन ये लोगों ने लिया था, इनके जो कांग्रेस के लीडर्स थे वो बोले थे कि वैक्सीनेशन नहीं लेना है बोल के, उसके बावजूद जो ये सब लोगों ने वैक्सीनेशन लिया है, ये वैक्सीनेशन सच में लिए हैं क्या चुप व्हाट्सएप में लिए वैक्सीनेशन?
वीरा, अब आप सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला शुरू करें, क्योंकि आप इस एरिया को ज्यादा अच्छे से जानते हैं, आपने मुलाकात की है दोनों तरफ के कैंडिडेट से, क्या लगता है क्या हो रहा है?
देखिए, बहुत सारे चीज़ हो रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं शायद पहला सवाल, हालांकि भाजपा के ऊपर सवाल उठाया ऑडियंस ने, मैं कांग्रेस को एक सवाल उठाना चाहता हूँ। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये है कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे was the president of the party. Why is he not contesting? Why has he fielded his son-in-law? That's the question I'd like to open with.
ये मैं आपको ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि राधा कृष्णा जी का चॉइस मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब ने डिसाइड नहीं किया है। यहाँ के लोकल पूरे कार्यकर्ता और हर एक लीडर, हर एक एमएलए ने उनका नाम प्रपोज किया है, ये नंबर 1। और राधा कृष्णा जी एक ऐसे शख्सियत है हमारे बीच में, कांग्रेस हो या कलबुर्गी के लिए, हु इज़ नोन टू ईच एंड एवरीवन, और वो हर एक कार्यकर्ता को अटेंड करते हैं। अभी से नहीं, आई थिंक
लेकिन सवाल ये उठेगा कि एक तरफ तो गांधी परिवार अपने जो गढ़ माना जाता है रायबरेली और अमेठी को छोड़ रहा है, और एक तरफ उनके अध्यक्ष जो कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष हैं वो अपने गढ़ को छोड़ रहे हैं।
नहीं, ये गढ़ को तो छोड़ नहीं रहे हैं, ही इज़ ऑलरेडी हैज़ लॉट ऑफ, उनको बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ है एज अ कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट, और वो इंडिया के भी प्रेसिडेंट है, चेयरमैन है, तो उनको कलबुर्गी तो हम जीत रहे हैं, देयर इज़ नो डाउट इन दैट, तो उनको कलबुर्गी से और कर्नाटक से ज़्यादा ये पूरे देश का उन पे जिम्मेदारी है।
भाजपा के अध्यक्ष भी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, और जो गृह मंत्री हैं उन पे भी बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, वो भी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री खुद चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, तो वो शायद रीजनिंग मेरे लिए प्रैक्टिकल रीजनिंग नहीं लगती। लेकिन डॉक्टर पाटिल, मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगी, कलबुर्गी की जनता के लिए सबसे अहम मुद्दा क्या है?
मुझे लगता है कि जैसे कि बाकी के देश में है वही सारे मुद्दे ही हैं, लेकिन थोड़े से हैं जो रीजन स्पेसिफिक है, जो अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइंस, आई एम स्पीकिंग एज अ न्यूट्रल पर्सन। तो एक तो है यहाँ पे अपौष्टिकता बहुत है, एज अ डॉक्टर मेरे लिए वो चीज़ बहुत खलती है कंपेयर टू द होल ऑफ कर्नाटका, ये कल्याण कर्नाटक एरिया में, जिसके लिए काफ़ी स्टेप्स लिए जा रहे हैं, बट अभी भी वी आर नॉट देयर। दूसरी बात है कि एज समबडी हु इज़ डीप इंटरेस्ट इन एनवायरनमेंट, पर्यावरण में ग्रीन कवर, पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा, पानी के लिए सिर्फ लोग बोलते हैं कि पानी हमें चाहिए, हमें पानी दिला दो, बट व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स बीइंग टेकन कि पानी को कैसे हम लोग कंजर्व करें। हर जगह नल खुले हैं, एंड इट इज़ सिर्फ शासक नहीं, सिर्फ इवन नागरिकों का कर्तव्य है, वो दोनों को मिलके करना है। ये दो चीज़ें मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। और फीमेल लिटरेसी जी, वो चीज़ भी, क्योंकि वो क्लोजली लिंक्ड है अपौष्टिकता से।
डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत, आप इस पर थोड़ा और समझाएं हमें।
जैसा कि मैडम ने बोला, उसके साथ साथ हम हर एक समारंभ में बोलते रहते हैं कि भारत युवकों का देश है, इंडिया इज़ ए यंग नेशन। आबादी में बहुत से लोग युवक हैं, उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट का अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं है, एक बेरोज़गारी है, अभिवृद्धि का मामला है, गरीबी का मामला है, और अभी भी बहुत कुछ समाज में होने का है। ये मुद्दा चुनाव में होना चाहिए, बाकी ये इमोशनल इश्यूज चुनाव के संदर्भ में नहीं आना चाहिए।
As the temperature, the political temperature, Veera, which is only rising on the dais, let's wrap up this conversation.
That's right. I think we're all exhausted with both the political heat and the heat outside. It's been a fascinating conversation. Obviously, sharp points of view, Maria, on all sides of this spectrum. And it will be fascinating to watch the results. As we mentioned at the start, the impact of these results would be felt most by the president of the Congress party, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge.
All right, that's all from us. We'll be moving to another city for getting you another episode of Election Carnival. Thanks so much for watching.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind. Let's talk about Android. और Android से मेरा मतलब है let's talk about this Google Pixel 8 Pro. And the reason कि मैं आपसे Pixel फोन के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ वो सिर्फ इसीलिए कि Android का जब भी whenever we have a latest release coming in, किसी और फोन में आपको अपडेट मिले ना मिले, जल्दी मिले या लेट मिले, these phones are the first ones to get it. And guys, this time we're talking about Android 15. जी हाँ, this phone is right now running on Android 15. At the same time, let me give you a full clarity कि ये Android 15 का एक full stable version नहीं है. This is just a preview right now that we have. Definitely has काफी सारी bugs, बहुत सारे issues भी हैं. Let's move ahead and explore at the same time कि आखिर हमको कौन से नए features हैं जो मिलने वाले हैं in the upcoming new release of Android, which is Android 15. अभी के लिए इस Pixel 8 Pro में, and who knows moving next in your own smartphone जो अभी आपके हाथ में है, आपकी जेब में है. जब उसमें Android 15 आएगा तो पता लगाना जरूरी है कि उसमें फीचर्स क्या मिलने वाले हैं हमको coming straight from Google.
Alright guys, so let's talk about Google's latest and fascinating offering, the Android 15. But this one's the beta version. This new update is packed with features that will make your phone feel like a whole new machine. Let's dive.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to this Southern View election special coming to you from a sweltering hot Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency. Well, it's 7 p.m. The temperature here is still around 42-43 degrees C. It's sweltering hot through the day here, and our Southern View election journey after traversing all through Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, now in Andhra Pradesh's Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency. Remember, this is a fascinating battle here in the Rayalaseema region, both an assembly election as well as a Lok Sabha election underway in Andhra Pradesh. A fascinating constituency known as the YS Rajshekhar Reddy, late YS Rajshekhar Reddy family stronghold. It's been within that family since 1989, and even amongst the assembly segments in these areas, there's none that the TDP has at the moment and has rarely won 1 or 2 seats here in Kurnool and Kadapa districts and Nandyal, which is right next down here where we were yesterday. My colleague Uma Sudhir tracks a lot of this very closely. We wish you were here, right here with us in this hot and sweltering Kadapa, Uma, but you'll come here just after phase 3 when the campaign gets heated up for phase 4. Just set us up this family politics of the YSR family. It's a battle between the cousins here in Kadapa. Just give us a context to the battle between YS Sharmila, who's now the Andhra Pradesh Congress Committee President, and YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and of course YS Avinash Reddy, who is the incumbent MP here in Kadapa.
Hottest seat ever, that's what it is, Kadapa Lok Sabha seat in Andhra Pradesh. And if political temperatures were to be measured against the kind of sizzling heat that we have been seeing, political temperatures would be perhaps 10 times higher. Why I would tell you this is because this has been a bastion of, like you rightly pointed out, the YSR family, and since 1989 it's been with the family itself. First YSR, then his brother Vivekanand Reddy, then Jagan Mohan Reddy, and then Avinash Reddy, and now the sister comes and challenges this. Yes, this sister, this very sister who in fact did those padyatras when Jagan Mohan Reddy was in jail. She campaigned for him extensively, and then there was a fallout, something that has occupied everyone's mind space and certainly eyeballs, because this kind of a soap opera, literally almost like that, playing out on television screens day in and day out, with the brother attacking the sister, the brother, sister saying something about the brother. That's something that's captured people's imagination. And interestingly, this particular contest, you don't have the Telugu Desam really in the race. I mean, there's a huge alliance that we are talking about, but the big race here, of course, within the family it is. The sisters, YS Sharmila, supported by her cousin Sunita Reddy, whose father Vivekanand Reddy was murdered in 2019, and that's the basis on which, just before elections, that murder had taken place, and that is the axis on which Sharmila has really mounted her campaign in that home district where Jagan Mohan Reddy is said to be very, very strong. That's where he also contests from his assembly seat. Back to you.
That's right, Tuma. YS Avinash Reddy, remember, is an accused in that case, and that's playing out on the campaign trail. I caught up with both YS Sharmila and YS Avinash Reddy there in Kadapa, and I asked them some pretty honest questions about the personal equations here, the accusations that have been made, and the impact it will have on the electorate. Let's listen in to both YS Sharmila as well as YS Avinash Reddy, this incumbent MP here in Kadapa. Scorching 45-46 degrees C at the Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency with the Congress candidate YS Sharmila, sister of YSRCP Chief and Chief Minister YS Jagan Mohan Reddy, who's taking on the Chief Minister as well as her cousin YS Avinash Reddy here at the Kadapa constituency. It's a bit of personal battle for you.
Yes, it is. It is because 5 years ago my uncle was murdered brutally. And in these 5 years, we have seen a CBI inquiry conducted into this, and the CBI giving proofs that Mr. Avinash Reddy, the sitting MP, is one of the accused. And Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy has used all his power to protect him these 5 years. When the CBI went to arrest him in Karnival, we saw the Chief Minister himself standing guard. We saw the police, we saw the gundas, everybody shielding Mr. Avinash Reddy for 3 days. There was a law and order situation, and the CBI had to go back empty-handed. So for 5 years, we saw Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy protect the accused. And after 5 years, I couldn't bear the thought that the same person be elected again. When my brother proposed to field Mr. Avinash Reddy as the MP again, I decided to stand against it because the blood of Vivekanand Reddy is still crying out for justice.
So it's a very personal battle, as you say, but as far as the Congress is concerned, some would say that the memories of the partition of the state still remain strong, and it's very difficult for the Congress to regain momentum in Andhra Pradesh.
I feel that the Congress party not coming to power in 2014 was the biggest drawback for Congress, because had the Congress come back to power in 2014,
the bifurcation wouldn't have hurt so much because the Congress party would have fulfilled all its promises, like the special status, like the Polavaram project, like the capital city, like the Kadapa steel factory. Almost 5 lakh crores of rupees was supposed to be given to the state of Andhra Pradesh in those days. Had that happened, the hurt wouldn't have been so much. But I feel it's been 10 years now, and the people are seeing the void, the emptiness, and I feel that the people are giving a chance to the Congress. They are thinking about Congress. Because they've seen they've seen how depthless the BJP party is, and they've also seen that Chandrababu Naidu and Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy are hand in glove with the same BJP party that is once and again cheated the people of Andhra Pradesh.
You know, this has been a family pocketborough since 1989. First your father, then of course your uncle, then your brother, now your cousin. You are fighting your cousin. Would your contesting not just split the opposition vote? Would it? I mean, is there something of a personal relationship within the family which is still strong? You are all known for your close loyalties to each other. You were with your brother when he was in jail and you campaigned in 2012. How would you respond to those who say that, look, this is just a family soap opera that's playing out?
It wouldn't seem like that because the people here see Dr. YSR and his brother Dr. Vivekananda Reddy as their leaders. These people have played a vital role in relinquishing the faction politics in the Kadapa region. I have seen my uncle, my father, my grandfather sit in panchayats for long hours. Our house is witness to that. These people are witness to that. They have tried their best to not only eradicate factionism but also made sure that these people thrive. This is actually a drought hit area. But the people were happy while Dr. YSR was Chief Minister, while Vivekananda Reddy was their leader, locally available to the leaders, to the people here. They were very happy. And when this thing happened in the life of Mr. Vivekananda Reddy himself, when he was brutally murdered, the people treat it as personal to them, not to our family.
So it's a personal battle, you're saying, for the people as well. I'm asking last couple of questions. Do you have a message to your brother here on the political stage? Do you have a message to your brother YS Jagan Mohan Reddy?
Yes, my message would be that this is your own sister here who's walked 3,200 kilometers of Padayatra when you were in jail, advocating your cause, because I thought it was right then, and it was right then. But now, the cause of the murder of our uncle is greater than any politics, any selfish reason any of us might have. So for the greater cause, I plead Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy to please think of justice and to do justice at least for once.
That's a strong personal message. I have one last question, and this is from a Kadapa politician to the rest of India, which is suffering from a heat wave. It's 45, 46 degrees Celsius. What's the tip? What's the key to standing in this heat and struggling through an election campaign, surviving an election campaign? Is there a lesson that the rest of us who are struggling with the heat wave can take from a Kadapa politician?
I'm not sure what keeps us going. I think it's the applause from the people. It's their love, their devotion, I think, that keeps us going.
I think we're all going to be really badly tanned after this election campaign. So that's YS Sharmila there on her campaign trail here at the Kadapa Lok Sabha constituency. Joining me now is the incumbent Kadapa MP, Mr. Avinash Reddy. Sir, this is what, a family pocketborough since 1989. Somebody from the YSR family is the one who's always represented this constituency. This time it's an intense battle between cousins here. Does that affect the campaign here?
No, not at all. People have truly acknowledged, truly realized Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu as the real heir of Sri YS Rajshekhar Reddy Garu. And Jagannath Reddy Garu, in the last 5 years, he has delivered whatever promises he made in 2019. And today, with all the confidence, we are going into the people, and people are welcoming us in a very big way. Especially the women of Andhra Pradesh are one-sidedly behind YSRCP, especially the women, the senior citizens, they are one-sidedly behind YSRCP. So the battle is going to be a one-sided battle only here.
The accusations that your sister, your cousin is making against you, also the case, you don't see that denting the credibility of your candidature?
See, people in this district know what kind of person Avinash Reddy is. Whether Avinash Reddy is what she describes is correct or not, people of this district clearly knows. They know my nature. I have been here for the last, I have been representing this parliament for the past 10 years. People clearly knows me. So, I leave her accusations to her wisdom, because I don't want to comment on her. I leave it to her wisdom, because she is making very blatant remarks. She is trying to spit poison in the minds of people, but I am very sure and certain that her comments or her accusations they will not have any impact on people.
You don't fear that the votes could get split in what has been a traditional family stronghold? The votes could get split with another family member contesting?
No, as I just said just now, people are strongly with YSRCP, strongly with YS Jagannath Reddy Garu, and anyone who represents YSRCP.
And the accusations, the case against you, you don't see that impacting the electorate?
Not at all. Not at all.
And the TDP, Janasena, BJP alliance, you don't see that changing the narrative in the parliamentary election, whereas we don't know where the YSRCP stands in the national scenario?
Basically, TDP, Janasena, BJP, they do not have credibility. 2014, Chandrababu Naidu has made so many promises. He promised farmer loan waiver. He promised a Dwakra woman loan waiver. He promised job to every household. He has made so many promises, and he failed to deliver even a single promise. So there is no credibility to him. Whereas our leader has credibility. So just because Chandrababu Naidu doesn't have credibility, he is trying to take the help of Pawan Kalyan or Modi or Congress also in AP. In AP, INC is not, it's not INC, it is Chandrana Congress in AP. It is Chandrababu Congress in AP. So he is trying to take the help of all these parties directly and indirectly to bring problems to Jagannath Reddy Garu. So,
my final question, do you have a prediction here? You have Mr. Raghuram Reddy, who's the sitting MLA as well of this constituency. Do you have a prediction for Andhra Pradesh, both Lok Sabha and Assembly?
Our leader is clearly making a statement, 175 MLAs and 25 MPs, and we as his representatives, we stick to the same statement, 175 MLAs and 25 MPs.
That was the incumbent MP Avinash Reddy as well as the challenger here, YS Sharmila. Uma, you've been hearing all this. Well, obviously Andhra Pradesh politics and what's up for grabs is much, much more than just this family tussle. Just give us an overview of both Rayalaseema region as well as the larger issues playing out as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned.
The mother of all electoral battles in the south of the country, I would think, is being played out in Andhra Pradesh, where it's a very intensive battle between the YSRCP on the one side and, of course, the alliance of the NDA with the BJP, the TDP and the Janasena on the other. The kind of, tensions that are playing out is the reason why we see violence breaking out every now and then in multiple districts, in fact, wherever the cadres seem to come, face to face, and there is tension that comes up. And the kind of language that's being used also very reflective of the mood of both the politicians. It's a do or die battle is what they are fighting it out like, because for Chandrababu Naidu, a very, very senior politician who has had a long career in politics, is someone who's been saying, in fact, that if he does not win this election, this will be his last election. And all these three parties coming together, both Janasena and Chandrababu Naidu, repeatedly saying that they have come together only to defeat Jagan Mohan Reddy, because they believe the kind of language that they use for Jagan Mohan Reddy is something that he has complained to the Election Commission about, the kind of accusations that they make against each other. Largely, if you were to see the division of the seats, within the NDA, now the big thing, the big campaign that will be mounted is also with the Prime Minister now coming into Andhra Pradesh as well, and he will be holding public meetings as well as road shows. And that is expected to give a big push, especially to the BJP candidates. He'll be in Rajahmundry. He'll be campaigning for Anakapalli MP, CM Ramesh Rajahmundry. You have the daughter of NTR, Purandeshwari, who is in fact the BJP candidate from Rajahmundry. He's also going to go to Vijayawada, which is really the political heartbeat of Andhra Pradesh, is considered to be in Vijayawada. That's where he'll be doing a road show, in fact, where incidentally Y.S. Sujana Chaudhary, who had shifted from the TDP to the BJP, is now contesting as an assembly candidate. He'll also be going to Rajanpet, where former Congress Chief Minister Kiran Kumar Reddy is going to be there, is a candidate from there, and of course he's going to be going to Tirupati as well. Back to you.
Uma, would you agree if we classify this as an election which is a contest between the YSR Reddy state government welfare schemes vis-a-vis the strength of the TDP Janasena alliance, and primarily one that could test whether allying with the BJP could work for the TDP or not? Very briefly, we just have 2 minutes, your answer on that.
Okay, see, the BJP does not have ground strength in Andhra Pradesh, but what they are looking at is certainly hoping to repeat what happened in 2014 when the Telugu Desam and the BJP came together and Janasena supported it from outside. But what I must point out critically this time round is that, as you know, reservation has become the central kind of a debating issue in this particular election, with the BJP going all out in every meeting, talking about stopping Muslim quota from now on and insisting that it is in fact they do not, the constitution does not allow reservation on the basis of religion. That is something that could harm the Telugu Desam Janasena, and that's something that they would certainly worry about. So while they hope that the magic of Modi's presence will bring them that vote which is looking for development, looking for Modi as that symbol of progressive India, an India that can has found a place under the sun. They are also looking for Chandrababu Naidu for similar reasons, but the Muslim factor is something that I would think the NDA allies are certainly worried about.
That's an important factor. In fact, even in a place like Kadapa, you have a large minority population. Remember, Uma, in 2014, I remember the TDP turning around and saying, Namo stands for Naidu and Modi and not just Narendra Modi. Let's see how this one plays out. You'll be here tracking Phase 4 when Andhra Pradesh goes to vote. But for the moment, to a constituency and a candidate who is facing the test in Phase 3, that's next Tuesday. Basavaraj Bommai, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, BJP candidate in the Haveri Gadag constituency, is fighting a battle to enter Parliament. My colleague Nihal Kidwai caught up with Basavaraj Bommai at Haveri, and this is what he had to say.
The former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai is contesting from Haveri. It is his debut as a Lok Sabha candidate from this constituency. Sir, how confident are you for your victory?
See, the way the people are responding, I have traveled more than 350 villages. All cross sections of the people are coming out openly and supporting and responding. I am very confident that I will win with a very comfortable majority.
But sir, certain odds are there, like Ishwarappa ji has revolted, and so what you have to say about it, because Korba population is...
Ishwarappa doesn't have any factor here. Therefore, in fact, he knows that I had supported his son also. But however, the party leaders have decided that I should contest. So that will not be an issue here.
Sir, you are known here as the irrigation man. As the irrigation minister, you have done a lot, not only for the constituency, but also for the state. Being an MP, how would you like to take it further?
See, Prime Minister is also giving priority to irrigations. There is a water mission program in Government of India. Krisi Sinchai Yojana is there. And at the macro level, interlinking of river has been planned out. So all these issues I will take very keen interest. I will deliberate and debate in the parliament.
You are also one of the very powerful Lingayat leader. Here, how are you getting support from the Lingayat community? Because your opponent is also a Lingayat leader.
And that doesn't matter. I said all cross sections of the people, all strata people are supporting the Prime Minister candidate, Mr Narendra Modi. There is no competition at all. Even in a remote village, Modi wave is there. Therefore, I get support from everybody, including Lingayat.
But sir, Panchamsali had revolted a little, some resistance was there from their side.
No, nothing of that sort. In each and every taluka, all are united and supporting me.
What are issues before you, when you go to voters?
I have been, they know that I am a development mind. So they expect a lot of things. I have said that basically infrastructure, irrigation and industrialization.
And Modi factor?
Modi factor is a core factor. So what I'll do for the constituency is 3 eyes. But all the other programs, everything, the entire nation is led by Modi. And Modi factor is always there. That's the core. That's the base.
Thank you very much. So the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, 2 former Chief Ministers are contesting this time. From Belgavi, Jagdish Shettarji, and from Haveri, Raj Bhavan. He is quite confident that people would support him and he will win this election. From Haveri, with camera person Govind Murthy, Nihal Kidwai for NDTV.
Well, that's the battle for Haveri Gadag, but our Southern View election journey, which has done 7,400 kilometers, 39 key leaders and candidates across 19 Lok Sabha constituencies over 30 days, comes to a close. And of course, DM Kumar, our video journalist who shot all of it, and Swami Shetty, who's the driver who drove all around this journey, which is finally reached Kadapa. We'll head to Bangalore for the weekend, which is a lot cooler. Kumar, what's the big learning?
Big learning is all the 4 states is more than 45-degree temperature.
All 4 states more than 45, 47 degrees temperature. We've learned how to deal with the heat. We'll leave you with the glimpses of our 7,400 kilometer journey across the 4 southern states as we say goodbye to you this Friday evening. The news continues here on NDTV. Dravidian politics has been a seesaw battle between ADMK and DMK. Are you nervous that this time a third force may make a difference here?
We see no force. We see vacuum.
Can the BJP change the old Dravidian narrative of DMK versus AIADMK?
You really think so? I don't think so.
It was still the right strategy to fight this election alone?
Mood on the ground, Modi ji's 10 years, Modi ji's image in Tamil Nadu, the kind of hard work the party has put in.
What a thing for the summer, huh? This is the best thing for the summer. Yeah, I can have this in one hand and then do the interview with you also on the other hand.
Seeing a total change the whole constituency.
So here it is between the India alliances versus the BJP.
What's the defining feature here?
I think it is more Mr. Tharoor's attempt to do it, make it very personal. A party which is weaponized CBI, ED, IT and so on.
The results of these elections could result in instability for the state government. Is there a fear of that?
Instability will come only if the people are unhappy.
The state leadership having the same push that it can in an assembly election and a parliamentary election here.
This election is how to keep our democracy strong.
It's a bit of personal battle for you.
Yes, it is. It is.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannath be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pavan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
Did you know जब रवि किशन फुल ऑन मूड में होते हैं तो अपने हाथों से बाटी बना के खिलाते हैं? Did you know Bansuri Swaraj knows the backstory behind चूर चूर नान के चूर चूर हो जाने के? But how do I know all of this? And when can I tell you more? Taste कीजिए इन दोनों सवालों के answers in my freshly brewed and baked show Pol Curry with Kunal Vijayakar only on the NDTV network.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states.
Welcome to the Urban Agenda. I'm Manisha Natarajan. Today we ask a simple question on this show. Where are India's affordable homes? And this question is increasingly important because home prices and rents both have clocked a substantial surge post-COVID. So much so that young people at the start of their careers and lower income families living in cities are left wondering if they will ever be able to afford a home. We are talking of residential units priced below 40 lakh rupees. Where are these and who's building them? Before we kick off the debate, take a look at some of the statistics of a shrinking pie of affordable apartments from a comprehensive annual report published by Anurag. In 2023, the 7 leading cities of India witnessed a significant annual increase of 25% of new launches, touching 4.45 lakh units. But the share of affordable home project launches priced at 40 lakh rupees and below came down from 20% the year before to 18%. Now, the longer trend line shows a more worrying pattern. In 2019, right before COVID, the share of new project launches priced at 40 lakh rupees and below was 40% of the total new launches in top 7 cities. And once again, drawing your attention to this critical fact that this affordable home new launches have shrunk to 18% in 2023. Now let's get the two experts who understand India's housing market inside out. We have with us Anuj Puri, Chairman, Anirok Property Consultants Private Limited. Anuj, a very warm welcome. Also with us, Vipul Rungta, MD and CEO, HDFC Capital Advisors Limited. They will give us the answer to the very basic question we asked at the top of the show. Where are these homes and who will build them in the country? Vipul, I'm going to start with you because HDFC Capital was incorporated by you under the vision of none other than Deepak Parekh to provide finance to developers who were going to build affordable homes. And your stated target is 1 million or 10 lakh affordable homes. Give us some highlights on how you've deployed funds and how successful have you been so far in creating that stock in urban India?
Today, we are at about $3.5 billion. We have raised money from global institutions, invested in about 125 odd deals, what we call as affordable and mid-income housing. We have done about partnerships with 39 odd developers across the 5 major metros. Because for us, I think the bigger problem is urban, mid-income and affordable housing. The fact that we are going into our Fund 5 and Fund 6 in this year, I think that is a measure of success. We have been fairly successful on the return front. The investors who have been investing with us are repeat investors. So yeah, we are good.
Okay, you're good, but the numbers, maybe because HDFC Capital is probably one of the rare private equity funds dedicated to creating affordable and mid-segment housing, Anuj, we have a whole gap now, which is getting bigger and bigger. And your data shows that the percentage of affordable housing launches has come down to just 18% of the total pie. Tell me, what is preventing private developers? Is it finance? Do we need more money from people like HDFC Capital? Or are there other roadblocks to why private developers are moving more towards premium and luxury homes?
On the specific question, Manisha, I'd just draw maybe a step back and say is whilst the percentage drop that you enumerated at the start of the show is very stark. I mean, it's 40% from the total share of affordable housing going down to 18%. But when you peel the onion, Manisha, you will see that the number of units that were being delivered in 2019 versus what are now being delivered is not that much of a drop in the affordable housing. I'll just give you simple statistics. It was about 96,000 affordable homes in the top 7 cities that were being delivered in 2019, which has come down to 84,000. The problem is, not the problem, I think the way the percentages are stacking up and it is coming out so dramatically that the drop is from 40 to 18% is that the market has grown dramatically, but it has not grown in the affordable housing. So as a result of it, the share of affordable housing has come down in the overall market. Now, your question is very appropriate that, what's the reason for this share of affordable housing in the total overall pie of the new launches coming down? I think 4 or 5 things. One is, Manisha, the construction prices have gone up dramatically. The 40 lakh rupee, the benchmark that you outlined for affordable housing is becoming very difficult for the developers to meet. The construction prices have gone up by about 28% over the last 4 years. Second, very interestingly, Manisha, post-COVID, the buyer is wanting bigger apartment, better apartment. On an average, the requirement, which was about 600 odd square feet in tier 2 cities, has gone up to about 850 square feet post-COVID. Third, the mortgage prices have gone up. Fourth, most importantly, the demand is really in the mid-level housing. So that is where all this as a combination is reflecting on the developer's mind to say is one, that the demand is mid-level to premium. Second, the cost of construction has gone up, as a result of which I'm not going to be able to deliver in 40 lakhs. The cost of land has gone up. Equally, the mortgage prices have gone up and the home buyer is asking for a bigger apartment. So I think that is where, in my opinion, one will really need to look at it. The government will need to look at it. Authorities will need to look at it. Can we change the definition of affordable housing? Because that is what, is deemed as required over the last 6-7 years, that the definition has remained stagnant.
Are you saying, Anuj, that it's really the supply has been stagnant, which is, of course, also a cause of worry? Because, if the pie is growing, you should have a growing pie of affordable home supply as well. But more importantly, the demand has changed. I'm not able to comprehend that if you have such a small pie of people earning more than, let's say, 10 lakh rupees in the country, and that number is not more than 0.5%, how is it that there is no demand for under 40 lakh homes? That math to me doesn't work. It's just
Yes.
There are no
Absolutely
homes for
right.
those people, so where are they going to buy them?
I think two ways to answer that is, Manisha. One, that the demand from the mid-level housing has ballooned. As a result of which the developer is saying is, this is a better segment for me to cater to. It has a decent profit margin, and it is that much more easier for me to be able to sell and deliver. So the demand in affordable housing, I'm not saying has gone down. I'm just saying is that the demand for the mid-level has come up. As a result of which the supply is moved towards catering that mid-level housing. The second is an interesting point. What you're saying is that who's going to cater to the affordable housing below 40 lakhs? If you look at the way that the PMAY scheme, and maybe we'll discuss it, as we go further in your show, the government has done a phenomenal job of it. I mean, there is 118 lakh homes that have been sanctioned. I'm saying leave alone the sanctioned homes. The homes that are being grounded is about 108 lakh homes grounded. 85 lakh of that is already delivered by the government. So there is a fair amount of delivery on the PMAY, on the affordable housing, which the government schemes are being able to provide, perhaps not as much as the private developers should be doing or could have been doing.
Okay, so we've now come to some sort of a conclusion saying it is a segment hard for private sector to crack. The government has done all right on PMAY and no quibbles on that. Historically, India has not seen such a large delivery of homes under a government scheme, right? The fact that the gap is much more, we'll come to that later. I'm going to come back to you, Vipul, on that and ask you, what are you considering as affordable homes right now? Is it under 40 lakhs that you are actually funding, or is it higher? Do we change the definition?
See, in this entire thing of number of units and price per unit, we are missing a very essential matrix, which is, in my opinion, rate per square foot. The rate per square foot has increased across the country in the last 7 to 8 years. Okay, especially post-COVID, it has gone up anywhere between 50% to 100%, depending on which city and geography you're choosing. Even ANAROC index, I'm sure, if you take your index vis-a-vis, say, 7 years back and today, would show an annual escalation anywhere between 3 to 7%, depending on city to city. Now, if that is the situation, and I have to fit the same house below 40 lakhs, effectively what I'm doing is, I am reducing the size of the house. So what is happening, actually, it is not that the demand for good size, decent size, affordable housing homes is going down. It is demand for smaller homes are going down because it's a rate per square foot which is going up. So today, if I have to fit a 40 lakh rupee home, and the couple of factors that Anuj mentioned related to cost of construction and land price, if those things have become higher, then effectively I'm giving you almost 50 to 60% of the area that I was giving you 7-8 years back. Now, if that is the situation, either I increase the price, so then that house no longer becomes affordable definition. So it goes into a definition of mid-income housing. And if I have to give it smaller, the customer preference is, listen, I cannot afford to have a 40 lakh rupee home, which is probably a one-room kitchen. And that is where the problem of urban affordable housing lies. The problem is related to the fact that the homes that are being given because of the inflation on account of land and construction cost, etc., have become significantly smaller than what is required to have a basic dwelling unit. And which is why the units demands have gone down. It is not to be confused the fact that there are not enough takers for a decent size 40 lakh rupee home. That's, I think, is in a nutshell the primary issue with the so-called lack of supply of affordable housing currently.
Somewhere I do want an answer to the question that is this a segment for private sector at all, looking at the way the cost of finance, land rates, etc. are moving in the country?
Manisha, it is for the private sector if your land prices are checked or controlled. Maybe new infrastructure that is coming in does bring in more reasonableness in the land prices. The other way is, Manisha, if the government can earmark and say this land is going to be only for affordable housing. For example, Manisha, salt pan in Bombay. Now, the thought is that these will be opened up for development. Is there a possibility that the state government says, we will auction these salt pans, you can develop, but it is only going to be for affordable housing? And if you do that, maybe there is a possibility that you can build up affordable housing because the land price then accordingly will be priced by the developers at a particular level. So that's the first thing. The second one is, Manisha, the private developers also have to look inside to say can we bring in more technological advancement? Can we bring in more mechanization? Can we deliver this quicker? Can we deliver this more economical? Can we bring in more efficiency? That's the second one. The third one, maybe it doesn't answer your question, but I will still say, is that perhaps the affordable housing definition may need to be relooked at. And to say instead of 40 lakhs, should we do 60 lakhs? That 40 lakhs through the inflation has remained 40 lakhs for the last 6, 7, 8 years. Whilst the inflation, from the government data, only you were to take 5-6%, like Vipul said, is maybe on the real estate side, it's 7%. Over 5-6 years, it's 50-60% that needs to be added on the construction side if you do compounding. That itself will lend the 40 lakhs to go up to 60 or 70 lakh rupees. That's the third one. And the fourth one is, I do feel is that the fiscal benefits that were earlier provided and it had done the trick were withdrawn. Maybe you need to look at that once again.
All right. So credit linked subsidy scheme. Hold that thought, Anuj. I'll come back and ask Vipul also that question, because I know that HDFC Capital is using a lot of technology to make that process efficient. So what I'm hearing is, if you have efficiencies, private sector can do affordable housing. However, the very definition of affordable housing also needs to move up. Maybe the 40 lakh number isn't what we should be debating. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. We are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही NDTV मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात निडरपणा आहे, सह्याद्रीचा कडा आहे मराठी बाणा आहे. पूर्ण पडताळल्यानंतरच सत्य सांगेल हा आवाज. आणि केवळ आजचाच नाही तर भविष्याचाही वेध घेईल हा आवाज. नव्या महाराष्ट्राचा नवा आवाज एनडीटीव्ही मराठी.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है. सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर. इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स. देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Did you know, जब रवि किशन फुल ऑन मूड में होते हैं तो अपने हाथों से बाटी बना के खिलाते हैं. Did you know, बांसुरी स्वराज knows the back story behind चूर चूर नान के चूर चूर हो जाने के. But how do I know all of this? And when can I tell you more?
India's housing market in the top 7 cities has never been stronger or more vibrant. But the flip side of this story is that the creation of housing stock, which is priced at below 40 lakh rupees, is shrinking rapidly. And that's what we are discussing on the show today. Can private sector increase contribution to more affordable homes? So Vipul, one is that yes, the definition needs to change because 40 lakhs cannot be static. Agreed. Let's take the price point at 60 lakhs, right? And I think that is the price point at which HDFC Capital is also doing most of its financing. Tell me, how can we create a larger stock? Because even under, if you go through the PMAY urban document, the government has said that they do need private sector to come in to create the amount of homes we need at that 50 to 60 lakh pricing. The government cannot do it by itself.
Frankly, Manisha, first of all, it's not, let me be very, very blunt about this. It is not an India problem. Affordable housing, that is housing below a certain threshold, is a global phenomenon. It is called by different names. Internationally in US, today it is called homelessness. Somewhere they call it attainable homes. Somewhere they call it social homes, so on and so forth. And the single point agenda everywhere is exactly what you asked. Can the private sector get into it? Now, for the private sector to get into it, frankly, a little sadly, that the only thing that, or only metric that works is that there is enough return on equity. Okay. I can tell you from our experience, and which is how HDFC Capital was set up, that since 2017, as I mentioned, we have funded about 230,000 homes. Out of 100,000 homes are below 40 lakhs. Another 100,000 homes are between 40 lakhs and 75 lakhs. And balance are above 75 lakhs. And these are the top developers of the country. We are tied up with 17 of the top 25 developers of the country, only in the top 5 cities. So I think while, yes, the macro data may appear in a certain manner, there is clear return on equity, return on effort. Both the ROEs are significantly positive, which is the reason why we would be probably doubling our entire asset base in the next 2 years.
Okay.
We have done more business in this year as we have done in previous 3 years combined. And we'll be doubling our balance sheet. So that's on the macro. But to your question specifically, as to if the land cost is going high and if the construction cost is going high, where will the person go and build profitably a 40 lakh rupee home? it is exactly how a city grows. Like, I can take an example of, say, the city of Bangalore. When the Bangalore airport was set up, it used to take almost 1.5 hours to reach the Bangalore airport. And the entire stretch between Bangalore and the airport was pretty much barren on both sides. And the rate per square foot and rate of units was at that point of time an affordable housing destination.
Yeah.
Enough and more people went into it. They did the projects. The area came up. The flyovers got built. An expressway got built. Today it takes maybe half an hour. I'm not getting into the traffic discussion on this, but it takes about half an hour. No. So what is happening?
So what I'm hearing from you is a reiteration of the point that as your infrastructure strengthens, your cities are expanding, there will be new land parcels which can come up, which can make affordable housing possible. Anuj, final question. Whenever you read an article, there is this quibble amongst developers. We are taxed too much. 35 to 40% of our money goes in taxes. Our approval processes are too slow. Forget about land and construction cost. But if these things are taken care of, do you think it makes it a little bit more meatier? Because if there's no return on equity, there will only be one HDFC Capital, right? There are not too many people who are going to get into this business. We need to expand the pie. So what would your final solution be for the new government? What should they look at? Other than extending CLSS scheme, that of course did work reasonably all right for homes at that 45-50 lakh rupees.
So Manisha, it'll always be dil mange more. So you would always want more tax benefits, more subsidies, more support from the government. It is true is that in terms of the affordable housing, the government has looked at it, whether it's on the stamp duty or whether it's on the taxation side where they have subsidized it. Perhaps there is more need for subsidy to be done from the government's perspective. Equally, I do reiterate, Manisha, is that somewhere the private sector also needs to be forced to reinvent, to be pushed to innovate, to be able to deliver technologically advanced, cost effective. More productive? Can you reduce the timelines? I mean, Manisha, if you reduce the timeline from 3 years to 1.5 years, suddenly your interest cost goes half and your delivery becomes that much more quicker, which means that the cash flows start to come in. So I do feel it is an all-round 360-degree perspective one will need to take. Easy to just push the envelope on one party, one stakeholder, which is the government, to say we want more. But equally, I do feel is that it is, for the private sector as well to say is, can we push ourselves and can we innovate?
Absolutely. They need to get more efficient, make it more manufacturing-like, remove the inefficiencies, bring in technology. And ultimately, I don't think they'll be able to ignore this market. 85% of shortage does lie in that price bracket of 25 to 55 lakh rupees. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me today. And I hope we get it all right because, as India is growing, we truly don't want a shrinking pie of budget and affordable homes. We want a growing pie. Thanks to all of you for joining us and watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
With Lok Sabha elections, as always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having maxed here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall. Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future
and make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
All set for phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV. Election means NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, finally the suspense over the Amethi candidate is over. No Gandhi contesting. Also, could Kejriwal get bail next week? There are hints from the top court. And it's been 1 year since the ethnic violence broke out in Manipur. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. After all the suspense, no Gandhi to contest the Amethi seat in Uttar Pradesh. Family lawyer Kel Sharma is the candidate, while Rahul Gandhi will fight his mother's seat, Raebareli. The Prime Minister says Rahul's scared, running away. Also, no election debut for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Will Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal get interim bail next week? The Supreme Court says they can consider it given the elections are underway. Asked the Enforcement Directorate to ready conditions for bail by next Tuesday. In a shocking development in the Rohit Vemula death case, the Telangana police have closed the case saying that Rohit was not a Dalit and his caste certificate was forged. Trouble mounts for the father-son duo in Karnataka as the rape and kidnapping charges are now brought against Devegowda's son, while the SIT brings rape charges against his grandson, Prajal Rana. At the center of the sex video scandal, HD Rana files a second bail plea. Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose denies allegations of sexual harassment made against him by an employee of the Raj Bhavan, calling it an engineered narrative. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee questions the Prime Minister's silence. And 1 year since the ethnic violence broke out in Manipur, 200 people died, thousands still live in relief camps, unable to return home. When will peace prevail? And a triangular contest for Assam's prestigious Dhubri seat. Will it re-elect perfume baron and AIUDF head Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, or will there be a change in the Muslim majority seat? Pull up first, the death by suicide of Rohit Vemula at the Hyderabad Central University had created a political storm in 2016. But now the Telangana police have closed the case, saying that Rohit was not a Dalit and that his caste certificate was forged. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir for more on this. And Uma, this is a very surprising, twist. The family, I can imagine, must be upset with this. Also, there were several accused, including Minister Smriti Irani.
Yes, indeed. Like you rightly mentioned, after the death of Rohit Vemula by suicide on January 17, 2016, the entire country literally started talking about this case, and it kind of became that showcase kind of a case study of Dalit atrocities being almost like a classic case of Dalit atrocities being inflicted on this person who had come from a backward community. And Rohit Vemula, after his death, in fact, there were huge protests that happened there. Three important things that I must point out, Gargi. One, that this closure report of the Telangana police was done on 21st of March in this year. And now it's, of course, elections are just about 10 days away when this report is becoming public. So the political implications of this can be very, very interesting. First, let me talk about the contents of the report itself. As you would recall, Rohit Vemula, when he died, he had been rusticated by the Hyderabad Central University, and subsequently a suicide note had been found which had very, should I say, very heart-rending, dramatic kind of sentences talking about the kind of treatment that was meted out to him. And all these students had, in fact, belonging to that community, had, in fact, Ambedkar Students' Union had rallied around this issue of the Dalit students being treated differently or discriminated against. And at that time, in fact, the university had got really vertically divided. As you rightly mentioned, Union Minister Smriti Irani, there was the MLC, Mr. Ramchandra Rao, who's also a lawyer, the Vice Chancellor, Parao Podile, and also then Union Minister Bandaru Dattatreya. All of them were named as accused in this particular case, but the closure report of the Telangana police now says that Rohit Vemula was not in fact a Dalit, that his caste certificate had been forged, and that it was because of multiple pressures that were on him because of poor academic performance and his fear that his caste itself would be discovered. That had led him to believe that possibly he would be publicly humiliated, and whatever he had earned as degrees, even those may be taken away if it became public knowledge that his caste certificate was in fact forged. These are the fears that the Telangana police has listed in its closure report and said that this is not valid. His family as well as supporters of Rohit Vemula saying that they are not only humiliating him, they are now trying to say that he was lying, and that, they are saying that this is something very politically motivated. I also spoke to Mr. Ramchandra Rao, who is one of the accused in this particular case, and he says that from the very beginning we have been saying that this is politically motivated, and the Telangana police's closure report only reaffirms what we had been talking about.
All right, and Uma, we do remember that Rahul Gandhi too had got involved in this case and, championed it in a sense for justice. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest developments there. And speaking of the Gandhis, in a surprising but perhaps strategic twist, the Gandhis today walked away from the contest on UP's Amethi seat that Rahul Gandhi had lost to BJP's Smriti Irani in 2019. Rahul will now contest from the Congress's last remaining bastion in UP, that is his mother's seat, Raebareli. The Amethi fight will be led by Gandhi family loyalist and foot soldier KL Sharma, who managed Sonia Gandhi's Raebareli Lok Sabha works for the longest time. The decision by the Gandhis to not contest from Amethi led to taunts from the top BJP leaders, with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi using Rahul's own slogan, Daro mat, bhago mat.
The Gandhis walking away from a contest with the BJP's Smriti Irani in Uttar Pradesh's Amethi, a seat that was a Congress bastion in UP for the longest time, till Smriti Irani's victory over Rahul Gandhi in the 2019 Lok Sabha election. Rahul represented Amethi thrice in the Lok Sabha. The Amethi fight will now instead be held by this man, KL Sharma, a long-time Gandhi family loyalist who managed party affairs in Amethi and also Sonia Gandhi's Raebareli Lok Sabha seat.
इन्होंने लगातार 40 सालों के लिए आपकी सेवा की है। मैंने खुद आंखों से देखा, मैं खुद यहाँ पे आपके साथ मैंने खुद काम किया, और इस चुनाव में भी मैं इनके साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर चुनाव लड़वाएंगे, और आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ, मैं आपसे ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि आप भी हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा लगाकर इस चुनाव को लड़वाएंगे और किशोरी जी को जिताएंगे।
Rahul Gandhi, who was under immense pressure from the top Congress leadership to fight from Amethi, chose instead to shift to the neighbouring Raebareli seat. Raebareli is the last bastion of the Congress in UP and a seat recently vacated by his mother Sonia Gandhi. The Congress has lost Raebareli just twice since 1952.
According to sources in the party, Congress chief Mallikarjun had requested Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to either fight from Amethi or Raebareli, but she refused. The reason being, she said that this would mean 3 members of the Gandhi family will be in parliament, 2 in Lok Sabha and 1 Sonia Gandhi in Rajya Sabha, and this would reinstate the BJP's charge of dynastic politics.
Rahul Gandhi's decision not to contest from Amethi drew jibes from top BJP leaders. Smriti Irani, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah mocked the Congress, saying Rahul had run away from Amethi for fear of defeat.
ये लोग घूम घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत, मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत।
अरे उन्होंने खुद ही भाग के वाराणसी आए ना जी, पूछो।
Rahul Gandhi's opponent in Raebareli is Dinesh Pratap Singh, a 3-term member of UP's Legislative Council who lost the 2019 elections to Sonia Gandhi by a margin of over 1.6 lakh votes. With Tanish Punjabi in Amethi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news now, will Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal get interim bail in the money laundering case soon? The Supreme Court has told the Enforcement Director that it may consider interim bail to Kejriwal because elections are currently underway. Let's go across to Ashish Bhargav now for more. And Ashish, the top court even asking the Enforcement Director to prepare conditions for bail. Take us through the details.
Yeah, it's a big development, we can say, because now as Arvind Kejriwal is seeking quashing of his case, but now Supreme Court is considering. Supreme Court said we may consider on Monday, means May 7, whether interim bail can be given to Arvind Kejriwal due to ongoing elections. It's a big development. Supreme Court also direct ED Counsel ASG SV Raju to take instructions on two main things. First, if Supreme Court is giving interim bail to Kejriwal, to what condition can be imposed on Kejriwal? Second, since he is holding a post in government, should he be allowed to sign official signs from inside jail? So it's a big day on May 7. Supreme Court may decide on interim bail, and it now the what Supreme Court is saying, it's a clear ray of hope for Arvind Kejriwal. Maybe he is hoping that he can get interim bail on May 7. Also, Supreme Court asked Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior counsel who is appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, asked about the elections in Delhi elections. Singhvi told the bench that election is May 25, but on 23rd all the election activity will be publicity all will be stopped. So he may be given bail. He will be given interim bail soon. Right. So 7th May is the main day, and it's a hope for Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. Maybe Arvind Kejriwal can get out from jail and he can participate in these election proceedings. So it's a big day, and Supreme Court also asked ED some of tough questions also. If ED case is this, Aam Aadmi Party is the real beneficiary and Aam Aadmi Party is the prime suspect, how can be Arvind Kejriwal like a prime suspect? Because there can't be two prime suspects in a single case. Also, there is no attaching of properties, anything about this. So how can proceeding can be go on about against Arvind Kejriwal? So very tough questions, and Supreme Court will be asking more questions on May 7 also. All right, so everyone now focusing on next week, May 7th, when that decision could be taken to grant Arvind Kejriwal interim bail. Election news now, and now to another phase 3 hot seat from Assam, where a triangular fight for the Muslim majority prestigious Dhubri Lok Sabha unfolds. Perfume baron and supremo of the AIUDF, Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, has been winning this seat since 2009. He is seeking a re-election, but this time he's sweating it out, facing off with two strong candidates. Ratnadeep Chaudhary and Sanjay Chakrabarti report.
At the lowermost tip of Assam's vast Brahmaputra Valley, wedged between Bangladesh and West Bengal, Assam's heritage town of Dhubri is witnessing an interesting triangular fight this Lok Sabha election. It's a high-stakes poll battle for 68-year-old Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, the supremo of AIUDF and Dhubri's MP since 2009. Assam's Muslim politics has revolved around Mr Ajmal, a very successful businessman in his other avatar for over 2 decades. Taking on Mr Ajmal is Congress heavyweight and former Assam Minister Rakibul Hussain, who wants to emerge as a giant killer. While BJP is not contesting, it is heavily banking on its ally, AGP's candidate, former MLA Javed Islam. Often called Assam's Muslim heartland, Dhubri is the only Lok Sabha seat in Assam out of the total 14 that has never elected a Hindu candidate. Muslims are nearly 85% of the total over 26 lakhs voters in Dhubri. But with the possibility of a division of votes between the AIUDF and the Congress, the 7 lakh odd Hindu votes might become crucial. For the Congress, the stakes are very high. The party stalwart, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, has campaigned hard in Dhubri, accusing ex-ally Ajmal of having secret understanding with the BJP.
यहाँ असम में बीजेपी और AIUDF का जो गठजोड़ है वो यहाँ की राजनीति को एकदम एक दूसरी दिशा में ले गई है। बदरुद्दीन जी और हेमंतो बिस्वा सरना जी का एक गुप्त गठजोड़ है।
Relations soared between Congress and the AIUDF after the 2021 Assam state election tie-up flop. In his campaign, Ajmal has accused the Gandhis of blocking him from the India alliance, but has also tried to keep a post-poll tie-up possibility open.
साफ मुझसे कहा गया, मैंने शरद पवार जी से बात करा है, भाई क्यों नहीं लेते हमको। नीतीश कुमार उस वक्त असल इसके जो चलाने वाले थे वही थे। उन्होंने साफ कहा कि भाई राहुल गांधी आपको स्टेशन पे बिठाना नहीं चाहते, ये हिंदू वोट खराब हो जाएगा।
In this tug of war between Ajmal and Congress, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma is trying to make space for the NDA, assuring Muslims of equal benefits.
যেতিয়া কংগ্ৰেছে কি কৈছিল যে মোদী আহিলে নামাজ বন্ধ হৈ যাব, হয় না? মোদী আহিলে রোজা নহব, মোদী আহিলে হজ নহব, মোদী আহিলে ইফতার নহব। এতিয়াতো 10 বছর মোদী প্রধানমন্ত্রী হৈ গল, নামাজ বন্ধ হল নেকি? ধুবুৰী মসজিদত নামাজ হয় না নহয়? একদম সঁচা কথা কব দে।
Dhubri is dotted by several riverine islands on the Brahmaputra River. Ajmal, known in the past for an eclectic campaign style, where he blessed the containers of water brought to the rallies by his followers, who believe the symbolism has a healing effect, has adopted a more conventional campaign style this time, promising to build 700 madrasas if elected at a time when Himanta administration has shut down government madrasas.
75 साल का बिगाड़ा हुआ एक जहाज आप 15 साल में जबकि ऑपोजिशन में है कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते, इट विल टेक टाइम। लेकिन मैंने जो किया कांग्रेस वाले 100 साल में नहीं कर सकते थे और आइंदा भी नहीं कर पाएंगे।
Beyond the politics, there are many issues plaguing Dhubri.
As per Niti Aayog statistics last year, so Dhubri is the poorest district in Assam and one of the poorest district in Northeast India. जो unskilled labor है वो लोग चला जाता है पूरा आसाम, नहीं तो rest of India, even they go to South India, क्योंकि इधर employment बोल के कुछ भी नहीं है।
अच्छी तरह से हॉस्पिटल खोले और कॉलेज अच्छी तरह से हो, और इनकम का जब बात है तो आजकल देखा जा रहा है भारत में ज़्यादातर निबंधन समस्या ज़्यादा हो रहा है, तो इसमें थोड़ा काम करेगा तो हम लोगों का अच्छा होगा।
The triangular pole battle in Dhubri this time is perhaps much beyond a prestige fight for Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, who is seeking a re-election from Dhubri for the 4th consecutive term. This time, perhaps, he's facing a tough election which will not only decide his fate, but perhaps decide which way the Muslim politics in Assam will shift from here. In Dhubri, with cameraman Sanjay Chakravarti, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
With fresh FIRs in Karnataka alleging kidnap and rape against JDS leaders HD Rana and his son Prajal Rana, the scandal that has blown up a political storm seems to be getting bigger.
Father accused of abduction, son accused of rape. Fresh FIRs leaving the first family of the JDS more red-faced. The party in the dock and its allies even more politically embarrassed. A fresh FIR was filed in Mysuru against JDS MLA HD Rana, accusing him of abducting one of the women featured in the controversial videos that have created a political storm in Karnataka. The senior Rana's counsel was forced to move court for anticipatory bail.
Instructions ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
Special Public Prosecutor representing the SIT has filed a requisition to invoke rape charges against Prajal Rana based on a second FIR registered against him. The woman has alleged that she was threatened, filmed and later blackmailed.
If the victim gives the statement before the magistrate, so that process is on. It is still going on. And we are also requesting all the victims, we give you the protection. Any security is required, we'll definitely give you. You come forward and give the statement.
Ahead of parliament elections, the scandal has taken center stage politically. The case has new twists and turns, with more victims coming forward to file complaints. While H.D. Revana has been trying to avail anticipatory bail with allegations turning grave, the question is, when will Prajal Rana return to India? Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Today marked 1 year of the ethnic violence in Manipur between two communities that has seen over 200 deaths, thousands displaced and still many missing, and the peace-building process failing to take off amid the state limping back to life with incidents of violence still simmering. The Kuki Zo and Meitei civil society organizations in Manipur held events to mark 1 year of the ethnic conflict.
An uneasy peace in Manipur. Exactly 1 year after ethnic clashes in the northeastern state, when the Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities, who lived peacefully together for years in Manipur's valley and hill areas, clashed violently, triggered by a now tweaked order of the Manipur High Court, which directed the state government to consider the inclusion of the Meiteis in the scheduled tribes list. The violence left over 200 people dead, and thousands are still displaced. In capital Imphal, where the Meiteis live, the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity, a civil society organization, carried out a protest against illegal immigrants, making an appeal to the government to track 35 people from the Meitei community who remain missing to this day. 7 women tonsured their head as a mark of protest.
We are holding up a public meeting to revisit, reassess and trying to understand the nature of conflict that we are facing today.
In the hills, a total shutdown in Kuki-Zo dominated Kangpokki district marked the day. A Kuki-Zo awakening day was observed, mass prayers were held across churches and at the cemetery in Churachandpur, where the victims of the violence were buried.
The center has no intention to solve this problem, the Kuki-Zo people, political movement. And today, observance may bring a better oneness, a better strength for the movement.
The scars of the violence are resonant even in the national capital, as both the communities gather here today to peacefully observe a day of mourning. This dates back to May 3rd in 2023, where violent clashes broke out between both the communities. I'm right now at Jantar Mantar, where both communities demonstrated a peaceful protest separately. The tight security forces have also been deployed here. While the opposition has made the Manipur violence a poll issue, Home Minister Amit Shah has said the state won't be divided, after 10 Kuki-Zo MLAs demanded a separate administration.
The Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Union Home Ministry also has given the tasks that point as a priority to me. And that's the reason why I has already started contacting many peoples which I cannot name as of now. But even though I am sending my Hill Areas Committee Chairman, Difu Gangmai and his team, some Naga teams, and with some Meitei MLAs to meet and talk with the Kuki brothers.
But for thousands of people in the states, their lives and livelihood were forever altered, and the challenge is to restore lasting peace in the state. With PM Sunzu in Imphal, K. Mangte in Churachandpur and Tanushka Datta in New Delhi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And finally, what was big news in IT city Bengaluru was the rainfall that it received. This after experiencing dry weather for the last 6 months. Bengaluru finally received rainfall yesterday and today, bringing relief to the parched Bangaloreans. Remember that water shortage was a huge issue there. The last significant rainfall in the city was recorded on November 21st last year. And even though there was waterlogging with this fresh round of rainfall, no one really complained. And that's it for me for the moment. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Rahul Gandhi posted today, nomination from Raebareli was an emotional moment for me. My mother has entrusted me with the responsibility of the family's workplace with great confidence and given me the opportunity to serve it.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show
जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है.
The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज.
They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
Guys, did you know that it was an Indian, yes, it was an Indian who invented this entire concept of USB. Well, USB आने से पहले we had एकदम complex mechanism to connect all the accessories to computers जहाँ पे connectors बहुत अलग-अलग हुआ करते थे, sometimes not really compatible across with each other, but the idea came that how about एक ऐसा पोर्ट, एक ऐसा कनेक्टर बनाया जाए जो यूनिवर्सली सेम हो, एंड दैट्स व्हाई द नेम यूनिवर्सल सीरियल बस. Guys, it was invented by Ajay Bhatt, और उन्होंने जब USB को बनाया, it clearly revolutionized the way we connect our devices and the way the devices talk to each other. Do you know this?
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those.
watching The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. We have been covering the Karnataka sex scandal for the past 1 week. Each day, more details, shocking allegations are coming out in the public domain. But despite the media's spotlight on this big story, which has dominated the headlines amidst elections in Karnataka, the JDS MP, Prajal Rana, and his father, S Rana, have still not joined the investigation. They come from one of the most prominent families in Karnataka, S Rana being the son of former Prime Minister S Deve Gowda. A second notice has been served to former Minister S Rana in connection with the cases of molestation and abduction registered against him. Amidst reports that the victims of MP Prajal Rana, who have been sexually abused, are not coming forward to record their statements, now Karnataka Home Minister has assured that the government will protect them, so they should come forward and record their statements. So is the evidence now mounting against Rana and his father? First the story, and then I bring in the guests.
Father accused of abduction. Son accused of rape. Fresh FIRs leaving the first family of the JDS more red-faced. The party in the dock and its allies even more politically embarrassed. A fresh FIR was filed in Mysuru against JDS MLA HD Rana, accusing him of abducting one of the women featured in the controversial videos that have created a political storm in Karnataka. The senior Rana's counsel was forced to move court for anticipatory bail.
Instructions ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
Special Public Prosecutor representing the SIT has filed a requisition to invoke rape charges against Prajal Rana based on a second FIR registered against him. The woman has alleged that she was threatened, filmed and later blackmailed.
If the victim gives the statement before the magistrate. So that process is on. It is still going on. And we are also requesting all the victims, we give you the protection. Any security is required, we'll definitely give you. You come forward and give the statement.
Ahead of parliament elections, the scandal has taken center stage politically. The case has new twists and turns, with more victims coming forward to file complaints. While HD Rana has been trying to avail anticipatory bail with allegations turning grave, the question is, when will Prajal Rana return to India? Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
And do we really have an answer to that? When will Prajal Rana return to India? We have Shyamala S. Kunder, who is a member of the BJP and also former member of National Commission for Women. Shatabdi Shivana is spokesperson of the Congress. Sanjay Sahai, former ADGP, Karnataka. Brinda DK, former activist and women activist, I beg your pardon. Sanjay Sahai, beginning with you, how far can Prajal Rana go in terms of running away from investigation?
I don't think he can go a long way, and he needs to come back today or tomorrow. Ideally, they could have taken online also some statement of his. And once he gets a notice from the special investigation team, I don't think there is anything more urgent than this, but to come back to India and face the SIT. So broadly, I think everything is piled up against him, and the recent case, or the second case which has come up regarding abduction and rape and other connected charges, I think it shows the magnitude of the whole criminal conspiracy, you can call it, to an extent. So broadly, I don't think he can go a long way, and he needs to be facing the law sooner than later.
So he has to face the law sooner than later, but who is really protecting him, Shatabdi Shivana? Who is giving the father-son duo that confidence that they can continue to, abduct women allegedly, or stalk them, or put pressure on them so that they do not come out and record their statement before the SIT?
A clear answer to that is that the BJP, their political ally, is giving them this confidence, and the Congress will nip it in the bud, and they will bring the perpetrators of the crime to justice. I thank you for highlighting that, amongst the political blame game, the significance of the matter is actually fading. I want to focus on the core of the issue that revolves on the fact that a person belonging to an affluent family, a political prince who has perpetrated a heinous and barbaric act, is presently evading justice. While he is enjoying reaping the benefits of a diplomatic passport and enjoying the pleasantries of Frankfurt, Germany, on the other hand, we have hundreds of women who are facing the worst of their lives. They're not able to lead lives, and they don't even know how to exist. Under these circumstances, the Congress government has promptly constituted an SIT that revolves around investigating three issues. One is to bring the perpetrators of the crime to justice. Two, reach out to the victims, stand with them in solidarity, and rehabilitate them as well as their environment. And thirdly, to identify the persons who have circulated these videos in bad faith. The Congress party today assures the women of Karnataka that justice will prevail, and the SIT has been given
I get a sense that kind of assurance is also coming too late. Brinda Adige,
no.
Would you say that, we understand that the timing is that of elections, but the nature of crime is far grave than just an assurance that is being given by your government that the perpetrators will be brought to book. Here is someone who has run away from India, and there's no clarity when is he coming to India to face the law. His father, in a way, is trying to put pressure and silence the victims or survivors of this heinous crime. And still, what is being done by both of you, the BJP and the Congress, is blame game. Brinda Adige.
You're absolutely right, Maria. There is no statement that can be made about him coming back to India. The government has the wherewithal to bring that man back here. He's a criminal, alibi alleged, but he has to be brought back here, and there are ways and means legally to bring him back. So that's the question that must be asked to the union government. When is he being brought here? Second, we need to understand that Hassan and this family have ruled Hassan like a feudal state. So it is very difficult for the victims, especially the women, their families, to come forward and give their statements. The government now is assuring, but that assurance must be seen on the ground. It's fine to give the assurances on the TV. It is fine to give assurances, making statements, but is it being seen on the ground that this assurance is becoming a reality? So that is a job the government has to do on the ground to assure. So which means probably a helpline where women can call, and then additional support be given to them from the experts.
Okay, so I want to understand from you, Shyamala, in situations such as these, where the perpetrator is a high-profile man, what can institutions like National Commission for Women do to instill that faith in women, to give them that courage, that this is needed, that they have to come out and record their statements, to call him out, to talk about what they have gone through?
इसमें पहले मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ, उनका बैकग्राउंड क्या है ये हम लोग को नहीं जानकारी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि किसी वुमेन का साथ अगर ऐसा हो गया तो इमीडिएटली स्टेट वुमेन कमीशन तो ऑलरेडी एक्शन तो ले लिया. नेशनल वुमेन कमीशन का चेयरपर्सन रेखा शर्मा जी भी, उन्होंने भी लेटर लिखा है, और मेरे को ये लगता है विक्टिम को हम लोग प्रोटेक्शन देना है. ये समाज में, भारत में अगर किसी विमेन का साथ ऐसा हो गया तो इमीडिएटली एक्शन लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि 3 साल बार का इशू है, लेकिन किसी लड़कियां आगे नहीं आता है ऐसा कंप्लेंट देने के लिए. मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ, अगर इंसिडेंट हुआ तो उनको किसने किया उसको इमीडिएट सजा भी होना चाहिए, और ये विदिन 24 आवर्स ऑलरेडी SIT को दे दिया ये केस. फिर भी मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ विदिन 24 आवर्स उनको सजा होना चाहिए. इसलिए पूरा विमेन उनका साथ है, क्योंकि विक्टिम को प्रोटेक्शन देना जरूरी पड़ता है, क्योंकि समाज में उनको आगे भी जीना पड़ता है. अगर कोई
अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम यू श्यामला, क्योंकि सवाल ये उठेगा कि एक तरफ तो विक्टिम प्रोटेक्शन की बात हो रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पर केस ऑफ अबडक्शन उनके फादर के अगेंस्ट में लॉन्च हुआ है, FIR हुआ है, तो यहाँ पर तो क्लियर दिख रहा है कि हाई हैंडेडनेस जो पॉलिटिकल क्लास में है, और अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी आर यूजिंग द वर्ड दैट दे हैव बीन रूलिंग. दीज आर इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स ऑफ द पीपल, बट दे हैव बीन रूलिंग Hassan like their bastion, or almost like a feudal, like a fiefdom. So that is the biggest concern. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
रूलिंग का आदमी, अगर कोई भी आदमी ऐसा काम किया तो उसको सजा जरूरत होना चाहिए, जरूर होना चाहिए, उसको सजा तो मिलना चाहिए. वो पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड है, ये हम लोग नहीं देखते, क्योंकि विमेन का साथ ऐसा तो हुआ है, क्योंकि आगे कोई विमेन नहीं आता है आगे. ऐसा भारत में ऐसा बहुत सारे केसेस है, लेकिन आगे विमेन कंप्लेंट देने के लिए नहीं आते. उसको प्रोटेक्शन देगा तो हम लोग, उनको फैमिली को प्रोटेक्शन देगा तो हम लोग, एनसीडब्ल्यू का काम यही है, पूरा फैमिली को प्रोटेक्शन देना है. क्योंकि अगर गलत किसी व्यक्ति ने किया, उसका पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड, उसका बैकग्राउंड, वो कितना बड़ा भी आदमी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सजा तो मिलना ही चाहिए.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. I agree with you completely. But Sanjay Sahai, you know, it's good to feel that they should be punished, and that punishment should happen sooner than later. But what is the legal process that will follow from now onwards? If here is the man who is seeking anticipatory bail, and of course he has withdrawn it now, but the larger question is, can the father-son duo run away from law? Because they certainly are misusing their power and authority.
See, as far as the law stands, after giving 1 or 2 notices or even without that, so they need to be arrested, and there should be police custodial interrogation. So that is from where the whole thing will start. So that's point number 1. Before moving on further, I'd just like to state one point. Had these videos not leaked or not come to the public domain, then the killing fields would have gone on for all times to come. So the major thought which I want to bring to the table is that there are political pocket boroughs. So it's not only being run like rulers of the yesteryears. I think it is much worse, given the fact that it has a democratic camouflage. Now coming back to your what can be done, thing which needs to be done as it stands now, because we have large number of videos which are available, we should be in a position to make out who the victims are. The victims can be approached, and the whole gamut and the magnitude of this particular crime, because it seems to be running into numerous people, numerous locations, and these videos will also be able to give us the time period, the grouping of victims, the modus operandi. So broadly, you will get to know this whole magnitude, the length, breadth, the modus operandi.
So are you of the opinion, Sanjay Sahai, that we yet do not know the magnitude of this?
Yeah.
Okay. We do
You're
not.
asking something.
Yes. So I want to understand from you. I mean, there are some numbers around 3,000, which is being speculated that 3,000 women have been sexually harassed by this man, by this pervert.
I will come straight away to what we call as video forensics. So there are 2,900 or 2,876 videos and pictures. On that, if we run some tools, we'll be able to make out which faces are appearing over and over again. And there are systems by which we can say it's 100 women, 120, 130 or whatever. The situations, the timings, the modus operandi, I think these things will be of monumental value beyond whatever superficial discussions which are being held all around the place, because they will provide the basic core of investigation. So that is very, very important. And when we get these two people to custodial interrogation at that particular point in time, this technical investigation or cyber forensics
is the setting up of this SIT coming too late?
I didn't get your question.
Is the Karnataka government has set up an SIT. Siddaramaiah says that he has asked the police to identify, trace and secure the victims after the kidnapping case or abduction case came to light. There are elderly women who are women in their 40s, 50s, and there are reports that, H.D. Ravanna has allegedly threatened them, and the scene of crime could be very much the MP's official bungalow. So my question then is that, are we looking at a situation when it's gone too far and the SIT is also coming too late?
No, see, the issue is as it stands now, what has happened before this, I'm not going to comment on that, but as it stands today,
Okay.
the initiative by the Chief Minister of trying to trace and locate these victims, I think that is the right direction as far as his instructions to the police is concerned.
Okay.
But that is only reaching half a mile. When you come to find out through the videotapes, and there are innumerable videotapes by which you can literally be convinced of the fact that these 100 women have been exploited in last
So
5 years.
has the forensic study of these videotapes begun, Shivana? Shatabdish?
Yes, there is a separate team that's constituted to look at almost 3,000 videos, and all the victims in these videos are attempts are being made to contact them and record their statements. Insofar as the Congress government is concerned, the SIT is doing a wonderful job. They're working day in and day out to ensure that they get to the bottom of the matter. Now, an additional special public prosecutor has been nominated. He is filing applications before the special court to include all these relevant sections of rape and kidnap, etc. And there also, let me tell you that applications are being moved before the speaker merely because these people are public representatives. There are certain procedural aspects that needs to be complied with first.
No, we understand
and
that.
Yes, so all this is being done by the SIT, and they're doing everything to the best of their ability. But the question remains, what is the central government doing? Now, the CM of Karnataka has promptly and earnestly requested the central government's assistance to deploy diplomatic channels to ensure that Prajal Rana comes back. But what have they done? Nothing. They only preach passionately about Beti Bachao, Nari Shakti and Mahila Swabhiman, but they choose to keep mum. Let me tell you, one second. Let me just complete. They can very well cancel his passport, they can impound his passport, and they can ensure he comes back.
Okay, Brinda, I have just 30 seconds for you. Please go ahead.
I agree, because it is not that the state does not have the authority or the powers to bring this man back. And if there is anything called justice that the elected representatives and the union government promises day in and day out, it is important that they bring this man back. Otherwise, what is the point of us filing cases and getting the statements in court? Because that protection and justice will come only when the perpetrators are brought to book. Now, the father also over here, and you need to understand, Maria, it is very, very difficult. The families are involved, their children are involved, their workplaces are involved, and this has been run like a feudal state, feudal unit for several decades. So there are ramifications, layers and layers, and it is not easy for the victims to come forward and make a statement if this man is still not caught and brought to book.
Absolutely.
He has to be in jail.
Brinda, continue this fight, because he has to be punished, and we have to ensure that punishment is, he faces what he has done to these women sooner than later. He has to be punished, and he deserves all the punishment that's as per the law. Thank you so much, Brinda Diges, Sanjay Sahai, Shatabdish and Shyamala Kunder. Shifting focus to our hot seat now, the Rajgarh constituency is a hot seat in Madhya Pradesh with a strong RSS connect. But for Digvijay Singh, a scion of erstwhile royal family of Raghogad, no one was giving any chance to the Congress to wrest the seat from Rodmal Nagar, the incumbent BJP MP from Raghogad. But now there is a new twist in Rajgarh, as Digvijay is using the last election appeal for the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. The 77-year-old Congress veteran has already undertaken a Padyatra and has covered the length and breadth of his constituency.
Rajgarh is situated on the border of Rajasthan, a seat dominated by royal families. But from 2014 till now, things have changed. A fierce contest on a prestigious Madhya Pradesh seat. The Congress ex-CM Digvijay Singh, who won the Rajgarh seat twice in the past, versus incumbent BJP MP Rodmal Nagar, who has held the seat for 10 years now. In his election meetings, Mr Nagar talks less about local issues and more about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the country's security and the Ram Temple. 64-year-old Nagar is OBC face of the party and belongs to the Kirar community. Rajgarh is said to witness a fierce contest between two-time Member of Parliament Rodmal Nagar and former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh Digvijay Singh, and both the candidates are campaigning in this heat, going to each and every village of the Lok Sabha constituency. क्षेत्र की जनता को किस आधार पर वोट मांग रहे हैं? राम मंदिर तो बन गया, फिर भी ज्यादातर आपने राम मंदिर की बात की।
नहीं, हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर वोट मांग रही है तो विकास का, राम मंदिर भी मुद्दा है।
जो कि आपने फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट की बात की थी, अभी तक बन नहीं पाया।
देखिए, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, हमारे यहाँ राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग नहीं थे, हमारे यहाँ रेलवे नहीं था, हमारे यहाँ पानी नहीं था।
रेलवे का काम पूरा कहाँ हुआ अभी?
अरे भाई, काम चल रहा है ना।
पलायन की बात आपने भी कही, लेकिन पलायन अभी भी रुका नहीं है। रोजगार के लिए क्या करेंगे आप इलाके के?
देखिए, रोजगार की जहाँ तक बात है, रोजगार के लिए हम करेंगे।
नरसिंहगढ़ के लोग केंद्रीय विद्यालय के बारे में पूछ रहे थे, तो उसको लेकर के कुछ बात हुई?
देखिए, वो टेक्निकल उसका कारण था, प्रपोजल उसको लगा हुआ है, और नरसिंहगढ़ में हमारा कमिटमेंट है, नरसिंहगढ़ में केंद्रीय विद्यालय जो है खुल करके रहेगा, वो ऑन प्रोसेस है।
तो दिग्विजय सिंह को चुनौती नहीं मानते आप?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के सामने कोई भी चुनौती नहीं है।
आश्वस्त है अपनी जीत के?
बिल्कुल पूरे आश्वस्त हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी।
For the Congress, Rajgarh is a prestige battle. The constituency came into existence in 1952. So far, Congress had won 9 elections from here. Digvijay Singh is working to reignite his old connect in Rajgarh. He hails from the erstwhile royal family of Rajgarh's Raghogarh area. Digvijay is using the last election appeal for the Lok Sabha 2024 polls, telling voters it's his last contest. So Digvijay Singh is visiting 20 to 25 villages on a daily basis, patiently meeting with people and holding nukkad sabhas like this.
जो हालत में मैं छोड़ गया था उसी हालत में है इलाका। हैंडपंप हमारे चल नहीं रहे, इतनी इनसेंसिटिव गवर्नमेंट है ये। यहाँ पर सूखा पड़ा हुआ है, हैंडपंप सूख गए तो हमारे समय स्कैरसिटी डिक्लेयर हो जाती थी।
3 फसलें लेने लगे किसान, अब सांसद जी ने कहा कि
हाँ, होशंगाबाद में लेते हैं।
नहीं, कह रहे थे राजगढ़ में 3 फसलें नहीं लगे।
बता, देख लो आप, कहीं हो तो दिख जाए तो बता।
पलायन अभी भी आप एक समस्या देखते हैं यहाँ से लोगों का?
ऐसा है, पलायन कम हुआ है।
10 साल हो गए और केंद्रीय विद्यालय नहीं आया नरसिंहगढ़ में, तो क्या ये इतना मुश्किल काम है? वो कह रहे थे कुछ तकनीकी पेच फंसा हुआ है। 10 साल
तकनीकी पेच नहीं है, अर्जुन सिंह जी ने मंजूर कर दिया था, जमीन अलॉट हो गई है। लेकिन हमने बात की जब केंद्रीय विद्यालय प्रशासन से दिल्ली में, उन्होंने कहा साहब लोकल राजनीतिक प्रेशर है, ये अभी ना खोला जाए।
बीजेपी को आपसे प्यार बहुत है। खिलचीपुर में जब गृह मंत्री जी आए थे तो खूब आप नाम लिया आपका, ऐसा क्यों?
17 बार लिया और मेरा जनाजा निकालने की तैयारी की है।
कोई कनेक्ट ज़्यादा गहरा दिख रहा है या कुछ डिस्कनेक्ट लग रहा है कि मुद्दों पर, क्योंकि आप काफ़ी दिनों तक बाहर रहे केंद्र?
ऐसा था, मेरे समय के जो बुजुर्ग लोग थे उनके बच्चे नाती पोते सब मुझसे मिल रहे हैं, तो उनसे चर्चा हो रही है, संबंध जुड़ रहा है।
पर ईवीएम के दौर में ही चुनाव लड़ना है, और तो आप कितने आश्वस्त लग रहे हैं अपनी जीत के?
बात ये है, मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि हमारा चुनाव भाजपा से भी है और ईवीएम से भी है, तो इतने वोट दो कि उसमें ईवीएम भी हारे और भाजपा भी हारे।
राम मंदिर की बात करते, फिर जब हमने सवाल पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा राम हमारे लिए चुनावी मुद्दा नहीं है। तो आपको लगता है कि इस पिच पर आने की जरूरत है जहाँ चुनाव में?
इतनी इनसेंसिटिव गवर्नमेंट है ये। यहाँ पर सूखा पड़ा हुआ है, हैंडपंप सूख गए तो हमारे समय स्कैरसिटी डिक्लेयर हो जाती थी, और स्कैरसिटी डिक्लेयर होने के बाद पंचायतों को फंड आ जाते थे, भाई टैंकर लगाओ और पानी बांटो। आज तक ये व्यवस्था नहीं करी इन्होंने।
Both Mr. Rodmal and Digvijay visits multiple villages each day, but some are angry with both the parties. There's a huge water shortage in the area. There are no industries. Large-scale migration is a reality.
पानी अब उसमें टंकी बन गई, अब उसमें मोटर नहीं तो पानी कहाँ से आओ साहब?
रोजगार भी नहीं मिल रहे, सब बेरोजगारी घूम रहे हैं।
घर नहीं है हमारा, सब कोटियाँ मल गई, पूरा देश कोटियाँ मल गई, हम कोटी नहीं मिली।
कोई कोटी की लाभ नहीं, कोई शौचालय
आरजी लगे सर, कोई नहीं सुनता है।
बीजेपी की शासन देख ले, कांग्रेस की देख ले पहले, पर कोई नहीं सुन रहा है इस गांव की।
गांव के 25-30 डैम है जो सब सेक्रेटरी का गया, मतलब 2 नंबर से जॉब कार्ड बना के पूरे पैसे निकला दिए।
400 गैया है यहाँ, बिल्कुल पानी नहीं है और गौशाला भी नहीं है इस गांव में। कोई भी मतलब सरकार की कोई भी सुविधा नहीं यहाँ पर।
In Rajgarh with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannath be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den? I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
I have been casting my vote from the age of 18, and I encourage everyone to cast the vote rightly, judiciously, so that we have democratic excellence in India, leading to the positive outcomes and taking us towards a Sunehra Kal and Amrit Kal, which is the need of the hour.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
And I'm Maria Shakil. Early this morning, the Congress leadership announced its candidates for two high-profile seats, Amethi and Raebareli, putting an end to speculation that Rahul Gandhi may be fielded from Amethi, a seat he has represented 3 times in the Lok Sabha in the past. The Congress picked Kishori Lal Sharma for the seat. Mr. Sharma is a grassroots man, also a long-term loyalist of the Gandhi family, and has been working as an MP's representative in the 2 constituencies for a long time. With mother Sonia Gandhi and sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra by his side, Rahul Gandhi today filed nomination papers for the Raebareli Lok Sabha seat. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, former Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, other leaders like K.C. Venugopal and also Priyanka Gandhi's husband, Robert Vadra, were with Mr. Gandhi as he submitted the papers at the district magistrate's office. Over the past 2 decades, the seat has elected Sonia Gandhi. Despite the wave of support for the BJP and Mr. Modi in 2014 and 2019, this seat stayed with the Congress. Sonia Gandhi has now moved to Rajya Sabha, vacating the prestige seat for her son. In Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is up against the BJP's Dinesh Pratap Singh, who finished a runner-up in the 2019 elections. Despite immense pressure from within the ranks and files to contest from Amethi, Rahul Gandhi clearly has chosen a safe seat. Raebareli is considered one of the safest seats for the Congress party. And why? Out of the 20 elections it has witnessed so far, the Congress has won 17. History, however, also records an odd distinction for this seat. Raebareli is the seat from where a sitting Prime Minister lost an election. This was when Indira Gandhi was defeated by Janata Party's Raj Narayan in the 1977 elections after emergency. Earlier, the seat has been represented by Mr. Gandhi's grandfather and Indira Gandhi's husband, Feroz Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi has decided to not enter the electoral fray this time. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had made his political debut from Amethi in 2004 and saw relative smooth sailing in the first 10 years, I would say, with the UPA being in power from 2004 to 2014, while the last 10 years have certainly been very challenging for Rahul. He won the 2014 polls against the BJP's Smriti Irani by over 1 lakh votes, but she had a spirited campaign and made inroads into the Congress citadel of Amethi. And in 2019, she emerged as a giant slayer. Let's first listen into the reactions and then I bring in the guests. Also, we'll have Smriti Irani joining us shortly.
ये लोग घूम कर सबको कहते हैं डरो मत, मैं भी आज उन्हें कहता हूं और बड़े जी भर के कहता हूं, अरे डरो मत, भागो मत।
नहीं उन्होंने खुद ही भाग के वाराणसी आए ना जी, हाँ पूछो उनको।
इतना ही कह दूं कि अमेठी से गांधी परिवार का ना लड़ना इस बात का संकेत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव में 1 वोट पड़ने से पहले ही अमेठी से अपना हार स्वीकार कर चुकी है।
हम अमेठी में एक बार फिर सच्चाई की राजनीति और सेवा की राजनीति वापस लाना चाहते हैं।
फिर से अमेठी से भागकर रायबरेली में पर्चा डाला। अरे राहुल बाबा, मैं यहां से रायबरेली का परिणाम बता देता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी दिनेश प्रताप सिंह के सामने आप रायबरेली से प्रचंड बहुमत से हारने जा रहे हैं। मेरी बात लिख
खरगे जी का, सोनिया जी का, राहुल जी का, प्रियंका जी का हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्हें मेरे जैसे छोटे कार्यकर्ता को इतनी बड़ी जो उनकी पारिवारिक सीट है उसकी जिम्मेवारी मेरे को दिया है। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगा कि यहाँ मेहनत करूं।
Joining me now, Adil Singh Boparai. Here in the studio, we have Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, Manisha Priyam, political analyst, Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, Nahid Lari Khan is the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Neerja, beginning with you, your thoughts today. Have the Gandhis abandoned Amethi, or are you one of those who will say that it was a strategic call, they should survive to fight another day? Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
I think that, am I audible now?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think it would have been better had Rahul Gandhi decided to contest from Amethi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra from Raebareli. Victory or defeat apart, it would have signaled to the Congress Karyakarta, to Uttar Pradesh and to the country that they mean business about revival of the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh, which has been the Karm Bhumi of the Nehru Gandhi family and which has also been vital for the Congress's, move ahead. Without revival in UP, there won't be a national player. So had they done that, I think it would have been better. While I can understand and sympathize with Rahul that he may not want to risk defeat for the second time from Amethi, I don't see the politics and the logic of fielding him from Raebareli, because there are all the flip sides to that story. If you, Wayanad, what are the people in Wayanad going to feel? Of course, the voting there is over. So that is not politically or electorally relevant anymore. But for the future, there is a whole north-south angle to consider. If he gives up Wayanad for Raebareli, already there are tensions north-south. Southern states are talking about tax terrorism. There is whole delimitation exercise in the offing in 2026. The southern states feel our Lok Sabha numbers will go down. And therefore, this is a time bomb ticking away. And Rahul Gandhi giving up, and he's spoken about north-south problems. And for him to actually prefer Raebareli and not having declared his intention to stand from there while the Wayanad voting was going on, I think that it's a very problematic area. Okay. And to say that, so there are many flip sides to this story.
And there could be also this understanding, Neerja, that could he have made this announcement earlier? I mean, people of Wayanad would have also felt that, he is being honest with us. Manisha Priyam, are you of that opinion that this announcement, if Rahul Gandhi indeed was considering to fight from Raebareli, not Amethi, he could have made that announcement earlier? Why keep it till the last minute?
I mean, that's been the news about this news, that it was made at the last minute. That's been the news about this news, that, although it was expected and anticipated that he would be in Amethi, but he's fought Raebareli. That's the news, that it was expected that both the brother and the sister will fight, but only one announces, and that also from Raebareli, which is considered safer seat. Now, I see the Congress and the BJP going along this decision with two different strategies. The BJP had gone all the way to have and position an important leader like Smriti Irani only for Amethi and only devoted to the cause of taking on the bastion of the Gandhis in Amethi. And in 2019, that was the big news, that a new comer in politics, Smriti Irani, was able to trounce Rahul Gandhi. Now, what the Congress has been able to gain is that this talking point will not exist. But if this talking point will not exist, things like, why did the two fight? What will happen to Amethi? Whether it will be in Wayanad or here, those will continue to hog the political horizon. But I must say that for the moment, the political storm is kept hot, and BJP will have to now see as to how Smriti Irani, an important leader who's been concentrated only in Amethi, how she will up the ante considering that no big Gandhi is fighting against her. Then how will her mettle, she's now bought a home there. She has an important campaign called Main Amethi Bol Rahi Hoon. Those of us who watch the media, it's all about her constituency and the work that she's done for the constituency. So in the next 12 days, the BJP will have to change track and see how Smriti Irani's presence there can be scaled up and how the way she's associated with the constituency can be a larger benefit for the party.
Shazia, respond to this. The fact is that Smriti Irani has personally invested herself in this constituency. She has been in Amethi for weeks. And the fact is that she did not really parachute into Amethi or is not really one of those politicians or MPs who visits only during the time of elections. She has been invested in Amethi. For her, what does this battle really mean from today onwards?
Well, the very fact that Rahul Gandhi has abandoned Amethi and made his intentions all too clear just goes on to show the concession he's made already. And it's also proven that Smriti Irani, last time around, was a giant slayer and actually slayed Rahul Gandhi. But this time, what Smriti Irani has achieved with the abandonment and running away of Rahul Gandhi is actually slaying the party, Congress party itself, because it means that the relevance of Congress party in UP and its mettle and its viability has gone for a toss. This is actually huge because earlier it was just about Rahul Gandhi. This time around, it spells, the doom of Congress party and not just Rahul Gandhi in UP and also as a serious player in Indian politics. Where does Congress party stand? We are talking about UP. We're talking about, whether it's Jawaharlal Nehru or Indira Gandhi or Rajiv Gandhi, the old ties, the ancestral lineage of Allahabad, Phulpur and, Raebareli, Amethi, UP. And now this Rahul Gandhi's decision.
So
and
it's bad optics.
Goes on to show. So that's one thing that Smriti Irani, the name Smriti Irani means that, and what BJP has done to Congress is removed and killed its relevance in UP, which is saying a lot.
We are looking at the third phase of elections on 7th, and Adil Singh Boparai, it appears that the Congress, which is visibly the fulcrum of this India bloc, has conceded defeat by squandering away an opportunity of a fight in Amethi.
Well, Maria, the naysayers will be proved wrong and they're reading it incorrectly. How we in the Congress see it is the growth of an ordinary worker of the Congress party to contest the prestigious seats such as Amethi. Mr. Kishorilal Sharma is known in every nook and corner of Amethi. He's somebody who's
But are
wedded.
you really giving him time to contest?
Well, he's been
It appears
there.
that he's an afterthought.
No, not
Only
at all.
when the Gandhi
Not
said
at all.
that KL Sharma was told कि आप लड़ लीजिए
But
जाके
who
चुनाव।
told you that the Gandhi said no? It could possibly be a strategy decision, and it is a strategic decision. Every political party has the discretion to decide at an opportune time. Has Mr. Modi decided to contest from south of the Vindhyas? No. Nobody is willing to ask that question to Mr. Modi. Of course, it is something which is their prerogative. Now, coming to Raebareli and Amethi, there is a family connect with Raebareli. This is a seat which was formerly represented by Mrs. Indira Gandhi, thereafter Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. This is a seat which has been entrusted to Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and he will emerge victorious with a huge margin. Coming to Amethi, I see it as Mr. Kishore. Give me 30 seconds.
I'll ask the producer to put those graphics on the television screens as well. First, the Congress party is overall footprints in UP is shrinking, and their, the margin of their victory in Raebareli is also going down. It has been consistently reducing. That graphics on the television screen, yes, that one. Just look at
Maria, no, I don't need to look at it because we get feedback from the ground.
It's not really a very rosy picture for you there, even in Raebareli.
Please understand, we get feedback from the ground, and there is unprecedented anger against Mrs. Irani in Amethi.
No,
and this will show.
No, then you could have contested from
No,
Amethi.
please understand. Here is a leader who's been given an opportunity, a grassroots worker.
But why
You're not letting me speak. You're interrupting me at every 10 seconds. Here is an opportunity given to a grassroots worker to defeat somebody who is arrogant, to defeat somebody who believes that it is a birthright to contest from Amethi, and she makes all sorts of outlandish allegations against the Congress leadership. And she will be wrested, she will be defeated by an ordinary Congress worker from Amethi, an individual who knows every nook and corner of Amethi, an individual who is dyed-in-the-wool Congress ideology. And responding to the other questions of the other perennial critics and naysayers, let me tell you, Mr. Gandhi and Mrs. Priyanka Gandhi are national leaders. They are required to campaign across the country. So therefore, Mrs. Priyanka Gandhi does not want to confine herself to one particular constituency. At an appropriate time, she'll take the decision to plunge. Having said this, it is not about personalities. At the end of the day, and this is where the problem in the Indian polity is arising, at the end of the day, you have to see the track record of every legislator and parliamentarian. And this is where the BJP has miserably failed.
If it is about giving an ordinary worker a chance, just like KL Sharma is getting a chance to contest in Amethi, why not Raebareli?
Well, please understand.
Go with the same logic here.
No, please understand. Number one, this is a strategy decision of the Congress party. It is very difficult to second guess. Why is Mr. Modi not contesting from the south? May I ask you this question? Why doesn't he go and contest from Trivandrum? Or why didn't he not contest from Wayanad? Can you answer for that?
No, it's not about a
please understand.
We are talking about your bastion.
No, please
the
understand.
supposed turfs. The
please
supposed
understand.
strongholds.
India is the Congress's bastion. India is the Congress's pocket body.
How much of a concern is it for the Samajwadi Party? Because it's India bloc which is fighting in Uttar Pradesh, Nahid. Embarrassment? Or are you of the opinion that it really doesn't matter? You know, Samajwadi Party is fighting its own battle, leaving the tensions to the Congress to deal with their own constituencies.
See, Maria, the people of Raebareli are very happy. And thousands of people today, they came on road. Your channel and in fact all the channels were showing that thousands and thousands of people came out on the road to welcome and support the son of UP, in fact the grandson of UP, Rahul Gandhi. And you will see that in Raebareli, India bloc is going to win with a huge margin. And similarly, I can say about Amethi too. Amethi, the fight is between a grassroots man versus a parachute candidate of BJP who doesn't belong to Uttar Pradesh. She comes from Maharashtra. She ran from Maharashtra fearing defeat, so she came to Uttar Pradesh. Now Uttar Pradesh people have decided to remove her from Uttar Pradesh also.
Ensured that she wins in 2019.
Maria,
so she hasn't really parachuted. I don't think so. That's a fair argument, Nahid.
No, let me
by that
explain.
logic, Rahul Gandhi is a parachute candidate.
See, this is not fair. If I didn't interrupt in anybody's
so tell me, no, Nahid. Okay, let me use that word parachute again and ask: has Rahul Gandhi parachuted in Kerala?
Let me just answer at least, Maria. What's this? What's the point of calling me for a debate? Let me just finish off first.
Go ahead.
Maria, the thing is this: that people, Modi ji, he was fearing defeat in Gujarat, so he ran from Gujarat and he came to Uttar Pradesh. Similarly, Smriti Irani was fearing defeat in Maharashtra, so she ran from Maharashtra and came to Uttar Pradesh. But this time the people of Uttar Pradesh have decided that they were only going to vote for people of Uttar Pradesh. That's why you see in Mathura what has happened. Low percentage of vote. Hema Malini, people have rejected Hema Malini. She's losing there. Even in Meerut, they got a parachute candidate from Mumbai. He's not even from Meerut. He's not from Uttar Pradesh. Got a parachute candidate from Mumbai. People have rejected him too. So now people of Uttar Pradesh have decided that only people who are from Uttar Pradesh, they're going to vote them and send them to Lok Sabha, because then only they can speak for them. The topic of India bloc is this, that we are fighting to save constitution. BJP wants to finish off the constitution.
Okay, let me ask Shazia,
finish off the
respond to this charge of finishing off the constitution.
I don't know how to respond to these charges because the logic is so flawed, and I do not want to embarrass my friend, my young friend, who clearly is not making much sense.
Kindly make some statement of Prajal Rana. Prajal Rana, why you're not speaking on Prajal Rana? Modi ji went and asked for his vote. He said vote for him. He was asking. He did a rally.
The name of the show may be The Big Fight, but there is no fighting which happens on NDTV.
The biggest
we really do not appreciate that. No screaming on my shows, please. No screaming on my shows. Everybody gets their time. You have got your time. Now I'm going to Shazia. Only Shazia on the screen now, please. Yes, go ahead, Shazia.
So you see, Narendra Modi ji, who could have contested from Gujarat, any of the constituencies, but chose Varanasi for a reason. And you know what happened then. You know, Smriti Irani, who, having fought once in Amethi, tried again and then continued to be in Amethi, and we saw what happened. The giant slaying, as everybody calls it. And for years, decades old loyalty of the Amethi and Raebareli voters was not just tested, but it proved that the track record of the Gandhis there was so low that Smriti Irani did exceptionally well. And that is the reason, and it's a fear of defeat that has led Rahul Gandhi to go away.
Okay,
so argument that is being made
you know,
to UP.
One thing is clear, that the rank and file of the Congress party would be disappointed today.
He has thrown the Samajwadi Congress alliance.
If the monologue is over, can I come in, please?
Because this shows the lack of confidence.
Okay. Is it the lack of confidence? Yes, Shazia, okay.
Now can I respond,
We'll be joined by Smriti Irani shortly, but yes, go ahead.
As a preliminary question, I'm very curious to know, is Ms. Ilmi comfortable with Mr. Modi and his party's pernicious propaganda about demonizing one entire community of this country? Is she comfortable with that? Point number one.
Are you
why is she interrupting me? Maria, the big fight doesn't mean we have to fight.
Yes, I
agree. What makes you want to obfuscate?
Why she?
Okay.
So therefore, before preaching,
Shazia.
So therefore, this is not fair.
One moment, Adil. Shazia, you got your chance.
But I'm asking you,
Shazia,
what makes you so scared?
This is not fair.
Shazia, you got your time. Let Adil speak.
I need 60 seconds of uninterrupted time.
Okay, go ahead.
So therefore, first, Ms. Ilmi, before preaching to the country, she has to respond.
I'm not preaching at all.
What is this going on? Can you please mute her? This is not fair.
Okay, one moment, Adil. Shazia, please, let's listen to him. Yes,
so before she sermonizes the country, she has to respond, is she comfortable with the BJP logic of demonizing one entire community of this country? Now, responding to the BJP, on the contrary, the Congress cadre is enthused. The Congress cadre is enthused because this is a party which has given an opportunity to a grassroots worker to contest from a very prestigious seat.
I'm coming to you, Shazia.
So what does this demonstrate?
Shazia, I'm coming to you, please.
This is just not fair. Why is she so anxious today?
Okay, go ahead.
So therefore, this demonstrates that Congress is a party which believes in its democratic credentials, where every ordinary worker has the opportunity and can rise to contest an election from an extremely prestigious seat. And you are underestimating Mr. Kishori Lal Sharma, and so are your panelists. He is an individual who knows almost every Gram Pradhan in that constituency. He is somebody who has an incredible connect with the voter of Amethi. And he is somebody, and take it from me in writing, who will defeat the BJP's arrogance on the 4th of June.
Okay, so let me go back to the analysts. Shazia, 30 seconds to you. And then I bring in the
She has to respond to whether she's comfortable with Mr. Modi demonizing an entire community. She has to respond to that.
Please go ahead, Shazia.
Just like Rahul Gandhi ran away, got scared.
Not an answer. Not an answer.
Of defeat, ran away and betrayed all those.
Mr. Modi is betraying the constitution by demonizing one whole community. Are you comfortable with that, Ms. Ilmi?
I'm answering the question.
Please answer that
Manisha
question.
now on the screen now. Neerja and Manisha only on the screen.
He's painted one community as an enemy of this country. Is that fair?
We are talking
Is
about
that justifiable?
Rahul Gandhi today. We are talking about
that
Rahul
is anti-constitution.
And we are talking about the Gandhis not ready to contest. Why this reluctance in contesting from Amethi as the nomination closes? Manisha, Priyam and Neerja, back on the screen as we wait for Smriti Irani to join us in any moment now. Yes, go ahead, Neerja. How are you looking at the fact that there is this argument which has been put forth by the Congress party that it is their strategy, but is it really convincing that even when it is an ordinary worker, died in the worker, as Congress says about KL Sharma, we know about him, but shouldn't he have been given more time?
I think absolutely. You know, the Congress spokesperson is marshalling very good talking points to counter the criticism that's coming their way. But I would say, yes, if it was a well thought through strategy, This should have been done 3 years ago to give a ground.
Mr. Sharma, some time
to get its act together, not less than 3 weeks. And a last-minute decision sprung on him. Is that fair? Is what I will ask.
Is that fair, Adil? Yes.
You know, I have great respect for Neerja Chaudhary ji. She's somebody who's very astute in reading Indian politics. But everything is not spoken about in the media. There are things which happen below the surface. This is a strategic decision which was in the works. And this is a well-calculated and a well-designed situation. We wanted Mr. Sharma to contest because he is the best individual who knows every nook and corner. I say this at the cost of repetition. He knows that constituency in and out. Miss Irani is a parachute candidate who the voter of Amethi is repugnant. It is repugnant to her arrogance. Please see her conduct with the voters. Please see her conduct which was on social media in the past with journalists from that constituency.
No, the Congress party cannot just get away with having personalized comments on Mrs. Smriti Irani. There are political points that the Congress has been raising about Madam Irani, for example, the issues of women's rights violations and how the ministers not adequately spoken up. So somebody like me would have felt that the Congress, when it raises an issue, why don't they go full hog on raising it against a political opponent? Why didn't they take up the fight against Smriti Irani in a more high-profile way than is currently being done? So whatever they say, they will have to concede this point that under the circumstances, they have decided that they are going to just cede ground on Amethi. Whether they consider Smriti Irani worth putting so much time on, etc. is another thing. The second point is that, look, Rahul Gandhi's covered a lot of ground. He's got a lot of political agenda. The Bharat Jodo Yatra has been a makeover, etc. But the issue of Rahul Gandhi trying to win elections. Now, in a democracy, the way of leadership change, the way of political change is through winning elections. And that's something that Rahul Gandhi will have to face squarely today or tomorrow. He's faced the hustings in Wayanad, which is considered a safe seat as far as the Congress is concerned and Rahul Gandhi is concerned. But he will have to demonstrate that there are more regions and parts of India where he can stand and win. And Amethi certainly was one of those. So we can argue, but these will remain talking points and thought points. As far as the BJP is concerned, I have also said that for the BJP, having invested an important leader like Smriti Irani in a constituency, they gained the momentum for 2019. But given the fact that the Congress has played this move on the check, what will they do with an important leader? Will they have her tied down only to this constituency? Or will they scale up the presence and persona of Madam Irani to gain more momentum and presence for the BJP? If so, what will that be? So I think for both sides, there are issues. And for the Congress, certainly, some answering to be done to thinking publics of this world and people who care about democracy.
Okay. Shazia and Nahid, I'm coming to you because Shazia, the argument is that here is Smriti Irani, who, and you know, as the Prime Minister said, bhag gaye or daro mat, all those words that were used by Rahul Gandhi, it is returning to haunt him and it's coming from the BJP. One may also say that this time the Congress clearly knew that whatever said and done, these are the words which will be thrown on Rahul Gandhi even if he fights from Amethi. Then he has decided that he will be playing on his own pitch in Raebareli. Can that be a counter?
You know, the fact of the matter is that Rahul Gandhi could have taken one for the team. And here it impacts not just the chances of Rahul Gandhi's party, but also that of Samajwadi Party and therefore in India Alliance, because it just goes on to show how serious they are to have their skin in the game. If he were to be a serious contender, he would know better than to abandon the people and the families which have supported his family, the Gandhi legacy, for decades and decades, almost 6 decades. So that, I think, is a very serious betrayal, and that he will not be able to live down for a long time to come. Yes, there is personal comfort in going to Raebareli and a lot of discomfort with sticking on to Amethi. But I think it translates into a larger conceding that has happened by Congress party through the decision of Rahul Gandhi to run away and seek safer climes as he has in this time. I also
did the Samajwadi Party, Nahid, not give that confidence that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress were asking for as far as Amethi is concerned? Did they not back his candidature from Amethi? And there are also reports which are suggesting that perhaps it was communicated to the Congress party that if you're not interested in contesting from Amethi, give it to the Samajwadi Party and they'll contest.
I don't know who gave you all these news. From the beginning, these two seats were for Congress, and it's rather hilarious that those people are saying "Daro mat, bhago mat," jo khud Gujarat se dar kar bhag kar Banaras aa gaye. It's hilarious. I mean, the debate should be on this: that people who ran from Gujarat, a person who ran from Gujarat fearing defeat, he's going to run from Banaras as well. People of Banaras are angry with it. Because
Manisha is looking at you surprisingly, because I think that's a hilarious argument. Mr. Modi did not run from Gujarat. That's a hilarious argument that is being put forward here. Yes, please go ahead, Manisha. Manisha will respond. Manisha, go ahead. No, that is not an argument, madam. That is not an argument at all.
No, what do you mean? I mean,
Manisha, go ahead.
You know what, Maria? There needs to be...
Manisha on the screen.
No, this is not fair. We need to have arguments that are based in political facts, that are based in political logic. Now, madam, can you tell us when did Mr. Modi lose in Gujarat? He won 3 consecutive elections. He becomes the prime ministerial candidate after having won Gujarat in the 2012 assembly elections. Which MP election did he fight that he lost in Gujarat? He ran away from... What do you mean ran away? I mean, literally, can you give us some facts on what you're arguing? You can have points that favor the political position that you hold, and we are okay to argue with those points. But this is, I mean, absolutely unacceptable. Where did he lose his elections? You have to win elections to be a leader. Mr. Akhilesh Yadav goes and wins elections to be a leader, isn't it? Madam Dimple Yadav is fighting. Hope she wins her elections. In a democracy, the simple point is that you have to fight parliamentary elections and win them. Only then you become a leader of stature. That's the point that's being made, right? So what are you defending? I can't understand this.
Maria, can I come in, please?
Okay, so there's lack of argument here. Yes,
I need 60 seconds because since it's election season and therefore issues should matter. Today you have a situation where a serial predator... Can I come in, please? Today you have a situation...
Nahid, you were making an illogical argument you were giving. So that is the reason why, and a political expert, someone who has traveled the country, understands the politics better, is asking for a sensible argument from the Samajwadi Party spokesperson than giving the logic that you have done. Please go ahead.
May I come in? May I come in?
Yes.
Since you're talking about the track record...
Yes.
Can I come in, please, Nahid? Kindly.
Yes, Adil.
Since we're talking about the track record of the BJP, today you have a situation where a serial predator has fled the country under Mr. Modi and the BJP's watch, namely Prajal Rana. What does the Amethi BJP candidate have to say about that? Number one. Number two, you have Brij Bhushan Singh's son being given a ticket. Somebody who's accused by our national jewels of sexual harassment. What does the Amethi candidate have to say about that? Number three, what does Ms. Ilmi have to say about that? About the BJP demonizing one community. Number four, please understand, it is the prerogative of every political party to field the candidate from a constituency which they desire. This is a calculated decision which has been taken.
Okay, so calculative decision, the decision which is though coming at a last moment, how calculative it is, one wonders. Shazia, quick 30 seconds and then I'll be joined by Smriti Irani shortly. Please go ahead.
Adil, I'm answering your question. You asked me 3 questions. One question you asked me earlier, you did not wait for me to reply to that. You said, how are you okay with my party demonizing a community? I want to ask you, how are you okay with your party exhorting Muslims to do vote jihad? Are you not using Muslims and denigrating them to being mere EVM button pushers? The elite privileged Muslim families, how they use poor Muslims for vote jihad? is that not the biggest disservice you do to the Muslim community? And the second point, you talked about Brij Bhushan. You know, what are the chances that if we did not give any ticket to Brij Bhushan or his family, that your favorite alliance, Samajwadi Party, where I'm talking about Akhilesh Yadav, who seems to be on very, very good terms, was dying to give a ticket to Brij Bhushan, would not have been entertained.
So therefore you give him the ticket.
And third,
therefore you give a ticket to a serial predator. What sort of logic is this? This is flawed.
Let me finish.
I didn't know you're a soothsayer, Shazia ji.
You have to be quiet. You'll have to be quiet.
Okay, let me go to our newsmaker now, straight to Amethi, where Union Minister and Amethi MP Smriti Irani is joining us live. Smriti Irani, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Ma'am, the nominations are over.
Thank you.
How do you look at this battle for Amethi from today onwards?
I think the Congress nomination and the entire Gandhi family backing out from a battle in Amethi